Good morning, Genesis fans. I am Ty Estorero.
I'm Austin, also known as One Shot Ocelot, and today we're here to bring you the Genesis 2021 Championship here in our Toronto studio. We're very excited to see some games, obviously, and there's already one going underway, so we're going to go ahead and jump into one of those right now. Right now we got Steve-O and Steven playing up. Steve-O,
Battle of the Steves there.
Yeah, absolutely. Previously, Steve-O was in fact the #1 player in 2019. He won the last championship. Obviously, a lot of these players, unfortunately, we didn't have a championship back in 2020, so a lot of these players have had the opportunity to kind of refine their decks. So it'll be interesting to see how the game's meta has developed over this time.
Another interesting thing to note about this matchup is both players opting to play as Nubia. A very strong character, I think, just in the ability that you're able to draw so many cards with her ability. I think that's huge. It just gives you more of a variety. It gives you more access to your deck.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you're playing a different character, you might be stuck kind of looking for kind of the cards that put you in a better situation. Whereas with Nubia, you're drawing essentially 2 cards every turn, right?
Yeah.
some more opportunities there for a variety of different
Absolutely,
plays.
and I think that's one of the really cool things about Genesis is that ability to kind of top deck your favorite cards. Unlike other card games, Genesis is really unique in the fact that there is no card limit effectively in most card games you can traditionally have like 4 of a card per deck. Not in Genesis. In Genesis you can technically have as many of a certain card as you want as long as it matches the chi limit. So that's really cool. Now, both players, obviously, like you said, playing Nubia is going to have the ability, the passive ability every turn to increase their top deck by drawing an additional card every round. So that'll be interesting to see how both players play that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we'll be jumping into the game shortly. But as we said, so these games are going to be a best of 3. This is just the start of the bracket, so we're in group stages right now. Obviously, we're going to be playing a whole bunch of games throughout the day, so we're going to be seeing a lot of different characters. I'm hoping to certainly see, obviously we're going to see, I think, a lot of the meta decks coming through for sure, but I really hope to see some new innovation from some of the decks and maybe see some things we haven't really seen before.
Yeah, it's always super interesting when you think of tournament play, you think of just playing the most optimal setup, but like you mentioned in a game like Genesis where there's so much variety in terms of how many cards you can put in a deck, obviously that's going to, it allows for a lot more different variety and really a lot of different creative strategies to come out, and I think there's going to be a lot of strategies shown here today that we may not have seen in any other Genesis game.
Yeah, absolutely. Some big cards I think that we're going to want to watch out for, especially in Nubia, at least that we've seen before. I think Angel of Retribution, I know that's like a classic. I know if you're a fan of the game, that's no surprise to you. So it'll be interesting to see. Just from some of the auto I have picked up though, I haven't heard one being played yet, so that's kind of intriguing to me. But apart from that, what are some other big cards maybe we're looking to see? We have, obviously on Idris's side, we have excellent. Yes. I just hear we're ready to jump into game 1 at the top seed table, and this is definitely going to be a game to take a look at. So let's jump right into that. We'll hop into the action.
It is.
Excellent. So yeah, we're just catching the stream now, so it will take a sec for us to just get situated. So it does seem like we do have an Angel of Retribution on the deck on the side of Steve-O, but it looked like, okay, so that seems like it's Steve's Angel of Retribution on the far side of the deck there. We have a Chrono Walker on the field as well, 2 Chrono Walkers. That might even be a third there at the back.
I believe it is, yeah, unless that's some sort of a stack they have ongoing.
Chrono Walker going to move. It seems like it's down to 3 health. We'll get you their HP and aura shortly. I imagine there's some that's been exchanged there. We'll get that up on the stream very soon. A lot of movement on the field. It seems like both players are kind of using some rush down here, getting some early casts off. It'll be interesting to see how this game develops for sure. Let me we'll get Nubia up on the screen there for you.
It's interesting that you mentioned, that they might be playing a bit more aggressive. When you think of Nubia, you don't really think of that type of player, right?
Yeah, it's a really good point. With the amount of aura she has, and I mean, I'd say her HP is kind of in mid-pack range
mid-range
in terms of the characters. She doesn't really strike you as like a rushdown character, but it seems like Steve might be playing some heavy summons just to kind of get in the face of Steve-O and see if he can maybe get some early damage here.
Well, like you mentioned with the heavy aura on Nubia, you do see a lot of players like to sit back and just use a card like Bolt Shot, obviously great at just doing damage from a bit of a distance away. So yeah, super interesting that we're seeing them playing a bit more aggressive here. It just ties into what we were talking about earlier. We're going to see a lot of different play styles here today.
Excellent, sounds good.
And I think, so we're just going to take a quick little break in the game here really quickly. We're just working on getting the HPs figured out. But
I think that might have been game 1 there. We didn't have a chance to get the HP count, but I think game 1.
Did we miss it? Is that game 1?
That was game 1.
Oh my goodness.
I think that was
Was that game one, Austin? Are we hearing this correctly?
We just finished. Oh, excellent. Well, that works out pretty well.
All right, so we talked about it being a best of 3. This might end up being a best of 2.
Yeah, so they just finished their game.
one.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Fantastic.
Wow, that seems like a very quick game. I know we jumped into it late in terms of the broadcast, but just, what was that, maybe 5-10 minute game?
That was very quick. And obviously, certainly these players are veterans, and obviously when it's a physical card game, unlike a traditional, we'll give our resets. We've got both.
So it was
we've
Steven
got
actually that took that first match. By the looks of it. Super interesting. Steve-O down 1-0 already.
Yeah, I think the big part of that was that kind of rush down. I saw a bunch of chrono walkers out there from Steve, which I mean, I didn't see the full game. My assumption might be that maybe Steve-O came out with some early damage that Steve was able to avoid with the chrono walkers, avoiding it with that. Let me pull that card up for us. The chrono walker being able to swap out with the champion in order to take some of the damage for it, I think probably played a big part in.
Well, yeah, it allows you to keep Nubia safe, right? Get her in a position kind of away from damage, and then also gives you the ability to, like I mentioned, kind of sit back, be protected, and then use your aura to your advantage. Put yourself in a position to use your spells at a safe distance.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Counter back,
and
right?
at 6 health, Chrono Walker can be pretty effective even after combat. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could use it as a positioning tool to kind of encapsulate your opponent, and that seems like what he did there. So it will be interesting to see how these players, especially Steve-O, adapts in this next game. They have the opportunity to make some changes to their decks here going forward.
Well, you talk about championship mentality, and a champion, when their back's against the wall, what do? They fight back, they get in a position,
innovate,
and they come back, and they end up winning. But who knows if that's what we will see here today, but I do have faith that we could be heading towards a game 3. But
yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, very early to call.
Yeah, and this is I think this is, Steve-O is the first seed, but I do believe that Steve is the 6th seed overall at the last 2019. So this is, in no means, I think that this should be looked as like an upset. I think both of these players are very versed in the game. So it will be, I think this is a clash of the Titans here, very, very early on.
For those that are able to get into the stream pretty much right as it gets off, you caught us at a great time. Like, this is just such a good first match to start the day with. It just sets the tempo, and you're set for just an absolutely great day.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also, we noted it before, but I think it's very telling that we see 2 Nubias right off the bat. I wonder if that's something we're going to see a lot of going forward with such like prominent players playing that deck, both the same. So granted, although we've seen the same champions, we have seen different card plays out on the field. A lot of support being showed there. I don't know if you guys can hear that for both players. But
yeah, it is super interesting that we're seeing a mirror matchup, right? That's something we talked about a little bit in terms of what kind of champions we'd see here today. We expect the Nubia, we expect, the Raha, the Aegis as well.
Yeah, so these guys they're just starting out right now. They were quickly just doing some stuff. Yeah, this is game 2.
Yep, so we got the HPs, obviously Nubia set at 20 HP, 150 aura like we've talked about a little bit, and I believe the players just drew their 5 cards into their timeline, and we are going to be getting game 2 underway by the looks of it. Not sure who they opted to go first. We're going to see that. We did talk about that a little bit this week leading up to the tournament, Austin, in terms of who goes first and kind of which puts you in an advantage, whether you're going first and attacking or defending, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think obviously if you go first, you have a lot of the kind of initiative in starting fights, in dealing damage early. Okay, so it does look like Steven is going to be taking the first turn. He's going to summon both a Angel of Retribution and also I think that's a River of Me underneath it.
I believe so.
So for those of you who are familiar, Stone Protector V is going to give them the ability to start teleporting units around the board. I'll pull that up on the screen for you now. That Swift ability Relocate can be really effective at getting units across the field. And then if that is a River of Knee in combination with that, that could be really interesting because the River of Knee is, if I'm not mistaken, a healing tool that can be used. So that means not only will they be able to heal their units, they'll be able to transport them as well. So that's a kind of an interesting start.
Yeah, if you do want to go ahead and see if you can find the River of Knee to pull it up on the screen as well so we can take a little bit deeper of a look at it, as we do see Steve-O make his first opening move, unless he's second guessing it here.
Interesting.
I'm not sure.
I think that's going into the subconscious, maybe, I'm not quite sure.
Is he playing cards into his subconscious? Is that what we're looking at here?
It's quite possible. Yeah, I think maybe he was just getting some cards out into his subconscious.
Interesting.
Those being like potential summons that could be used later on in the game. We'll take a look at what's developing here. But yeah, interesting setup. Let me check and see if we can find some data on the River of Knee here for you folks.
And I believe, is that a caboose that he just summoned in front of Nubia? I believe it's a little difficult to see, but I believe,
I believe
that's
it.
what
I
that
believe it
is.
is as well. And that's going to be a pretty solid, just in general, like strong attacking tool. It's just a really, really solid summon.
Relatively cheap as well, which is a big thing to know.
So-
But yeah, it's not going to be one of those summons that have, upwards of 5, 6 HP. But it is more so one that you can run 7 or 8 or however many really in your deck. Just simply because due to the low chi cost as well as really it not costing too much aura or anything out
Yeah, it
of
can be
you.
a consistent summon option for sure. At that low cost.
That's the key with it, right? Consistency. And it looks like he's going on the attack with it again, as he's going to move it 2 squares forward, which is going to exhaust it, but he is getting up in Steven's face here.
It looks like what was dealt with there, some damage dealt coming out. I'm not sure was that a sacrifice of some sort? I can't, there was a unit play there. There's a little bit of glare on the screen. Can't quite make it out. We'll get that started. He's going to move up. Looks like he's going to directly attack. And that will exhaust him. Both players probably considering what their options are right now. Again, a lot of potential mobility on the side of Steve with those 2 stone protectors on the
board,
bottom,
yeah.
on the bottom right there, or I mean on the stream bottom left, but from his perspective, the bottom right.
And like we talked about, I believe it is a River of Nye below it, which is going to give him that option of healing, right?
Yeah, sheet cost is coming out. Okay, so that's gonna be a Chrono Walker that comes out there. Let me see. We'll start tallying the chi here. So for the Chrono Walker,
I'm going to try to get Chrono Walker up on the screen so we can
there
take a look
go.
at it once again.
Yeah, so we talked about it earlier. That decoy is really helpful. That's going to be a chi cost. You got the Agora, and then we also saw on his same side, we saw a wow, a lot of damage done.
Not sure how much damage exactly.
Man. I mean, again, these guys are pros. So again, these guys are playing at a pretty quick speed here, both having a very good fundamental understanding of the game.
It's super hard to keep up with if you're not at this level, right?
Yeah, they're playing at a breakneck speed here, but that's all right. I think in future games we'll be able to keep up with that aura count, but that's very exciting. Potentially, I mean, Steve-O here, already kind of in the middle of the board, looking to control it a bit more, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing we talk about, right? Also leading up to this week, we talked about board control in terms of like just wanting to create space, whether it's through summons or through spells, right? Wanting to make sure that you're not in any danger, but also putting pressure on your opponent. So I think that's exactly what we're seeing being done here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we see him go on the attack, right as I mentioned.
I think that's going to be another stone protector.
Wow.
Let me pull that up, because that's a pretty crazy amount of chi spent there, or aura, sorry. Spent like 12 each. I saw 2 casted before. Oh, wait. If I'm not mistaken, I believe what he's actually done is he's used that stone protector to transport his other stone protector in that bottom left corner on our screen to the middle of the stage. So he's kind of using the stone protectors as kind of like a warp gate throughout the field.
It's almost like a makeshift teleport, if you will. Right?
That's pretty cool. That's a really interesting
That's innovative.
play. That is a really cool play.
Steve-O looks at how he's going to respond, and he's just going to keep pressing.
Man, he is playing very, very aggressive.
And he is going to rotate as well to face that upper corner if you are looking at the stream. Interesting if he's going to try to take out that unit there in the top left. I assume that is going to be his next play. But then again, who knows better than Steve-O himself, obviously the world champion.
Chrono Walker's going to come out.
Chrono Walker again.
Chrono Walker's going to come out. He's going to swap the positions with the new.
Wow.
Interesting.
It also gives him a bit of protection.
From that other Chrono Walker, that's a really good point. He prevents himself from being flanked. He's going to exhaust. It looks like he's going to deal some damage with a basic attack. Now, again, we are trying to keep track of the HP here. One thing we can probably do later on in this tournament is make sure we're a bit more clear when we're dealing the damage to the enemy champions.
It is a little hard to follow, but like we talked about, when the players are playing at this high of a level, right, obviously the pace is very high, so a little hard to follow along, but bear with us here as obviously a long day ahead of us, so as we move forward deeper into the tournament, hopefully we will get a better understanding of that.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of these players, they, like we said before, they haven't played at an IRL event in a long time, so they might not be. They probably played on Tabletop Simulator or other games, and they're probably not used to maybe playing for an audience like us or you at home. So.
It's all very new, obviously. Super excited to be back here doing an in real life event, but obviously got to shake the rust off a bit, and that doesn't just go for the production team or the casters. It obviously goes for the players as well, like you mentioned.
That was a crazy amount of movement. Was that a potential? Was that another protector? It looked like it might have been.
The protector is such a great card. It keeps you so safe in a way, really.
Yeah, it was a protector. So the protector was able to essentially just evict the Nubia from his side of the field. Pretty interesting.
It's incredible. Steve-O thinks that what his next move may be is going to summon a caboose. Which, I mean, like we mentioned, just a great way to get a little bit of control back on the board. Obviously, playing a summon is never really a bad thing, as we are just going to try to gain control of the board, like I mentioned.
Yeah, it's true. And a lot of these, one thing to keep in mind is some people might see those low health, low damage cards as weak or kind of useless. But one thing to keep in mind in this game is the kind of turn economy. So if you have more units out on the field than your opponent, you effectively get to take far more turns than them.
Correct.
And that's something that can be very useful. So those low cost aura units, or whether it's from your timeline or just aura, can be very effective at times. some dedicated studies being used.
A very interesting card. It puts you in kind of an interesting situation, right, where you do get to draw 2 cards from your timeline, but then obviously having to discard 2 hands out of your hand puts you in kind of a weird situation, right?
It's a utility card that gives you kind of options.
Yeah, they're playing very quickly.
They're playing very quickly, so it's hard to like. Also, there's a little bit of glare, so yeah. Okay, very cool. So, let's see what's going on here. Excellent. Nubia, I think that's another, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's another stone protector being cast there. Both players kind of on their own respective sides of the field right now. Weirdly, I've yet to see an Angel of Retribution despite this being a Nubia deck. It's something I expected to see, but haven't yet.
Super interesting. We talked about that card this week with it just being very, very strong. Just simply, I think the strongest part about it is that it's only ranged attacks that can deal damage to it, right? So
That's definitely a thing, and that's definitely seen in other cards. I think, additionally, the fact that it has 6 HP
also,
makes it immune to like basically a one-hit kill for most things, and then having that only be exclusively through either potentially spells, techniques, or ranged attacks. Makes it something that's like very difficult to deal with, especially if you get 1 or 2 out there on the field. You can get overwhelmed very quickly.
It's not a card that you can just quickly kind of get rid of off the field, right? It's definitely something that you have to think of. You have to dedicate multiple, whether it be spells or characters' attacks, to take it off of the board. So definitely a very strong card, but yeah, like you mentioned, interesting. We have not seen it played. What do they know that we don't?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a really good question. Yeah, and it's kind of like we said, man, it's going to be interesting to see. These players have had a long time to sit on their decks, refine them, and reshape the meta kind of in the shadows. So,
and we are seeing the game slow down here a little bit as we do get kind of later into it.
Yeah, both players are thinking. We don't have the aura counts and the HP counts up right now. I imagine it is starting to dwindle right now. And this is where things get tight. All right, that's going to end the turn. Both players kind of really close to each other. I mean, we got Nubia who's sitting on the stone protector there in the bottom left. Gives her a lot of mobility, for sure. It gives a potential, escape plan if needed. But, I mean, I imagine that front-facing unit on Steve's side won't last long, but we'll see.
Very interesting.
It really is.
And he's playing that kind of, in terms of Steven, playing that passive style that I mentioned, with 3 cards just basically sitting back in the very first row closest to him. Not opting, even though he is up 1-0, he is still opting to play passively, playing smart, and he might just be waiting for his moment to attack, right?
It's a good point, yeah. And again, one of the really interesting things about Genesis is that idea of like the spell cost and having a fixed amount of most people might refer to it as mana, but like aura in this game, right? In terms of like transferring it over to other games. All of the time you start with a little and you gain more aura throughout the game. In Genesis it's really interesting because you have a fixed amount.
Based on the character,
Exactly, based on your character. So you can kind of expend that pool at your leisure, which kind of adds a really interesting element of dynamic to gameplay, where you can try to burst people down, or you can kind of try and like wait them out, bait out their aura, wait for them to expend it all, and then go on the counter attack.
And obviously when you do run down to 0 aura, you're not out of the game, but you're basically
it's a pseudo defeat. You're in a
you're
situation.
not out yet. Whatever cards you do have on the board, though, obviously it does put you in a very tough position. So yeah, like you said, very important that you keep an eye on your aura counter, and just making sure that you're using it wisely and saving it for when you know you can kind of use it strategically and come out with an advantage by using it.
Yeah, because like you said, it's not necessarily a loss,
but it's not looking good. If
let's say if you're out of aura, you better pray your opponent is as well. Otherwise, you can definitely be looking at some trouble.
And I think that's another thing, a very interesting thing, is we see a lot of plays where maybe a player has, let's say, 90 aura, for example, and then just in one turn they kind of use everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's a really cool thing, right? You can go all in. You can do like a all or nothing type play in this game where if your opponent can find a way out of it, it can leave you in a very difficult spot where you don't have any resources to call upon.
I think Steve-O, though, sitting in a good spot. Obviously, like we mentioned, still working on trying to figure out the HP in terms of the broadcast side. So I believe, or it's very unlikely that both players are sitting at 20 HP.
Right now,
we
yes.
will try to figure that out for you here shortly.
Nice. It's going to exhaust. Looks like that's going to be a direct attack onto the Nubia. That's going to go onto the stack though, and that's going to, there's going to be a counterattack from there's a little bit of glare on that card, but I imagine the damage came through onto the stack, which nullified I believe that was a Chrono Walker, and got that out of the play, effectively protecting the Nubia there. All right, there's some more movement there from the Nubia, using the Stone Protector
once again
to reposition to the flank. Now keep in mind, a really cool thing here is that Nubia in this moment is not exhausted. So she's in the flank of the other Nubia. Looks like a Chrono Walker is potentially going to be played here.
Might try to escape from this flank.
Yeah. And one thing obviously to notice with the Chrono Walker, I'm sure all of you long-term fans are very familiar with it, but for those of you who are new, the really cool thing about the Chrono Walker is that you can bring it out in the middle of an attack stack with that quick beckon swift ability.
Swift ability, yeah.
So it's a really great out of a lot of potential damage for your champion. And this here is actually very clever. So you might think that, you know, the Nubia there swapping positions with the Chrono Walker in that situation. It's like, well, they're putting her in harm's way there, but what it can kind of effectively do is allow you to not get hit from multiple sides there. Yeah. I think that's the idea behind that movement. And out comes the caboose, or the caboose. But even with that said, though, Steve has a really great flank opportunity here.
Using that
Stone Protector.
Yeah, the Stone Protector that you talked about earlier. And it was interesting, just 2 or 3 minutes ago, I was talking about how Steven was playing very defensive, and just like that, he switches it on and turns it on the flank, right?
He spent some early game aura developing his back line almost as like this teleportation kind of scheme.
And we did see him use the dedicated studies as well, so he maybe didn't have a good starting hand, so he opted to, you know, play a little more passive at the start, find the cards he was looking for, and
come online.
By the looks of it, he seems like he's found the cards that he was looking for, and he has indeed came online.
No, even more. I mean, look, you got 2 Stone Protectors stacked up there on the Nubia. This is an interesting.
The entire board essentially conjugated into these 4 spaces.
Yeah. I imagine there will likely be a lot of damage coming out in this next turn. But we'll see.
Is a huge.
I mean, if we have spells or techniques in the thoughts right now, I imagine there will likely be a lot of damage. However, obviously, if we got summons coming up, they're going to need to probably create some space for themselves, and obviously those summons are going to come up and they're going to be exhausted. So, Stone Protector is going to. There's the rotate
again.
Flank
yet again.
That is a really
keeping
cool.
Steve-O on his toes.
Yeah. I think that was another use of dedicated studies, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't quite see the card being flashed there, but I saw him discard 4, I think, so.
I believe you are correct on that. He is going to play something.
There's a bit of glare on that card.
Steve-O looking at it as well. I'm not sure if he sees a glare, but...
He can't believe it.
Or yeah, it might have just been a luck in terms of a bit of shock from him.
Oh, that's the bolt shot coming out from... Oh, that's
Steve
so that's
shot.
brilliant.
Wow.
Nubia on the backside there, being able to use the... Let me pull that up here. That's going to be a... Where is it? No. Can't quite find it.
As he works on pulling that up, you're going to see what Steve-O's counter is to that play. Opts to move the Chrono Walker to the other side of the board. Another bolt shot comes out from Steven.
Yeah. So this is huge. So bolt shot, as you can see with that awareness, he's going to be able to target both the Nubia and we're actually hold on. Bolt shot technique sweep area range. Yeah. So he's going to be able to basically do a whole bunch of damage to that entire line.
Essentially doing 8 damage, right? 4 damage per square.
Yeah.
It's a really great card.
Oh, Chrono Walker's going to come out again to avoid some of that damage on the stack. Good avoidance.
Chrono Walker's just such a great card.
Whoa. Is that what I think it is? That's a pretty great play, I think. I think it's just some damage avoidance there.
Yeah.
A lot of damage being dealt on both sides here, I think. Looking to reposition.
I believe that's a bolt shot coming out from Steve-O, if I'm not mistaken.
Steve-O?
Not sure where.
Oh, here?
I believe, unless my eyes deceive me.
I think that might be a bolt shot as well, yeah.
Not sure where he's opting to use it.
I think with the Nubia here in the bottom right corner,
He's just trying to get rid of the
the
flank, right?
It's very, very possible. He used the Chrono Walker to relocate, then he used his additional movement to move over one space and decided to hit him back with a bolt shot. I think that was the play. Another Chrono Walker gonna come out? No way. I mean, where's he looking to reposition is the question.
Chrono Walker. Not sure if there's a bit of confusion on their end as well.
So he's looking to use the Chrono Walker. Again, these Chrono Walkers are huge. I mean, the big thing, right, I think that makes Chrono Walkers so special is I think there obviously might be like an additional aura cost, but apart from just using a traditional teleportation spell or an avoidance damage spell, you not only avoid the damage, but you also get a summon out on the board that you can use next turn. And I think like the utility of that is like really huge.
Yeah. Like we talked about, having just as many summons on the board as you possibly can helps you gain control of the board, helps you move up into a more aggressive position, and also just gives you more turns essentially.
The turn efficiency,
right?
the turn economy is huge. So having those opportunities can be big, especially when you're maybe trying to force an opponent to use their exhaust, get it out of the way, and then make a unit susceptible to damage without being able to retaliate, for sure. That Stone Protector. Not quite sure what's looking to be done here.
But I believe he is going to be doing something with that Stone Protector.
I do believe he will. Now, one thing to note with the Stone Protector is it's a unit that can't do any damage, right? So it's almost sheerly utility. It can certainly take a lot of hits though. At 3 HP, you know, like it can avoid like 1 or 2 basic attacks, and you kind of have to dedicate a lot of resources to whittling it down if that's something you want to do.
But what it lacks in damage dealt, obviously, like you mentioned, makes up for in utility. And I think it's more than a great card to have, especially think only 5 chi, really not taking up too much of your 250 total in your deck. So.
For the potential utility of movement, yeah, it's a very good card.
Very great. Movement, obviously, a key element of the game here.
I mean, just taking a look at each player's thoughts, like the cards and thoughts referring to the cards currently within their hand, both players having a lot of cards at their disposal potentially, right? I mean,
yeah, and I think that's something we talked about with Nubia, right? The ability to draw essentially 2 cards around opposed to some other heroes that are drawing 1, right?
It's very true, and at these players that are effectively at the top of their game, that gives you a lot of potential options and ways to maybe potentially counterplay on different things. Mistaken.
And we just missed it, but about 30 seconds ago, one of the judges announcing only 10 minutes left in this opening round. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, as we may have to go to a 3rd and final decisive match.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, that is an interesting element of tournament play, obviously being on a time limit. It gives you extra incentive to maybe potentially play a bit more aggressive than maybe you normally want to.
And I think that might be why we see these players playing, especially at the start of this game, we did see them playing at a very high pace, and even the ending of game 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very, very quick game.
Board does clear off fairly well, considering the state it was at not too long ago. That is a caboose coming out.
I'm gonna pull it up. It's gonna be exhausted. He's playing it on top of one of his others. That's gonna give him a lot of potential damage utility output on this next turn here. But Steve might
stone play yet again.
Steve might opt to go on a little trip here potentially on the next turn just to get himself out of harm's way. We'll see. We will see though. Well, and that's one of the great things, right? Because a lot of people might see Stone Protector as a defensive tool or as an offensive tool, but in the reality, it's both.
And the thing is, I was just gonna say it's both, right?
Absolutely.
And we've seen it used both ways in this very game. Like we saw earlier on Steven going on the flank with it, and then we've also seen Stevo use it a little bit to go away from the damage. But
yeah, and again, what makes it so effective is the fact that it doesn't exhaust the actual unit that you're moving.
Yeah.
So you can use. It's almost similar in a lot of ways to Rain. In the way she can move around the map with her abilities, being able to have that movement without exhausting your champion can be amazing if you can get flanks off and then hit them with a whole bunch of techniques or spells. I think there's definitely something to be said about how great that is, and like we predicted kind of there, the newbie is going to end up coming back, falling back into kind of a retreating position, feeling kind of overwhelmed.
And he is falling back to that River of Knee, which I believe is going to heal him.
Yeah, that's very clever. It's kind of a nice little
so much
detail.
For that 10 minutes left in the round. We may be looking at a little bit more of a longer drawn-out match here yet again, as Steven is going to fall back. Still obviously awaiting their HP values. We'll update those as we get them, but
it looks like it's getting down to the wire. I think the player on the right is down to that might be 0 HP, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to get a better understanding of the card decks there that they're going on, because obviously one of the things obviously when you're playing with a physical card deck is players have preferences on what they like to use. Some people like to use dice, some people like to use cards to represent their health and whatnot. So
I think we're going to see a large variety in that aspect here today.
And honestly, like, certainly it comes with its problems, but at the end of the day, it's something I kind of love. There's something that's really nice about having like a physical thing to hold on to and move around.
It's very authentic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And just giving some updates on the rest of the games that are going on. There's certainly been a lot of games played that you guys aren't able to see, but quite a few games have completed now, and I imagine soon after this game is over, we'll be heading into another game with new players on table one, where we get to see potentially a new deck.
For a second there, I thought Steve-O was getting up, and I was wondering if there was something we missed, but nope, just repositioning as he thinks about his next move.
Yeah, interesting call here by Steve-O to take the kind of the upper, I mean, from our perspective, the upper side of the board.
Yeah.
Well, then Nubia kind of, makes the reposition on that upper side of the board to look for the flank. Bolt shot's going to come out. I saw that, and that's game.
And that's game.
With a really cool. I mean, I think Steve with a big 2-0.
Wow, that is a statement win to start off the tournament, taking down the 2019 world champion. What more of a start could you ask for?
I mean, card of the game, I think there goes to Stone Protector. I mean, that was
Stone Protector,
huge.
maybe the MVP coming out of that one.
That was
no lies.
Really cool utility that I really wasn't expecting to see. Being able to navigate in and out, being able to navigate in and out was pretty awesome. I mean, being able to navigate in and out, deal the damage, and effectively attack from angles that they're not necessarily ready for.
Yeah, a great card, and I think we're actually going to see it a lot today, especially in these Nubia decks. And I believe we may have seen things wrong. It may have been Steve-O taking that second game, as it looks like they're getting set up for a third match here.
We are going to game 3.
Yep, so players are going to be heading to a game 3. Yeah, we apologize for that. A little bit of a mistake, but
Steven flashed the bolt shot there. He was in a position on the flank there, and I assume that the bolt shot had come out. And again, because we can't quite see the HP counters just yet, that's something we're going to get sorted out. There must have been a counterplay there from Steve-O that we didn't see.
Well, yeah, I saw the bolt shot come out from Steven, like you mentioned, and I thought it was some sort of a lethal damage.
What he might have done there was flash the bolt shot after he realized maybe the match was over, and realized, I just had the bolt shot, I would have had it. But I think
maybe just showing Steve-O how close he was to victory. A little bit of an intimidation factor, maybe potentially coming out.
Absolutely. It didn't seem like there was too much reshuffling of their decks in this game.
No, I don't know if any cards got swapped out from their forethoughts into their decks here, so we may be seeing the exact same lineup from both players here as we head to a third and final decisive match.
And boom, okay, same open as before. He's going to be looking. I think he has a lot of faith in that setup that he had. Obviously, both of these Stone Protectors offering a lot of mobility. We will see how it plays out. Now that's going to be a lot of aura cost. Let's pull those up. Let's see if we can keep track of it. Obviously, with these folks playing so quickly. All good. Oops. Stone Protective Knee costing 12 each, so it's going to be 24 aura off the bat. And then also a River of Knee.
River of Knee, and we've seen him take advantage of that. Not so much early on in the second game, but definitely later on in the second game, we saw him use the Stone Plate to go back to the River of Knee, and it allowed him to heal, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, still got taken down in that match, but just a great card to give you a little bit of an option, and a
Caboose is going to come out again.
Comes out. If you want to pop that up on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, both of these characters are kind of like, there we are, we just had a bit of a fancy thing there.
And I think we're going to see a reposition. We are. You're going to see him move a little bit more central.
There we are. Yeah, so it's interesting. The really cool thing about this unit is that it doesn't really take up aura or your timeline. You can just play it by discarding a card in your hand. So if you have a bunch of them and you have a lot of thoughts within your hand, you could potentially kind of unleash an army out there
Without spending your aura, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And a dedicated study's coming out from Steven there.
Oh, very cool.
I'm not sure what card he played based off the dedicated studies, but we talked about it earlier. Just a great way to find maybe a card that you're looking for in your timeline.
Maybe. Awesome.
And we just heard a call that we were down to the final 5 minutes of round 1, so not too sure what exactly happens when the time limit is reached and the players are in a third match. So we will keep you updated on that front. A lot of pressure on these players here for sure, though.
Swaps coming out. Swaps coming out. Nubia's gonna swap in. Yep. Okay. Here comes there's the damage. That's a tidal wave, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it? No. That is, what is it? I saw the awareness on it and it was massive, so I assumed it was tsunami for a sec there. Damage prevention card is going to come out on the side of Steve-O.
A lot of the board cleared up there from Steve-O.
Literally, the game is over at the end of the phase. Whoever is most likely to get into that phase wins. Otherwise, it's a draw. You get 2 goals.
Steve on the attack here opts to move forward and rotate centrally here. Using a bolt shot here. I believe that's 4 damage being dealt to Steven, if I'm not mistaken.
Will, unless he's able to use the Chrono Walker.
Is he going to Chrono Walker it to avoid the damage?
I think he just used the Stone Protector to get his Chrono out of the way of that shot. Gonna use it to reposition. But now kind of closing in here, looking for some damage. Steve-O on the offensive. Now with those Stone Protectors, obviously there's the capacity to like jet set right out of that corner. Chrono Walker's going to come out to avoid the damage, it looks like. That will fall on the stack.
We talked about Stone Plate being the Chrono, or being the
Stone
MVP,
Protector, yeah.
Excuse me. I think Chrono Walker might be the honorable mention. We're
Yeah.
seeing a lot of it being played here in these games.
For sure. The extra, again, like that extra utility you get from also having a summon on the field while using it as a repositioning tool and a tool to potentially avoid damage is like really huge.
Absolutely. The players are just walking through the round here.
Looks like they're kind of discussing the stack that just transpired. They might be going over a few things. That's another bolt.
That's a bolt shot.
That's going to come out with some
I
damage.
believe that's 4 damage dealt to Steve-O. Doesn't look like he has a counter to it.
Oh, he does have a little bit of...
Spoke too soon.
What came out there? That's going to. Oh my goodness! What? So that's a pretty interesting stack there. The attack stack fell, and then he used the chrono walk just at the end of it. So a whole bunch of stuff came out. Just to, I guess maybe Steve-O was kind of intelligent there, baiting out some extra spells to try and deal the damage, and then he just chrono walks out of there. Moonwalks out of that damage.
So much for all that damage. As we see the judge stepping in a little bit potentially here, maybe there might have been an error somewhere along that stack. Not too sure.
I think there might be some limitations in terms of like the chrono walk shifting, and maybe in terms of the stacking of like sharing a space with a friendly unit maybe there that was being discussed.
As they are talking through this, it will get sorted here in a moment, I'm sure.
Both of those units look like they're going to be exhausted. Stone Protector's going to hop on over there.
And that's game.
And that is game.
Wow.
Wow. Now, I feel like an element of that was definitely due to the fast play there. I felt like the Stone Protector was really moving in there, but that is going to be it. Now, in regards to who took that game.
I mean, I was just going to say that. I feel like we were dealing with that troubling stack. I blinked and then it was over, right?
Hey, gentlemen. Who took that game? Who took that game?
That's a draw.
That was a draw? Okay, cool. Awesome.
We're actually learning that was a draw.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure with the stack. That was pretty wild. So we're gonna go to a game 4.
Game 4, unheard of, really.
That's pretty wild.
A game 4 in a best of 3. Trust me, folks at home, I am just as confused as you are. But
This is wild.
wow.
Yeah, and I mean, in a tournament setup, obviously, it's kind of interesting to see some of these things come out because obviously the judge kind of decides.
Gets the final say, right?
Absolutely.
That's why they're here.
Man. So we're going into a draw. So this is a really interesting situation.
And it's interesting. We talked about the time limit of round 1 that I talked about earlier, but like, what happens with the time limit now, right?
Yeah, I imagine there could be some kind of potential, maybe bracket.
Yeah, we do actually see the players packing up. So
okay, so it looks like so instead of a game 4, I think we're going to end on a draw there. We're going to end on a draw.
We'll try to keep you updated in terms of who comes
bracket
out,
scoring and whatnot.
This.
I imagine the draw will be tied. Wade, obviously less than a win, but also greater than a loss when it comes to deciding
maybe 1
placements.
point each per player
Very
kind of thing.
possible.
But we will try to learn that information for you guys when we get it. But what a great way to kick off the day, Austin.
Yeah, great players. Honestly, really cool. I mean, honestly, like you said, if it's not the Stone Protector, it was the Chrono Walker. Absolutely.
And we talked about Steve-O being, the former world champion, right? And I kind of thought, no offense to Steven, but I thought it might just be a bit of a stomp, if you will.
Right.
With just
absolutely.
being a strong player, but we saw that is absolutely not the case at all.
Yeah, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I was really expecting to see more Angel of Retribution played.
Yeah.
It was talked a lot before that it
didn't
was
even really see it at all.
I didn't really see it at all. And seeing that Stone Protector, I said it earlier. I was hoping to see some innovative decks, and already I'm seeing some kind of meta, off meta might be the new meta gameplay.
You might be witnessing the meta.
Yeah,
exactly.
coming in. So that was really cool. Like you said, Chrono Walker. If it wasn't Stone Protector, Chrono Walker was for sure an honorable mention, if not MVP of that match. A lot of great utility coming in. The bolt shot, being able to use that after repositioning with the Stone Protector, I think the amount of utility you have on that is huge.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the bolt shot, also not having an aura cost, if I'm not.
No, I think it's the
sorry,
bus that doesn't have the aura cost, and that was honestly a big
I'm
card as well.
confusing it. Yeah, that's another huge card to think about too.
Because you just have to discard, and honestly, when we saw the players with that many cards in their thoughts, I mean, they have cards to spare at that point, right? So if they have a turn and they have the space on the board, they can play 2, 3, 4 of them. I mean, we didn't see it there, but the potential is there,
exactly,
right? To take that space on the
especially
board.
later in the game, if you're looking at your deck and you see that you have maybe 25, 30 cards left, right? That's obviously a situation where your leftover cards become a very valuable resource for a card like that, right?
Absolutely. And I think the one play I really liked that I thought was like really clever on the part of Steve-O, I think there, he basically, the bolt shot came in. He used the protection spell, and then another spell was used to counter that, and then he was like, all right, I'm gonna use my Chrono Walker and just like avoid it completely. I thought that was like a really cool play.
And that's the strength of Chrono Walker, right? You could be thinking you're doing a lot of damage to your opponent, and then just like that, you
Yeah,
say,
the
nope.
utility you have on the card is like really great, especially for the fact that it's also a summon, right? You get that potential damage on the board. You get the turn economy back to your side if you can get a bunch of them out on the field. Like, there's a lot of really great options.
It's going to be very interesting to see if we see a pattern here. But before we jump into our second game, we are going to head off into a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We will be right back super soon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Genesis 2021 Finals, or Grand Championship I should say. The finals will occur later on in the day.
Getting ahead of yourself here. You're just so excited. You need to calm down a little bit, Austin. It's a long day. We got to pace ourselves.
It's true. The last match was really intense. I mean,
yeah,
a lot of really great play from both players, but we got more games to show you. So we're going to hop on into the next group stages match right now. I believe. Switch.
And we got two new players here. We have Will and Matthew.
Yes, Will will be playing on a Idris deck,
and we do have Matthew on the Nubia. So super excited to get things underway. And for those that caught the last match, we will have the updated HP and aura counter as the game goes here. We do have the players controlling that now. So a huge change from a broadcast perspective coming in. It should be a lot better for you guys watching at home. So let's waste no more time. Let's get right into it. We see Matthew starting off with a very aggressive move.
Very early, coming out with that Angel of Retribution right off the bat. We talked about it before. We expected to see it before. Now we're finally seeing it. Really great card. The biggest thing there being the flight and aerial alongside the absolutely monstrous 6 HP. It puts it in a position where it can be attacked by most traditional summons, but also most technique spells don't do 6 full damage.
Yeah,
so it can withstand a lot.
Yeah. And that's something I believe we talked about it during the break. I don't remember if we were on air or not. But yeah, it's not something that you can just, use one spell and get rid of the Angel of Retribution, right? It's something where you have to dedicate a lot of resources to take it out, and they have to be very specific resources that are able to target this Angel of Retribution, right? So that's what makes it such a strong card.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you get a bunch of them out there, you can get overwhelmed quickly.
Yeah,
right?
Yep. Things can go from bad to worse just like that, just with a couple of Angel of Retributions on the board.
Yeah. However, on the other side, we have Idris, and whenever you're playing against an Idris, in a lot of ways, I'll pull her up here, you're kind of on the clock. With that action being Fireball, dealing 2 fire damage to a target in the area, she can technically target your champion every turn for 2 damage if she wants to. So that can kind of force a lot of players playing against her to play a lot more aggressively.
Yeah, you do have to play kind of like you mentioned on the timer, right? You know that if the player is simply going to use their Fireball every turn on your hero, obviously that does put you in a situation where you need to act quick and you need to make him. I think something to keep in mind too with the Idris ability is if you're playing against it, you want to kind of put pressure on him so that he has to use the Fireball to maybe clear out some of the threats that are pressing the Aegis,
This is a
right?
really good point. In traditional means, yes, you might be on the clock, but one of the really cool things here is it just might instead opt to use that Fireball to deal damage to those Angels of Retribution. Because
slowly burn them down,
because
right?
if the deck isn't built to deal range damage or doesn't have the spells necessary to get rid of them, it might be something that she's going to need to do in order to get those Angels of Retribution off the board.
Absolutely, and I believe we do see 2 cabooses being played on the side of Matthew.
And then we also do see some good old-fashioned Baruch there.
I believe that's your favorite card.
One of my favorite cards. I like it a lot. The biggest thing, obviously, being the Blitz trigger. Being able to summon that card right off the bat, it having 5 HP and dealing 4 damage, you can call it in and get it off doing its thing really quickly. So 2 of them coming out both at once.
Yeah.
So.
And then on the other side for Matthew, we talked about this card a lot in the previous matchup with it being a mirror matchup of the Nubias, but the caboose, obviously very cheap cost, not taking anything away from your aura pool, more so just coming out of your hand or your timeline, excuse me. So.
And if you think about it, right, in conjunction with Nubia, she gets 1 card every turn.
Yeah.
And with Caboose, you're discarding 1 card. So if you want, you can effectively get a free Caboose every turn with that Nubia.
Technically, yeah. As we do see Matthew drop down to 12 HP.
That's some pretty huge damage right off the bat. I think a lot of that came in from that
Not sure what that card is up.
I think a lot of that came in from the Baruch damage, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. I think a whole bunch of that came in from that. And
I
think
believe
there
you're
was
correct,
also-
and even just looking at the aura counts, we see Will sitting at 79, Matthew at 110. So Will's definitely used a lot of resources here in the early game, but so far it seems to be effective. Matthew dropped down basically to half HP.
Now, one of the really cool things here, I think, about this tournament setup, and also the fact that, it's a physical card game, right? So you're going to have people playing cards that they find, that they like, that they find effective. Maybe there's different collectors who are joining the tournament, right? You're going to have a mix of veteran players and players who are new to this scene, right?
Yeah.
So I think we'll see some, new strategies, emergent strategies, maybe, who knows, maybe even like we saw before. I mean, master at work there for sure, but potentially some new players also, kind of maybe even seeing some potential innovation there.
Absolutely.
Sorry?
And I believe we are dealing with a little bit of a technical issue. I believe maybe
Oh, it's
Austin's
almost
mic
dead.
has died, so you're just on board here with me. You're kind of stuck with me here for the next 30 seconds or so as we get that figured out. Wondering what Matthew's going to do to try to get himself back into this game. Interesting if he's going to try to play passive, maybe find himself a way to heal potentially, or if he's just going to go all out and try to do a large amount of burst damage over to Will. Super interesting to see what's going to come out here, as we're only 4.5 minutes into this game. Definitely a very aggressive play style coming out from Will, as he does lay down some more summons.
All right, let's see if we're back here. Can you folks hear me?
And I believe, hopefully, if everything has gone smoothly, we have Austin back on board. If not, hopefully that gets dealt with shortly. As Will seems to keep pressing here, obviously doesn't want to let up on this early advantage that he has. He wants to keep the pressure on Matthew, keep him thinking, keep him on his toes, and really put him in a situation that he can't come back from.
Yeah,
As
no,
you
but
see,
Andrew,
Matthew, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me now. Am I A-okay? Excellent. But that Angel of Retribution now going to come in and deal some of that big damage that it's known for. And that's a huge amount of damage. That's
six damage, right?
6 damage, and not only 6 damage, but 6 range damage.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up coming down on an already exhausted target. No way to fight back there, and even if it could, it would need to be range damage,
Yeah.
right? So, excellent, fantastic.
So we just got confirmation, that you guys can hear Austin. Lucky you guys are getting some amazing analysis from my co-caster here today.
Yeah.
Just brilliant.
I do my best, But now, one thing though here.
Matthew dropping down to 6 HP, Austin. Wow.
More damage being done on Will's side. And also some damage exchanged back on Matthew's side.
Yep, not going down without a fight.
One thing to maybe be noted here is the aura counts. I mean, obviously, it's not that big of a difference, but Matthew has the potential to potentially utilize that extra aura pool to his advantage.
Yeah.
Depending on what he is looking to do here.
Yeah, and that's something I talked about while you were dealing with your technical difficulties, right? Will coming out with a very aggressive strategy, opting to use a lot of aura early on to get this advantage that he's at. But it will be interesting to see if Matthew can maybe come up with some play to maybe clear the board for the most part. And then that puts Will in a tough situation where he's left with kind of a suboptimal amount of aura, and then he has to find a win condition with that amount of aura he has left. But it will be very, very interesting to see how these next couple of moves play out.
Yeah, Baruch is going to fall. I think that was a range spell there that was cast. It's a fire demon, I believe, that's coming out on the side of Will. if I'm not mistaken. Kind of weighing options here. Obviously, when you're kind of this low in HP, you got to be kind of you got to be really calculated in your approach. And I think that's something that's really cool about the players who have been playing the longest for a while. I mean, certainly you have your strategies and whatnot, but there's also a mathematical element to this game where you can kind of understand the limits of what you can play at certain times. I think especially for newer players, it's easy to start the game and just realize you have like a lot of aura and kind of spend it to your heart's content. But I think really the best players understand really their limitations within spending aura and what it means for them going forward later into the game.
We do see Matthew reposition his hero here.
He's going to reposition, yep. Looking to potentially make an attack here.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got to... Surely there's something that goes with this move, because if not, he really does put himself in a vulnerable position.
It's true.
Especially with 7 HP, right?
It's true. Okay, so he's going to use another attack spell. It's going to remove the Baruch from play. He does still have, he's not exhausted. He could potentially play another spell here, or some sort of other ability. But you are right. If he remains in this place,
a lot of the board able to get cleared up there.
Interesting. Will moves out of the way. Oh, that's brutal.
Austin's favorite card.
And along with another summon. I mean, that's going
drops
to be
Will down to 53 aura, but I mean, how does Matthew come back
because at the end of the day, unless Matthew has a way to remove himself from the situation, or has like a really large AoE spell, he is
in a tough spot to put it
he's
politely.
He's in a bind right now. Yeah. So I believe it's a fire demon is going to get exhausted.
Yeah. So can't do any immediate damage.
Baruch is going to do its attack for 4 damage. It's going to get exhausted.
1 HP in a dream here for Matthew.
Okay.
As he moves the Angel of Retribution.
The Angel of Retribution is going to come in. It's going to deal the damage. It's going to kill the Baruch.
Clear the board a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, but in comes the flank.
But another Beacon coming out on the opposite side, and I believe.
So that's gonna reset the board. Depending on who has, I think it's all gonna come down to the attack stack.
I believe
here.
Matthew went first, if I'm not mistaken, at the very start of the game, correct?
Yeah, I think we joined a little bit late, so I didn't quite catch who.
I believe it was him that made the first move, but okay. I could be mistaken.
I think you're right. I think that is the case. Now with 1 HP. It's a tough situation, right? Because you get down to that attack stack, and if you go on the offensive, you're going to end up taking the damage first. So unless you got spells to deal with that.
You know, there's 2 cards that we talked about in the Nubia Mirror matchup last game. We haven't seen any of those here today, right?
That's a good point.
Or not today, sorry, in this matchup here.
And honestly, I think that's really cool. I think the fact that, and this is where I think really Genesis distinguishes itself from a lot of the other card games, is that like field ability. I mean, like sure, it has some similar elements, definitely, that can make this game easier to learn for players who are coming from those franchises. But the amount of like versatility there is within moving on a space in a board, I think really kind of diversifies the type of game you can play, and really enabling you to kind of play the type of game you want to play.
So many different options, right? Depending on your play style, whether you're taking a play style from maybe games you've played in the past, or just you're building a new completely different play style here for yourself in Genesis. We're seeing players play all types of different ways, whether they're on the same character. And I believe that's going to be
game 1 to the side of Will.
Yeah, so Will goes up 1-0 here in the best of 3 against Matthew, as we are going to get set up here. Hopefully the players will be able to reset the HP counters for us.
That was a pretty commanding win there.
Will with a statement early on here in the tournament.
Yeah, I think the big play there, those early Baruchs coming out with the blitz, being able to deal a whole bunch of damage right at the beginning of the round. I think that was really
we talked about
solidified it.
We talked about summons being very strong, just in terms of just being able to give you more of a presence on the board, not only in just turns, but also just putting your opponent in a very defensive state where there's so much they have to deal with. They can't really attack your hero because they're trying to clear the board of so many different summons, right?
It's a really good point, and you kind of can force exhaust and stuff like that with those additional summons. And like one thing I want to touch on too is we talked about like there's different play styles. Like everybody can kind of play the game they want to play. I actually had a chance to talk with Steve after his first game here, and I was talking to him. I was like, man, that Stone Protector, like that was really cool. I wasn't expecting that, and he had like something really interesting to say. He was like, it was like I actually personally think it's like one of the best cards.
Yeah.
But you have to use it right. So I think a lot of these players who've been playing for a long time, they have insight into the possibilities of cards, not just those base stats, but like the potential,
thinking outside of the box.
The nuance to the game that maybe those newer players might not bring to the table.
Well, exactly. There's abilities written on the cards, right? But that doesn't really showcase the true potential of every card, right? Because a card might be able to do one thing, but in combination with other cards or just used a specific way, it can have a much bigger value than what's written on the card.
No, absolutely. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Nubia's base health is 20, correct? If I'm not mistaken, Nubia?
I believe you are correct on that.
Which means that Idris started that turn off. Oh, I just brought it up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so which means Idris started off her turn, took a move, and then decided to use her fireball to deal 2 points of damage.
Yeah. Strong way to start off the game.
Oh, but look who it is. It's the Stone Protector. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Another great card coming out.
This card is slowly becoming my favorite.
Seems like you have a new favorite every time I ask, Austin. I'm not too sure, but I'll allow it this time.
You know what? I'm wishy-washy. I'm going to see a lot of games. It's a fair point. I'm going to see a lot of games, but overall,
a lot of games, a lot of opportunities to change your favorite card. Right?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said. There's like a lot of fun, in my opinion, for cards that don't just have like great base stats.
Absolutely.
Some like weird kind of hybrid flex cards that can be used in different scenarios. Like the thing doesn't do damage, but like it's so cool in the fact that it can like transport units around the map. I think that's like really
cool. It's very, very impactful, and we saw it in the first match, and we potentially might see it here, right? Just being such a good way to whether use it either offensively or defensively, depending on the situation you're in. Being able to whether it be teleport into an offensive position or retreat from some sort of damage if you're in a lower HP state. And also an Angel of Retribution played from Matthew on that turn. Drops a lot of aura in his opening turn.
It's true. Now this is going to be interesting though, because one of the big things, right, in my opinion, is you get that Angel of Retribution on the board, and then it takes some time to get to the opponent to deal 6 damage. But with that Stone Protector, you can get that Angel of Retribution right in there on the front lines. Get in their face. They can't do anything about it unless they cast a spell.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't see out of Matthew last game. I'm not sure. I think it might have came down to he just simply didn't draw the cards he was looking for.
Yeah, it's very possible.
But going to be interesting to see if he can utilize that strategy you're talking about here in this second game.
Yeah, because I think early on in the development of that first game, I think the Angel of Retribution was a little bit off to the side in a situation where it couldn't really get in on the action there early.
Absolutely.
But this puts him in a position where he could potentially get some early damage off.
Could be a difference maker, right?
Absolutely. However, I think it's also fair to say, we haven't seen much gameplay yet, but I think Angel of Retribution is certainly a popular card. I think a lot of players are aware of it.
He uses a second, speak of the devil, speak of the angel.
True, very true. Yeah,
and he also uses dedicated studies, trying to strengthen his hand.
Yeah, so this could be potentially pretty huge for him. Being able to utilize that mobility is big. But as I was saying, a lot of the players understand that Angel of Retribution is a very powerful card.
Yeah.
I think most of them understand they probably will be playing against it at some point, and I don't think they're going to be unprepared. So we'll see how this plays out.
You would think lots of counters being built into every player at this tournament's hand to deal with a card such as Angel of Retribution, right? But Who knows, right? Maybe he forgot.
Hey, yeah.
Maybe he forgot.
Or maybe he doesn't draw the right cards.
I was just
right?
gonna. I was just gonna say that it's not necessarily so much. Maybe he does have it built into his deck, but it all comes down to the 5 cards you draw off at the start, and then the 1 card you're drawing every turn, right?
It's true. And there it is.
And he puts it into the back line as he goes onto the offensive. How do you think Will gets out of this? I am not too sure. He may be taking a hefty amount of damage very shortly.
Now, one thing I kind of want to bring attention to that I think could potentially play an interesting part, if I'm not mistaken, there's a river of knee in the bottom right corner, which could allow that in the event that, let's say, that Angel of Retribution does take some big damage off a spell, it could retreat back and essentially get some health back.
Yeah.
Kind of functions as like a base station.
Yeah, kind of. It's in a situation where it can maybe go in, deal its damage. Obviously, a counterattack, and we talked about it having 6 HP. It's not something you can just deal with in one turn, unless obviously you have a lot of counters.
Unless you have something specifically built for it, or you're willing to spend a boatload of aura.
Wonder how Will is going to counter this.
Yeah, because this is the thing, right? And we've certainly played against each other.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that I always struggle to deal with those angels is the Brooks are great, but they don't have ranged attacks.
Yeah.
So sure, I can get them out in time, but I can't do.
It's not going to do anything.
I can't do range damage, right? So.
And I believe that is a.
Hard to tell what bit of a sweet spot there on things.
Oh, that is not.
Okay, I was a spell there. That was used. Okay, that was. Okay, that's all right. We will get it sorted regardless. Okay, huge. So, big plays from Idris with those 2, what are they called? Basically, these are range units. They're like...
I'm going to put one up on the screen.
Thank you,
Is
there we go.
Is this the right card? Yes,
I was going to say monkey, but I knew there's a specific...
It is a gorilla, yeah.
But yes, you'll notice these are ranged attacks. So like I said, they're familiar. They understand, these players understand that Angel is an Angel of Retribution, strong card. You're going to have to be prepared for it at some point. You got to have options like that in your deck. And there it is.
Options in his deck is exactly what he has, but they do get taken out by Matthew. Not sure what he countered those with.
What he very well could have done, he might have had a ability with Nubia. I didn't quite see the card that was cast, but very well could have happened. He could have used a spell with extended awareness to potentially take out a unit. But, boom, here comes now, this is kind of an interesting situation here because you've got the Angel of Retribution in the backside. The Idra has been moved up, kind of out of a line of fire from those.
Yeah.
Now, Baruch is going to move in for the attack. It might be a situation where Idra's kind of running away from the Angel while the rest of the front line kind of charges Nubia here. But we'll see. Very interesting development.
You can see the Baruch on the left-hand side of your screen there.
Yeah.
Very, very strong.
Very strong. The Blitz in combination with the 4 damage on the fire attack, and also having 5 health. In general.
It's a very good overall, all-around card, right?
And it allows you, in a weird way, it almost acts like an attack spell, with the exception of that, obviously it falls into the turn count. So you have to wait to use it then, but you still get potentially 4 attack damage on the turn you cast it, right? So, or summon it, I should say. All right, Angel of Retribution going to come in. Counterspell is going to be used by Will.
I'm not sure what he played there.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Does move to Baruch. Angel of Retribution repositions.
Okay, so that will reposition it. It's going to be able to avoid. It must have been some sort of avoidance spell because Angel of Retribution would have been able to kill him immediately if that damage landed.
And he's going to teleport the one he had placed aggressively. And he's trying to deal with this Baruch, and I don't know how Will counters that. I'm not
He's
sure
already
if
used
he
his move.
can.
I don't know if he can use his rotate this turn.
I don't
So
believe
he might just end up taking this damage. And when I say taking this damage, that will kill the unit unless he has some sort of counterspell.
Yeah. We talked about Baruch being strong with 5 HP, and in most circumstances that is a hefty amount of HP to have on a summon. But obviously Angel of Retribution dealing 6 damage, so 5 health really isn't too much. That was Will that moved.
Yeah, I think he might have used a some type of get off of me type spell.
Yeah, I believe that's actually the official name is the get off of me spell.
Yeah. Oh no! I know what this spell is. It's or I don't think it's actually a spell. I believe it's a technique. It is. Where is it? Effectively, what it does is it forces the player to move. If they can move, they have to move. Otherwise,
okay.
they take damage. But I think the cost is actually from your timeline. It's not from your aura.
Speaking of aura, both players getting relatively low in aura count as we get down to the nitty-gritty here of this second game. In terms of HP counter, Will with a little bit of an advantage, but obviously his character starting off with more health in general, so if you take it relatively, a very, very close matchup here in game 2, as Will is on match point. As Matthew tries to think about his next move.
I mean, both players having kind of depleted their HP a considerable amount. They're in interesting position here. I mean, obviously those Angel of Retributions, like they're not dealt with, right? They've been avoided, but they haven't been dealt with. And with
Fireball coming out
and
from
with
Will.
slowly kind of losing aura, he might be in a position where he's just looking to survive for 5 turns to deal 10 damage with that fireball with Idra. But we shall see. Here, let me pull it up.
That's what I was trying
All
to
good,
do.
yeah, all good. Yeah, so effectively with those Idris action abilities, that fireball, there is some real potential that Will, instead of looking to fight, just looks to kind of kite the game out.
And we did see him use Fireball last time, but Matthew, having his Nubia on the River of Nai, did heal him back up from 10 to 11, so a little bit of healing.
Idris is unit will fall.
The board gets clear.
I don't know what was used there. Wait a second. Wait, no way. Did what I think? No.
Did Matthew win that game? It looks like they're setting. What did we miss?
There might have been.
Incredible.
There might have been a huge amount. No way. Not. No. Yeah. Oh, that was game. So there must have been a huge amount of damage there. Yes. So the interesting thing here, and maybe that was one of the things that spurred this playmaking, is we are on a 1 hour time limit for every game. So seeing as it's a best of 3, these players obviously are going to want to play fast to try and avoid any potential draws that are forced out,
like
similar to what we saw in the first match. So first match, going to go to Will. Pretty big victory there. I think he probably used a lot of burst spells. He potentially, I mean, he had enough mana to. It's very possible he could have had Meteorite. He could have used. I'm not sure he flashed it. It's very possible he could have used spells like Meteorite to potentially deal enough damage in one turn to.
Whatever was done, though, kudos to Matthew, as he is not going down without a fight.
No, he's not.
So yeah, it is 1-1 now, as Matthew was able to take that second game, as we are just moments away from starting this third and final game here.
Well, my apologies. I meant Matthew there. I wasn't talking about Will. But I think the big thing there, the key determinant in that game was absolutely Angels of Retribution, right?
Absolutely.
I think there might have even been a point. Honestly, it was possible there was even like a surrender because with the aura count,
two of them on the board.
Two of them on the board, potentially no way to deal with them, and there's a point where you can dance around them for a while. And I think maybe there was the idea that maybe the game could be kited out long enough, but. Again, with those turn counts, none of them are exhausted. They can just collapse and deal the damage. I think that's it. So we're heading into game 3. Very strong opening from Idris's side with Will. Going to start off with a Baruch and a Inferno Gal. Now the Inferno Gal, I'll pull that up because we haven't talked about that. Pretty simple. 1 HP. Place Inferno Gal on a spot adjacent to you. So basically, you're just casting it. It's low HP. I mean, decent amount of damage, but it's a low cost.
It's just something you have to deal with, right?
Yeah,
on the side of Matthew.
Yeah, it's something you have to deal with. And again, I think we've talked about it before, but the importance of turn economy.
Yeah.
When you have 3 units and they only have 1, you effectively get 3 turns, and they only get 1 in terms of before the full turn resets, right? But you get 3 opportunities to make actions or do things. Interesting decision.
He's going to move the Baruch into immediately an offensive position.
Yeah, Matthew
opting to move 2 spaces, skipping his action phase, if I'm not mistaken.
Forward. That was an interesting play. He must have some kind of play in mind.
Yeah. Already down to 12 HP.
Yeah, because that's pretty huge. Because you start with the base, right? You start with the base HP, and then.
Excuse me, I spoke too soon. He's down to 8 HP.
Inferno Gal deals 2. Baruch deals 4.
That's a lot of immediate damage. The fireball as well.
That's a massive amount of damage. We can only hope that Nubia has some sort of counterplay spells in mind here, because those spots to her left and right are occupied. So this becomes tricky, because if we're in a situation where, like, if you don't have something to deal an absolute boatload of damage directly in front of you right away, you almost have to retreat back and hope, because if you just leave that Baruch and that Inferno Gal there, that's
even if
that's
we
game.
Look at a card,
that's game in a turn if he doesn't avoid those 2 pieces of damage.
And we've talked about Stone Protector a bunch of times today. Obviously, I believe that's Tsunami coming out, if I'm not mistaken. 3 water damage to everything in its awareness, so that is going to clear out the fire element.
The Inferno Gal?
The Inferno Gal, sorry.
Good, yeah. No,
and then bring the Baruch down
to 1 HP.
To 1 HP.
That's not bad. I think maybe he was intending to play that. Like, I think he was intending to get into the group of them and then play it to help clear the board. Unfortunately, they just collapsed on him faster than he maybe anticipated potentially. But
backfired. But in a way, I think there was a lot of potential in that play. It just Will came out with 2 summons right off the bat, and we talked about the Baruch being able to do damage immediately in the same turn it's played, right? So and we saw the strength of exactly that there in the first turn. as Matthew. Is that an angel?
Yeah, it is an
It
angel. That is an angel.
That was his win con last game. Gonna see if that is as impactful in this game here. I mean, it's also in a position to clear out that Baruch, and then maybe once that is cleared out, Matthew can maybe try to come up with some way.
Oh, interesting. What is that?
Is that a meteor that I'm seeing?
What the? Let me see that. That is a chaos card, if I'm not mistaken. Wow.
Wow.
That's
So
a big-
Matthew
that's a-
down to
that's a big
3
pair.
HP, and he summons another Baruch as well. And he's going to use
I
fire.
think that might have been a meteor.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah, because he also took damage. He's going to be down to 1 HP.
Yeah, because he
and
used
then he's
the
going to use the
fireball,
Baruch, and
then
that's
the
going to be
Baruch,
game.
and that's going to be game.
Well played.
Terrifically
Well
done from
played.
Will with his back against the wall. He's
Interesting.
able to come up with the win.
Interesting. Yeah, that was like, I mean, it was an interesting strategy starting out with the Nubia getting in. Yeah, it was a really interesting concept getting into that initial play. I think he was looking to control the center of the board,
Yeah.
to use that tsunami to deal the damage. I think he just got a little overwhelmed early. Maybe he wasn't
Got ahead of himself.
anticipating the Baruch coming in and dealing that damage. Because man, that was like the second turn in, 12
And he was
damage
down-
dealt
he was
already.
down to less than half
I mean,
HP.
just starting off, that's like a hard thing to come back from. So, yeah, like you said. I mean, you always say it, the Angel of Retribution. You said it before. It's like a win condition almost
Yeah.
for that deck. And I think not being able to get it out as early as you want to, and then when it did come out, I think it was like a meteorite used on Will's side.
Yeah.
I mean, it was huge.
That was just a
absolutely huge.
great burst of damage, though, out of Will. But yeah, going back to Matthew's opener, I mean, I do see what he was trying to do there. But with the card like Tsunami, I think he ended up having to use it defensively, but I think that's a card that just initially you kind of think of having the ability to clear kind of the space in front of you.
Yeah.
Right? It's not really a card that you think of, getting up in your opponent's
Yeah,
face and
maybe
using
less
it
of an
offensively,
offensively, more
right?
as like a kind of like
Yeah.
a wave kind of crowd management
Yeah,
type.
so I wonder where I was getting at with that point. I wonder if that maybe wasn't his initial plan. Maybe he had something else in mind that he was moving up forward for.
And he realized he took 12
And he
damage
re-
early. He could,
yeah.
because once you're in that spot, like the Inferno Gowl was there, that deals 2 damage. And I mean, that's another thing. We talked about turn efficiency, but that's huge. No units out on the side.
Yeah.
That's twofold. It's only 1 health, but that's 2 damage you have to deal with, along with the 4. And if you leave that up with Idris, that's another 2 damage again with her passive ability, and that's game point in just 3 turns.
Yeah.
So,
And we saw the strength as well, like the fireball doing the last little bit of damage there. Like,
Yes,
that is
absolutely.
just really just a great combination of things. That was if we compare that to the first match we saw between Steve squared, if you will,
Yes,
the two
Steve
Steve and
squared,
Steve,
fair
just a very different style of game we saw being played here.
Yeah,
Obviously not
for
a mirror
sure.
matchup in terms of champions like the first game, but just in terms of the tempo of the games. The first round we saw going the full hour and then some, whereas this game we have, I believe, like 25 minutes left here
Right.
in this round,
Right.
and the game's already wrapped up.
I mean,
right?
if you look back, I think at game 1 of this initial
Yeah.
set, I think it was a bit more drawn out. I think
Yeah.
it was kind of to the wire, and then I think maybe Matt he took the idea of going on the offensive a bit too hard, because I think he saw a lot of success with those Angels of Retribution in the
second
second
game, yeah.
round, and he figured, you know what, like if I could just overwhelm them, like it'd be good. But anyway, I think we are going to go ahead and take a break, and we're going to get back to you with a few more games, and hopefully soon we're going to be heading into the bracket phase. But before then, we still have a few more games to show you, and we're certainly excited for them. Hopefully we'll get some cool decks, some more innovation. But thank you so much for joining us, and
see you
we'll
soon.
see you soon. Excellent.
All right, for those that stuck with us through our 10-minute break, we're going to be extending our break here a little longer. Things have kind of got shifted around in terms of our scheduling here at the event. We are going to take our lunch break now. I believe the plan is to come back in 1 p.m. So
yeah, we're going to be starting back up at 1.
minutes.
Yeah, so that's exciting. We got some good games, hopefully, coming up. We're going to be starting the bracket very soon, so we're going to getting into the real important matches. That'll be exciting.
Yeah. But for now, like I said, we are going to take our lunch break here at the venue. So maybe go do the same for those
definitely.
watching at home. But
Get some nutrition.
Yep. Otherwise, we will see you guys back here in 35 minutes, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you guys soon.
Have a good one.
pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed, except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I'm counting on. I used to want you dead, but now I only want you gone. She was a lot like you, maybe not quite as heavy. Now little Carolyn is in you too. One day they woke me up so I could live forever. It's such a shame the same will never happen to you. You got your shorts and life left. That's what I'm counting on. I'll let you get right to it. Now I only want you gone. Goodbye, my only friend. Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad. Well, you have been replaced. I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We had a quick lunch break there.
Yeah.
I'm Austin. I'm back here with Ty. We are back at Genesis 2021 Championships here in Toronto. We're happy to have you back. We're going to be very shortly joining a huge game between Hades and Jan. So hopefully we're going to be swept into that quickly, but we have some big plays overall that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've only seen 2 rounds, but we've been spoiled in terms of the quality of play that we've seen through this short amount of time, right? And super excited to jump into this match because we're actually seeing a character that we haven't seen today in Kun. So it's going to be very interesting to see what play style that's going to come out of that. That's going to be Jan that's playing him. So very interested to see what kind of deck he's built around the character, how he opts to choose the play style. Once we get into the game here, we'll pull up his card and talk a little bit about his abilities, his health, his aura, that kind of thing.
We can talk about that. I mean, we can. I think we're starting to get underway here, so we can switch up to the game cam while we can kind of continue to talk about it. But the big thing with Kun is definitely going to be that initial dash, that he has at the beginning of every turn. That's likely going to give him a lot of extra mobility.
Such a mobile character.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that plays into things. Definitely going to be looking to that. Also, like a big thing is that damage. Like, can we pull it up here on the screen?
Yeah, if we wanna head over to the board.
I can't do it. That's okay.
As we head over to the board, we're gonna pull up the card here in the left side of your screen. So if you look at Kun, obviously has that immediate dash, so at the beginning of your turn you may move a space. So not only do you have the ability to move that one space, you obviously still have your initial move phase. So definitely a very mobile character, can easily escape a lot of threats, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Not only can you escape a lot of threats, but you can put a lot of pressure on your opponent simply just by moving so much.
Absolutely. A big thing to note too is that that 26 health, right?
Yeah.
Pretty tanky for being that mobile. Also, he's got that timeline, essentially reduction. So that'll be kind of huge if he's looking to maybe potentially use more techniques as the game goes forward. But anyway,
we are underway here. Hades going first.
Both, and keep in mind, we didn't really bring it up before, but we've got the Kun coming out. On the other side, on Hades' side, we do have the Idris, which we've seen before. So we're likely going to see, I mean, who knows? I was going to say we're likely going to see maybe some of the same stuff, but you never know, right?
It's a mystery, right?
Absolutely. So some early mobility coming off from both sides. Both players are going to draw.
Very interested to see this matchup.
Yeah, kind of an interesting start. Hades kind of immediately moving towards the middle of the board, maybe looking to play more offensive here. Potentially maybe looking to try and corner Kun before it can get too mobile, get too shifty.
It's interesting because you think it would almost be the other way around, right? Where Kun immediately goes on the offensive, but Hades again continuing to progress forward. Moves up yet another space. Is going to play another summon there in the sunlight spotlight.
The sweet spot, as we like to call it here on the caster's desk, unfortunately.
So there is a card there. I could not tell you what it is.
Okay, it's exhausted, so it is a summon.
So it is a summon, yeah. We do know that much, folks, but bear with us. We'll just have to use our imagination.
The AoE blind. Yeah, we're using our imagination here.
Yep, it's actually a blind spot.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
See
it is an Idris. If I were to guess, so one thing we know it's not is a Barris, because
it would have been able to attack.
And it would have been able to, so we can scratch that off the table.
Great analysis from you, Austin.
Hey, you know what? That's why I'm here. Okay. Kun immediately going to move forward and rotate, potentially maybe predicting some potential actions here, or maybe looking to summon something in this position. Oh, is that a tsunami coming out? That's why he did the rotation. Very clever.
And he's going to tsunami. Yep, so that's going to remove the summon that we can see.
I think that's the okay, so that's the Gelda baboon.
Yep, that got taken out by the tsunami. Great tsunami there. Great movement to get into that position to use it.
Interesting. And now with this movement, it kind of opens up the top side of the board to potentially rotate around.
Yeah,
Right.
lots of space for him
Yeah,
to
it
start
just
moving
is
around.
going to move in.
Rotating as well to face Khan.
Going to use, looks like it's going to be a,
Some sort of a spell.
it's going to cast from the timeline. HP right now on Jan, looking a little low already. I mean, considering his starting HP, it's definitely something to be considered.
Yeah, started at 26, already down to
Oh, that's meteorite already.
a meteor use.
Coming, I mean, that's pretty huge, right? I mean, if you only have one unit on board, I think meteorite can be great. I mean, it's a good multi-purpose ability, right? Because you have a lot of stats. Let's pull up meteorite here for a second.
Yeah.
It's a really great card. You see, you kind of have 3 options with it. You can choose to deal 2 damage to a specific spot. You can do 3 to everything in and around an area, or you can just say, let's just glass the field and hit everything with 5 damage. So a lot of potential utility there.
Absolutely.
Really
It's
cool.
definitely a very versatile card, as you mentioned.
So a lot of damage going back and forth on both sides. That looked like a bolt shot as well.
Yeah.
Coming on the side of another bolt shot.
Bolt shot. Down to 9 HP.
This
This
is
is a
a-
very close matchup.
This is
and
a
it's
close match. It's fast.
very
These
fast.
players are playing very quickly, using a lot of spells and abilities, kind of getting in each other's.
They must have some sort of appointment they have to get to. They're trying to get the game finished as quick as possible.
They got places to be. They're speed
No
running
time to
this
mess
game.
around.
This isn't
Oh.
GDQ.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was playing all these.
I think this is
He's
a
discarding.
potential. And that would be potentially not dedicated studies, no?
I didn't see how many cards he actually
Yeah, I didn't quite see it as well.
discarded.
All good. Okay, attack stack is coming down here. Odin is going to come down from Hades. Now that is like essentially just moving into a target's in the awareness. So it's basically just like a sidestep ability for the champion.
Yeah.
Good movement tool.
Gonna drop
think there's some
Hades down to 6, 5,
Yeah.
4 HP.
That's some pretty big damage.
Back against the wall here, 4 HP. Still a decent amount of aura to be used by Hades.
Absolutely.
But wow, do you have to use it effectively?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big part. Sure, there's 62 aura, but if you look on the other side of Jan, I mean, he's still sitting on 77. Like, there's a lot of potential.
Does move. Is going to use the bolt
Bolt
shot, and I
shot.
believe that's game.
He's at 4 damage.
Unless there's a
Unless
counter.
there's some sort of counter. If they have another Odin to get out of that.
But do they?
Oh, but it wouldn't even work because Odin is a lateral movement. They're they're also facing forward. That's going to be game
That's going to be
one.
game there. We see the
Going
bolt shot
to the
coming
side
out.
of Jan. Wow, that was a quick
one.
game.
That was a quick
game. Both teams playing very aggressively, using a whole bunch of techniques, spells, very quickly. The big meteorite coming out was huge. I thought that was going to be like a tide turner, but like we said kind of earlier, that mobility to be able to maneuver around the enemy team, get those spells off. That tsunami was huge.
Yeah, a
Tsunami-
very well placed tsunami as well. Like
Tsunami was huge, followed by the bolt shot. I mean, just very well played by the side of that. But to be fair, I mean, it was like the score. Sure, it shows a bit of a number, but it was very easily spinnable as well, potentially for Hades there as well.
Yeah.
So I think this is a great best
match.
of 3. I'm excited for the second.
Yeah.
For the second
And
match.
I wonder if we're going to see, we've seen it in some of the past series we've had today, where maybe, whether it be the first or the second game, the tempos are drastically different, right? Where we see players kind of come out with a hot start, and then the second game they choose to play more passively,
That's
right?
a good point. Yeah, we've definitely seen it where players have kind of reevaluated their strategy mid-match, where they're like, you know what, that didn't really work out for me. Let's maybe play a little bit more passive this time, and who knows, maybe
And then
that's something.
if we do go to a third and final game, that's where you kind of just throw all your strategy out the window and you say, okay, what's working, what's not. Like you just have to kind of rehash everything and look to go through and win the game. But obviously, before we get to a game 3, we're going to have to see a Hades victory here in the second game.
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing I was really surprised about, typically being a pretty important part of the comp, we didn't see any Baruch play, and it's possible that that maybe just didn't get pulled.
Maybe didn't get drawn.
Because that's certainly like a big part of the comp. And maybe just Hades looks to play a bit more passive this time.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's going to be interesting.
But yeah, you talk about the Baruch obviously being one of the strongest cards in the hands of Idris. So yeah, you'd think if they had it in the timeline that it would be something that you'd be looking to play.
Yeah.
Just with the fact that obviously putting a summon on the board puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. But yeah, like you mentioned,
at the end of the day, you never know you never know what's in the timeline, or maybe they were looking for a potential counterplay or a win condition that maybe we weren't seeing.
Yeah.
All right. So,
like we've talked about time and time again today, lots of different players with lots of different strategies. So just one play that we see is definitely not the one end all be all play.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. And that's one of the great things about this game is because, again, I always end up comparing it to other card games, but because of like the ability to move your characters around, it's the decisive victor isn't always obvious in terms of like who's going to win a bout when it comes to cards. Right,
yeah, because one card might be great in one situation if you're in a certain position on the board, but let's say you're in a different position, whether it be offensively or more defensive situation, obviously certain cards are better there, right? So.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. So they've altered their decks a little bit, it looks like, going into this next round. Maybe there's been some adjustments. I did see that Galata Baboon, I believe, came out early twice, I think, but unfortunately both of them got sent down. Yeah, they got taken out pretty quickly, unfortunately. But we'll see.
I just can't believe how quick that round really was, and it wasn't even like...
Both players coming at each other immediately.
Yeah, it wasn't like it came out of nowhere, like straight off the jump, both players on the aggressive front. We saw Kuhn obviously go up into that top row, rotate, and then immediately use the tsunami, puts him in a great position, clears the board, and then was just able to snowball it from there, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty monstrous play. I mean, I think a big part of that is that mobility.
Yeah.
It affords you a lot of opportunities to attack.
We'll pull it up again on the screen for those that are maybe just joining us or maybe newer to the game.
Yeah.
So Khan's immediate dash ability is just a very, very great mobility spell, obviously giving him potentially a second or a third movement depending on if you want to skip your action phase or not. So just very good at repositioning. Obviously there's a lot of characters that have some element to reposition besides obviously the initial move phase that everyone has, but we are seeing the players draw their cards here as we're getting game
starting now. And another thing to add there, we've talked about it a little bit before, but you look back at the previous game, he doesn't have those 26 health points, right? He has just like a little bit less, and all of a sudden that game is completely within striking distance.
Completely.
So, again, being able to sustain that kind of damage, I think, is a big part of what makes him really strong.
And speak of Baruch, that is the first card we're going to see played here out of the side of Hades.
Listen to the casters, whether it's the right strategy or not, I don't know, but
Can you make sure, does she maybe have the stream open? Is that something we could check? I'm not sure.
She's checking it out. They're going to be played. I think that looks like another Gelda Baboon, if I'm not mistaken. Another great thing about that's similar to the Baruch is it's going to have blitz as well. So this deck, it looks like, with what she's playing with, is very blitz heavy. So it looks like it's going to be looking to get attacks off early if possible. And where that's currently positioned, if Khan does not move, he will be on the receiving end potentially of that 3 damage.
It'd be interesting to see what he does, but obviously we've talked about the mobility, maybe opting to go upwards to escape the blitz attacks that were put out from Hades here early on.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also a possibility that he does what he did before and plays to the corners.
Yeah.
Because currently, if he moves up or maybe in a T pattern, I think He kind of offers himself to a lot of potential damage from the Blitz characters that are currently on the board.
Oh, and he's going to go right into it.
He's going to go right into
Said
the
Austin,
attack.
I like your suggestion, but no, thank
No
you.
way. I'm not doing that. He must have something on board. It's possible he has a
Maybe
bolt.
another tsunami.
A
Or a
tsunami
bolt shot,
would be
yeah.
good. Bolt shot would also be two excellent spells right now that could be very strong.
Yep, so there's the bolt shot that we've seen time and time again. That was the lethal blow in the last game.
Is that what was casted there?
Nope, that was not bolt shot that was casted, so I'm going to take that off the screen. I believe...
Well played. Well, regardless, it looks like a single target attack spell that's going to remove that.
So he was able to remove the baboon.
It's going to remove the Gelda baboon. But it looks like he's going to forfeit some health there from that attack. I think it's likely because of the attack stack ended up dealing damage to him.
And I believe it was a sandstorm that he played, if I'm not mistaken. So 4 earth damage to everything on 2 different target spots. So
interesting. So that is why that's a very good call out. So now that means that Baruch from 5 health has now been dramatically reduced to that 1 health.
Yeah, we see the dice with the 1 HP.
Yeah, but now it's moving into attack position. It has blitz. He's going to use that as a technique, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's Vellum, if I'm not mistaken.
That sandstorm, though, a great way to clear off the initial pressure from Hades, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, with having 2 summons on the board, a sandstorm that's able to do 4 damage to 2 different unique locations on the board is a great way to clear it with a big awareness as well.
I mean, Hades kind of objectively here coming out with a mini win, I think, in this kind of like this back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having drained some HP, being up in the aura count, and having the board cleared, I think is
I mean, you can't
strong.
complain too much. The initial strategy, at least from what it looked like from Hades, was very aggressive, trying to get up in Jan's face.
The Infernal Gal going to be coming up there. Sorry, go ahead.
So wasn't able to get the aggressive play off, but at least it's not like it backfired too much, right? Like, it's not like
absolutely.
they're sitting at 10 HP, right? Like, still very healthy, still lots of aura in their repertoire.
I say it's like a mini win. There's certainly still lots of game to play. I think it was just like a really good trade there taken.
Good to see him dash.
Right, I forgot. Yeah, the great thing about Kun is the fact that he can move into a spot even if it's occupied. He has that flight ability.
So he's going to go straight past the summon there and go straight to Hades and hit the Idris for 2 damage.
Oh man, that was clever.
That was very smart. Not gonna lie, I did not see that play coming.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. However, now the one thing that he's kind of susceptible to now is he's sitting kind of in a field of enemies. He used his movement. He used an attack. He did not summon anything.
Yeah. And he's exerted now.
Is he exerted? He used.
Did he not attack?
It's very possible he used.
Oh, so that was just.
He must have used a Swift. He must have used a Swift spell.
Interesting. I believe that is that's a tsunami that just came out. Tsunami gonna clear the board of all the summons.
That movement is huge.
Yeah.
I think Tsunami, like, we've seen it a bunch. He must have a bunch inside the deck.
Yeah.
Huge part of the deck. Being able to reposition and then clear out massive waves of enemies with that kind of movement is huge.
It's a great way to clear the board, reset, reposition.
Yeah. And dealing some damage all in the process.
Yeah. Even if you're not dealing damage, to the Idris itself, you're still taking away a lot of the value that Idris has with, a lot of the summons that we see that character play. If you can simply just clear it out, it takes away a lot of the value.
Absolutely. And Idris is going to rotate. She's going to use that fireball. We've talked about it a little bit before. When you're playing against Idris, like we kind of said, you are, in a way, playing against the clock. She has that ability to hit you with a fireball every turn for 2 damage.
No matter where you are, right?
No matter where you are.
In the arena.
Exactly. Kun's going to deal some damage. That's a pretty direct
2
attack.
damage. Exhaust himself is in a
Or
shot,
bolt
so an
shot.
additional 4 damage coming out on top
Ooh,
of the
counterplay.
additional
Counterplay potentially.
2. Not
Interesting. Could that be Revenge of the Phoenix? I think it might be. I think what that is going to do is prevent all damage dealt to them.
Wow.
Interesting. So that is going to reduce all that damage from the bolt shot.
What a great counterplay
But the
from
trigger,
Hades.
the execute, if you have prevented damage with it, you may deal that amount of damage to a target in its awareness. So not only is it going to block the damage, it's going to send it right back at that champion. Now,
Wow. Backfired a little bit for Jan.
now will it go through? He's going to add another ability onto the stack. So the stack will continue.
Stack keeps
So
going.
attack comes out, reversal comes out, a secondary reversal comes out. What is that just got played? That is... Can't quite make it out. I'm going to assume it's some sort of counter spell or damage reduction.
Yeah, as we look to pull it up here, see if Hades has anything to...
Oh, I think it might have been a leap of some sort. It might have been some sort of damage reduction. Either way, both spells on that stack are going to be nullified.
So that was basically just burning cards.
Burning cards in that sense, for sure. A lot of aura burnt that turn.
But that was... That could have been, you know, really...
That could have been bad for both players.
Yeah.
That could have been.
Whoever
rough.
ended up getting hit with that damage would have been in a very bad spot. But both players able to neglect the damage in
Yeah.
different ways. So we continue on. Both players stuck here at 18 HP. Take a look at Hades' aura count, though, down to 36, Austin.
Yes, it is getting kind of dangerously low. Hades is going to play a what was that? I didn't
It's in
quite
the
catch
sunlight spot again.
that. Yeah, unfortunate, but that's okay.
We're doing our best.
Yeah. Both, they're getting low in HP, but arguably the more concerning thing is that
Oh, Kun's gonna dash.
yeah, he's gonna dash. He's presumably going to. I think he might use a spell and then use.
His character ability.
That's very possible. There's a lot of potential damage coming on this side.
I'm gonna take this Revenge of the Phoenix off the screen real quick.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? For a sec, I was like, "What? This isn't a what is it?
As
This
the
isn't a
stack
Nubia deck."
begins.
I thought they were busting out of the Chrono Shift. I was like, "What's going on?" Okay, no. So what was this play there? So it looks like.
I believe that
So-
was some sort of dash.
I think that was effectively going to be a. I think that was an Odin that she used to dive out of the way,
Reposition, yeah.
reposition herself out of that potential damage.
Very
She
smart
might leave-
considering the low HP.
Yeah, she might. They might leave. It just is potentially still susceptible to, say, like a bolt shot.
Yeah.
But we'll avoid that like 2 damage coming through on the basic attack from.
And I don't want to be a card peeker, but
Uh-oh.
I have been looking at Jan's deck. I don't believe he currently has a bolt shot in his hand.
Yeah, both players. One thing we do tell the players to be wary of keeping their cards close to their chest, just for the sake of the stream purposes. But what was played there? The AOE blind. We can't see it. It was mythical. It was mythical protection. So
Yep.
I think a spell was used. Hades played mythical protection, which is basically like you cannot be. Oh, maybe not. So Hades is playing the mythical protection, looking to avoid any spells that are cast this round.
And that's something you
clever.
have to take advantage of this round, right? Not being able to get targeted. You know, you could kind of retreat off that, but you could also, you know, not being able to be targeted. You think you
you're
would
in a
go on the
position. Yeah,
offensive
absolutely.
as well, right?
You're in a position where you're exhausted. But mythical protection, it's a swift ability. You can use it to potentially avoid a lot of that incoming damage.
But on the other side, for Jan, you see that card come out. And
you
could
know,
simply
it
say,
might be
okay.
open season,
Yeah.
you know, and it really is starting to look like that with Hades down to 21 aura. Things are starting to get dire. Can we get a burr? Okay, so we are going to get the Inferno Gal, low cost summon. Gonna come out, deals 1 damage.
These low-cost summons
Or
good
2
in a
damage, sorry.
position like
Yeah.
this. Obviously, 6 aura when you are only down to, you know, less than 20 aura.
With just 10 aura, you gotta wonder what
no
they could be
huge
sitting.
spells can come out on the side of Hades,
No.
right? No meteorites, at least ones of large impact.
One thing you cannot rule out though is Idris's 2 damage per turn.
Yeah.
At this rate, she can, if Idris can avoid damage for 5 turns.
And I believe that is a diabolical roar used from the side of Yon. So basically saying, I know you don't have a ton of aura anyways, but even if you did have an aura to play a
Potentially
certain
get rid
card
of?
you want, too bad, discard it.
So thoughts are going to be emptied.
Yeah.
So basically, if I'm Hades, I'm thinking the win condition effectively becomes that Idris passive ability where she has the ability to do 2 damage per turn. If I'm Hades, I'm thinking that is my win condition.
Yeah. But how do you escape? How do you last that long?
And it looks like a spell was used. That is a lot of damage, and that is going to be the game going to Yon.
Wow.
I think it's just discussion now, but wow, both teams. What a health regen play! No, I'm kidding.
I think it was just an error there in terms of the health calculations and whatnot, but down to 3 HP for Hades.
Could have been some spell immunity there, potentially. Both players, so Hades will get a card. Again, I'm really thinking here if... I don't know of a card that you'd really want to play here unless you just want to like try and escape.
But the thing that we've talked about time and time
Is
again,
that mobility.
the mobility
is going to chase you
can
down.
run, but you can't hide from Kun, right?
So the question is
only so
then,
far you can go.
if Kun can do if Kun does 2 damages on his basic attack,
He just needs one other spell that
needs
deals
one spell.
any amount of damage.
and if he can get a summon off that can help box Hades in, I think
we
this
could be
could
looking
be
at match
game.
point very soon
so
here.
that's going to be 2 damage. If he has another spell that he is sitting on, and there's the bolt
And there's
shot,
bolt shot.
and that is going
That
to be
is
the
all
game
they
for Yon.
wrote, folks.
Taking it 2-0.
Very convincingly.
Convincing game, but yeah, honestly though, Hades still played a solid hand. I think that first round was a little bit rough. Just got really good ability usage there with the tsunami. Again, we talked about it before, that repositioning, getting to a spot where you can rotate, hitting 2, 3, 4 summons at a time with that tsunami, dealing the damage, clearing the field. I think that was like absolutely crucial in terms of like securing that win for them.
Yeah, and just unfortunate for Hades, I think a lot of the right moves were being made. Just, towards the end got to a point where limited on aura, for what we know, there could have been a lot of good cards in the timeline that could have been played, but simply just didn't have enough aura to play them potentially. And then, like we mentioned, trying to run away to, maybe stall time, keep doing bolt shots and whatnot, or not bolt shots, excuse me, the Idris's ability that deals the fireball.
Oh yeah, Idris's fireball dealing the 2 damage.
Like we've mentioned, wanting to stall for that dealing 2 damage each round, no matter where the Kun is, but you can run, you cannot hide from the Kun. And
it's
there's
true.
only
It's
so many
true.
turns.
You're gonna, it's
you're
true.
dead.
You're gonna get run down, and I think like a big thing there is, in my opinion, like those Gelder baboons were huge. Having that blitz, I think, again, I like to rely on it. That Baruch, I think one of the reasons that card could be so good in those situations is because we see character or summons like the baboon and the Infernal Gala, like they're gonna get wiped out in one shot by those tsunami plays. But that Baruch has enough health to sustain those kind of shots and still stay in the game to follow up on those fights. So it is what it is. Again, you're totally right. It's very possible maybe those didn't end up into the timeline, didn't end up with the hands you wanted to play. At the end of the day, that's kind of...
That's the name of the game,
Yeah,
right?
that's the name of the game sometimes, right? But overall, both players played very well.
Yeah.
I think...
in a perfect world, obviously, you'd be able to shuffle through your deck and say, okay, this is the card I need right now. But you know,
there is a card that does that.
Yeah.
But you're paying a heavy cost for it.
Like
for sure.
every card game, though, obviously RNG is going to play somewhat of a factor.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, but that's also what makes it so exciting, right? You
Absolutely.
have to look at the situation you're dealt with, being which cards are obviously put into your timeline, and then analyze the situation you're in because of it, and then make the best out of whatever situation
Absolutely,
you're in, right?
and RNG definitely does play a factor. I think it's definitely important, and we've talked about it a little bit before, to recognize the kind of role. And really cool thing about Genesis is the fact that, like in most card games traditionally, you're only allowed a certain amount of a card in a deck.
Yeah,
but the really cool thing is you can kind of stack the deck in your favor, because you can have as many cards of a certain type in your deck as you'd like, as long as your deck meets like the recommended, or the requirements, I should say.
Yeah, and we see that with a lot of decks here today, where, you know, the stronger cards, like the bolt shots, for example, obviously a number of them being used in both games that we just saw there out of Yon. Bolt shot also, I don't know if we've talked about it too much. Just, it's a very simple card, don't get me wrong, but just still a very strong card, being able to deal 4 damage.
Yeah,
it's a very valuable
It's
thing.
effective. It's very effective, and I think also, like, again, kind of unsung hero in that battle that dealt a lot of passive damage. It isn't as like huge field clearing. Bolt shot.
Yeah.
Pretty huge, right? 2 damage coming in. Some good reversal plays there from Hades to kind of try and avoid the damage, but unfortunately there were counter spells on the attack stack that just kind of managed to escape. But
well, yeah, there was that one turn where it looked like it was going to be a lethal hit for Yon to Hades.
Yeah,
and
but
then
I think that came
they were
out
able
from
to escape
there
it.
was a protection spell that made them immune, if I'm not mistaken. Might
Yeah.
have happened in the turn before. I think there was a little bit of discussion throughout the players what was going on there, so we might have missed one thing that happened there. But yeah, it was a good game. Like, again, the scores were a little bit, it seemed lopsided, but at the end
really
of the day,
wasn't when you think
when those auras are counting down, obviously there's a certain point when you're like, man, especially if you're Idris, you're like, man, I've got 10 aura. That equals up to like 10 damage I can deal to another character if I can survive 5 turns. So it's
Which
like,
against Khan is a task, right?
it's a difficult hole to dig yourself out of. But overall, well played. So, as of right now, I think there's a whole bunch of other games still going on in the bracket. Right now you're watching our main table, and for the most part those have been selected at random, but obviously as we go on throughout the day, we're going to get the highlight matches for you folks at home that are watching.
Yeah,
we're excited for those.
Looking at the time, it's just after 2, so still lots of time here in the day.
Absolutely.
Still a couple more rounds in the group stage, I believe, unless we're heading into the bracket shortly.
Yeah, and
we will try to figure that information out for you guys. But yeah, lots of tournaments still to be played. Obviously, we do have to find a winner, so it'll be very interesting.
We do.
Yeah, that's how tournament works. There is going to be a winner, believe it or not. I know that might come as a shock.
If you had to talk about maybe like, do you have like a favorite card that you've seen thus far?
Favorite card? I mean, favorite card in the game is the Angel of Retribution.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a personal favorite for me. But
there you go. You had it up there.
I don't know if we can pull it up. I don't think we can pull it up on this screen.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's all right.
Lots of good cards, man. I am not.
Yeah, Angel of Retribution again is like we've talked about it before. Just so strong. I think so many cards understand how strong it is, and they almost have to actively build in their decks to be like, hey, if I come across this, like I need to be ready for it. Otherwise, it's game over.
And then, to answer your question now, just in terms of cards that we've seen today, not necessarily, my favorite card, I think we've seen a lot of interesting plays with the Stone Protector, right?
Yeah.
Specifically in the first 2 matches, not in this past match that we just watched, but just such a great card at being able to reposition. I think it's really interesting on a character like Idris, right, where there's no mobility built into that character besides your initial move phase. But playing a summon like that gives you the ability to, reposition like Gun can.
You can.
It would be a really
mobility.
interesting card in a matchup like this, right?
Yeah, and we saw it a little bit in the second game we watched today with not even just being able to keep your Idris mobile, but turning that like mobility into, or not, sorry, the Idris mobile, keeping your Nubia mobile instead of moving your champion, you can move that angel. You can move that like big damage carry wherever you want in the field and not exhaust it and still get that damage off. I think it's like absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how big of an impact that card has on the rest of the tournament. Personally, I think it's a very strong card in a lot of decks.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
Who knows? We're still, like I mentioned, very early into the tournament.
Yeah.
We might not have even scratched the surface in terms of, super impactful cards that we're going to see later on.
It's true, and one thing to note, right, is the fact that we've watched 3 games now.
Yeah.
But there's been plenty more. Like
what you guys don't see behind the camera is we're looking at about 10 more games going on while we're watching, if not more. While we're watching this one that's on stream.
Yeah, so you're just getting some of the highlights, but I'm sure once we get down to quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, we're going to see certainly the best of the best and some very interesting gameplay. I'm excited to see maybe what kinds of cards and strategies that are unorthodox have made it out of group stages against some of the meta decks.
And who knows, so far we've seen Kun, Idris, Nubia.
Yes, those have been
the
like
only 3 we've seen through our now 3 completed games that we've commentated. But I'm very interested to see if any other characters are being played at any of these other tables that haven't been able to make the main stage.
Yeah.
I wonder if we look at a champion list, if we maybe see, we talked about like a Long, potentially a Fang, a Raha, like there's so many different options.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, some characters in the community are considered more meta than others, or stronger based on the cards they can put into their decks. But who knows? Maybe there's one of these players that's so comfortable on a certain hero that we just haven't seen it yet.
And that's what I mean, especially in a game like Genesis where the meta is kind of slowly developing. Again, we've said it before, we'll say it again. We haven't had a tournament, an in-person tournament, 2 years essentially, 2019. A lot of the good players have been sitting on their decks for a while and innovating their play styles as their decks, their strategies, and all that. So previous metas we may have thought before were the strongest cards, we might find ourselves looking at an entirely new meta after this tournament. So I think that's really cool. Like you said, I'd love to see a Rain. I just love the utility
100%.
that they bring to the table. I think that's really cool, the mobility, but one of the really cool things is you can, with that Nubia, you can play that Guardian and have that kind of lane mobility with that card, which is really cool. I'd also like to see Long. I think that would be really cool. I love his healing. I like the idea of like kind of buffing up units and sending them in as kind of a mega.
Well, you just
thing.
kind of sit back, right?
It's really cool. He also has that ability, the purifying wave, being able to kind of clear units off the field in a huge sweeping thing. I think is really cool.
Well, we've seen that be so effective today in the first match of, or the first game of this previous matchup that we just saw. That tsunami play that came out early on in the first game from Kun had a huge impact on the game. If you thought of the opener Hades had there, the Baruch that came out early on, plus there was another summon played at that time, was there not? Or am I?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the very quick drawn assault of the Baruchs I think was pretty pivotal in that game.
But so board spells that can do a large amount of AoE damage that can clear out these summons, or not even necessarily clear them out, but just weaken them, where then you can go in with whether it's a hero or a summon of your own to kind of wipe out the remainder of the board. We've seen those have a huge impact time and time again here throughout this tournament, and I think that's something to definitely keep an eye on going forward. I think the AoE spells are just a great way to gain control, not even necessarily gain control of the board, but just reset everything. Okay, so I'm in a position where I'm really not looking too hot, maybe I'm down in HP, obviously my opponent has more summons on the board, boom, tsunami, and bam, we're back at a level playing field. Maybe not in terms of HP, but okay, it's a fresh restart, clean slate, and then go from there.
You love those unexpected kind of flips. Right, especially, that's one of the things I really like is the attack stack in this game. I think is really cool. It offers a lot of room for creativity, which is something that's honestly a lot of fun to watch. In my opinion, I think it's really cool seeing the attack stack kind of develop as a battle is taking place. I would like to see. I think it would be cool. I've talked about Rain. I've talked about Long. I think they're both very unique. It doesn't really matter. I'd like to see like a brawler-esque. I mean, I know kind of
Like a
similar.
Malik, kind of. Maybe?
Malik would be cool. I'd like to see some Malik.
The tankiest character in the game. It would be very interesting to see, obviously depending on the matchup on the other side. But yeah, just being a very tanky character, able to withstand a lot of damage, would be really interesting to see, you know, the tempo of play that's associated with, you know, a Malik from, you know, these top tier level players that are here today. Would be interesting to see if, you know, they're going aggressive or if they're more so, you know, taking their high HP, factoring that into their play style, and maybe sitting back, you know, continually drawing cards, looking for the right play, and then, yeah, you might be taking damage, but having, I believe it's 30 base health, puts you in a great spot. So maybe you're down to 15 HP, you're still in a great spot, and you might have, you know, a lot of tools in your arsenal, maybe a good amount of aura. So I would also like to see a Malik come out today. Hopefully we do get to see it.
And again,
People
obviously,
bring
with all the
straws.
people playing, the percentage of that happening sometimes can be low, but you never know, right? It would be fun to see. Yeah, I think that would be really cool to be able to see a rushdown character. One thing I was going to say that I was kind of surprised, and the one we haven't really seen too many alterations being played. The one being the river, the restorative river that was used in conjunction oftentimes with the stone protector.
Yeah.
Which is kind of creative.
Retreat
because
back and
you can,
heal,
yeah,
right?
you can send those units in, you can send them back, take them back, heal them, and then send them back into the fray again. I think that's pretty cool. Especially on some units that maybe traditionally wouldn't survive that first initial hit.
Yeah.
You can give them that bonus HP and then send launch pad them in. I think it's like a really cool amount of utility.
Yeah. In terms of the timeline here moving forward, we do still have some games finishing up. I'm not sure if our production team wants to go to break.
Yeah, if not.
I just got the signal. I think we are going to take a quick break, let these games finish up, and then we are going to set up. So we should be finishing up this round of games shortly. We will, you know, reconvene here hopefully in just a couple of minutes' time as we get another game going up on the main stage. But don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
All right, and welcome back inside to the Genesis Battle of Championships 2021 Championship. Joined alongside my co-caster Austin, I'm Ty. Thank you for bearing with us through these breaks. We are getting set up for a round here between Jan, who we saw previously in the last round, and we do have a new competitor in Ruben.
Yes.
And a new champion.
We're going to be seeing some core gameplay, so that's going to be fun. Now, just to give you guys an idea as to what's going on within the championship right now, we are in round 4 of group stages. After round 4, after this game, we're going to be moving to our top 8. So effectively a quarterfinal, which will obviously be followed by a semifinal, a final, and well, it's effectively grand final.
Yeah.
So we're certainly excited to hop into our next game. I think the players are just getting ready to go, but while they're doing that, we can talk a little bit, we can transition to the board cam, and we can maybe talk a little bit about the champions we may be expecting. We saw Ja in the previous round. He played a very interesting Kun-style deck, relied heavily on mobility, a lot of spell usage, using that tsunami to clear out a lot of the summons that were played earlier.
Yeah, not so many summons that we saw in his deck. But yeah, here we jump on the board if you want to pull up Core's ability and talk about it maybe a little bit, Austin.
Yeah, for sure. So one thing we'll match the card art. Why not? Same character. Just I do like this art. Really cool. And one thing I will say before I dive right into it, a lot of these arts on these cards are pretty darn gorgeous. And one of the great things about being in person at these events is you get the opportunity to see the creators of the game, you get to talk with them, you get to see some of the artists there working on some of the stuff, see new art pieces and stuff like that. It's just something I wanted to bring to light. It's really great being here in person at these events.
And a big aggressive move coming out from Jan straight away, moves right into Ruben's face.
Wow, yeah, that is very aggressive. So yes, like you said before, Core carrying some big health, but his ability essentially being to execute a unit that has 1 health, and with that you have the ability to draw the card. Now also from his timeline, he gets that 1 timeline cost reduction, so that may play very useful when using techniques.
Yeah. So super excited. We talked about it, at the end of the last match that we did want to see some new characters, and
there's the Kun tidal wave coming in hot right at the get-go. Sorry to cut you off there.
No worries at all. So we do see the tsunami come out. We talked about that as well.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
This man called it a tidal wave. I'll let that slide.
Tsunami,
Yeah.
followed by a chrono shift to avoid the damage on the side of the core. Very cool.
That is a great sequence of cards coming out from the side of Jan. He's just brilliant on this Kun deck so far. Not really a summon-heavy deck, at least from what we've seen so far that he's played, but relying a lot on, like you mentioned, movement and spells, right?
Interesting. So quite a few cards coming out here. I think a lot of these being spells. Core using some mobility. I think only 1 damage being dealt by Core to Jan on that Kun, but we'll see.
And one thing, if we go back to Core and we just look at the aura, 120 was the original starting aura, already dropped down to 63, Austin.
Yes, that actually a really huge power play there. But as of right now, we'll see how much comes from it, because so far only 1 damage being dealt.
Yeah.
So we'll see if those cards end up having a greater impact on this game, but we'll see.
But it does look like he has a lot of presence on the board, right? I believe he has 2 summons plus obviously his hero on the board right now. Jan having, really no control over the board as of right now. We talked about, a lot of spell heavy cards being put into this Kun deck, and necessarily that you don't really need as much board control in terms of summons, because you do have
that
these
mobility,
wipes, right?
Yeah,
you have the mobility and the
mobility
wipes.
and the wipes, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see. So it looks like the turn will reset. We're going to see both sides kind of resetting.
And I think we're seeing, this might end up being like we've seen in a lot of the first matches of each series, where the first match you just kind of feel out your opponent's playstyle, right? And yet again,
Yon's gonna relocate.
it is hurricane season with the amount of tsunamis coming out. Oh my goodness, Yon yet again.
Yeah, and
basically wiping the board, or not basically, he does wipe the board.
Effectively wiping the board. There might potentially be a chrono shift involved, but it doesn't look like it will be played because, again, the attack stack goes off. Nothing will be there to follow that.
And it does actually hit the core as well. So
for the damage, yes, absolutely.
Down to 20 HP. Both players basically sitting in the same position right now, essentially same aura, same HP, give or take. So very early on here, lots of aura being used, but not too much damage being dealt by either side in terms of hero damage.
Card being played here, just hovered a little bit, can't quite see what it is. All right, excellent. So what the card being played there, if I'm not mistaken, what is that? I might have a different spell chart. Oh, okay. So he's gonna call into his subconscious, I think, to draw out 3 summons. I think that's one of Core's abilities here. Let me double check that. Not his abilities, but I think it's one thing that's unique to his style of deck.
You know, Core is a champion or a hero, if you will, that I didn't really expect to see at this tournament. So, you know, not really too familiar with the play style.
Yeah.
But it's definitely very interesting.
Watching it develop. But like, you look at the situation, right? And this is one of those rough things, right? Because you look to box and those summons.
You just can't.
But he has flight. He can't do it. He can just move over those occupied tiles. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. And that's really the strength in a nutshell of Kun, right? Just such a very mobile character that so hard to, you know, get a hold of him. And yet again,
tsunami.
For those that did not see, yet again another tsunami. Pray for the houses that live on a shoreline.
Yeah, my goodness, that's a lot of damage. But
it is.
One thing to keep in mind though is these tsunamis. Sure, they're doing 3 damage. Sure. Certainly, but they also cost 18 aura per cast, so they are starting to add up, and if they continue to do so, it could leave Yon potentially in a situation where he's out of aura and unable to make a play. Oh, and there we have it. Let me tell you, I kind of like this unit here. Let me pull it up. If I'm not mistaken, that is Death's Companion. There we are. Death's Companion being played there. Some would argue the counter, or not, maybe not counter, but the yin to the yang of the Angel's Angel of Retribution. I think a really cool card, very similar.
Very similar.
Has a bit less health, but it still effectively has the flight and area ability that we talked about earlier. And although it only has 3 health, it deals 5 range damage when it's able to land a hit. But Gun is going to be able to deal with that very quickly.
Not going to last too long with
the bolt shot.
It's going
to come in, land. It's going to deal with that very quickly. Definitely important to get that off the board. You leave a lot of potential damage dealt to you if you don't remove that from play very quickly. Technique is going to come out here on the side of Kun.
I believe that's a wind slash that got played actually. So.
Ranged air attack. So I think that's one of the things that maybe helped them also eliminate and deal some damage to Ruben and Core by extension.
Ruben down to 11 HP.
Rough situation. Down HP, also down aura. You have to wonder what the play is at this point.
Yeah, that's a great question, Austin. You know, very limited in terms of amount of cards you can play. You have to be very conservative and make sure that obviously you're being very careful to play it wisely. Is going to play a summon here that is immediately exerted, brings him down to 26 aura, so we're going to see how much value that brings him as the round ends. Both players draw a card. Because I believe Yon will have the first move here.
Yeah, he's gonna likely get an attack off, potentially using a spell here, maybe Bolt Shot, maybe. Honestly, there could be another tsunami in the future here. Who knows? But if that's the case, and Core is able to survive the next few volleys. I mean, could be like low amount of aura. Oh, that looks like it's going to be another AoE spell or technique.
I believe that was a sandstorm that came out, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that the you deal two different
so it's
targets?
4 damage to
4
two
damage to
different
2 targets within that awareness. Nice.
The producer in my ear just said Darude sandstorm, so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing the damage.
I know there's people in the chat that have been loving the music we've been playing.
That's on them. That is on our tech
so
team.
big shout out to the tech team playing a lot of good tunes here today, keeping us entertained. But really, we don't need to be entertained by music because we are being entertained by some great Genesis Austin.
Yeah, for real.
As the round ends, Ruben down to 7 HP after that sandstorm.
Oh man, it's so brutal because you can't. There's no way to counterattack there. If he's gonna play a spell here, he might. We'll see. It's possible that a spell is played here. Instead, I guess Khan is just going to look to rotate around behind him. Okay, there's the shot. Damage is going to come through. That's a lot of damage. Oh, he's got another one.
Oh,
But
no.
I think that's game, unless he's got a counter.
Bolt shot
Bolt shot doing 4 damage, and that is going to be
game.
game 1.
Using
Going
2
to
bolt shots
Jan.
when Ruben was at 7 HP, bringing him down to -1.
I mean, an
Jan.
interesting effort. I mean, huge start from Ruben. He spent a lot of aura in those opening rounds. I think trying to secure board control, but it's exactly almost like we saw in the previous game. Kind of able to navigate around those summons and then deal the damage with the tsunami to completely wipe all that clean.
Absolutely, and I'm going to pull Core up back here on the screen. So we talked about the action a little bit, killing a target summon with 1 health in your awareness, but we've talked about the Kun deck really not having that many summons.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's almost like, is it really that good of an ability? At least into this deck, I'm obviously sure there's matchups where it's very, very favorable and a very good ability. But in this case here, I don't even think they were Ruben was able to use it once, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, and I think Jan might be very, very aware of that fact. I think when he's considering playing cards, especially potentially low-cost cards, I think he's probably considering the decision of potentially playing those commons and instead or those summons, I should say, and instead deciding, you know what, let's just maneuver around those characters. We probably have Tsunami top decked. We probably have Bolt Shot top decked. They're going to look for the opportunities and they're going to find that damage, I think, a good chunk of the time. So, I mean, honestly, I hope Ruben can find an opportunity here to kind of switch things up. I think it's going to be difficult for him, especially even if you, that's the greatest thing about kind of his ability. Even though you can get a bunch of units on the field, he can just walk right through them, right? And you can't box him in.
Yeah, and I was actually going to point out, you talked about aura with Ruben being down to 26 by the end of that game, but you look at the side of Jan, basically in the same position, right, down to 27 aura, but it's just the matter of how the aura was being used, right? Like Ruben was dumping a lot of his aura into playing summons, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Jan was basically countering those summons with spells. That's what he was dumping his aura into. Cleared the board and basically deemed Ruben's aura that he spent on those summons irrelevant, and it was able to help him pick up the first victory in the first match. as the players are getting set here to go into our second game. Yeah, like you talked about, going to be really interesting to see what Ruben does in terms of his play style going forward, how he's going to try to adapt to this Kun that's looked very, very strong from what we've seen out of Jan. A very good Kun player.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right about the plays being made with the tsunami, effectively nullifying a lot of the counters. And I think the really thing that makes it such a viable strategy is not only is that tsunami when it's coming in, not only is it wiping the units, but core is getting caught up in that damage as well.
Yeah.
So not only is it just nullifying that unit, it's also chipping away at that HP that eventually leads to a situation where not only are you out of aura, but you're also out of HP, and there's just nothing you can do.
And that is game when you're out of HP. And I'm going to pull up Kun as well.
Yeah.
Very similar in terms of HP levels, but we've talked about it time and time again, him being very mobile. It's very rare that he's going to be in a situation where he's getting hit by, AoE spells and things like that, because he can just, reposition himself.
Getting hit by like a multitude of things at once. Yeah, it doesn't really happen for
It's
him.
very
because
rare, right?
if he doesn't want to, he can often find his way out of combat relatively effectively.
Very great gesture there from the players. Obviously, we see players usually shake hands after the match.
Yeah.
These players wasting no time. Let's do a little good luck handshake.
They're keeping it friendly here, and I think, again, that's one of the really great things. Obviously, a lot of people here, I've talked about it before, obviously there's like a lot of, there's booths here, there's a lot of really cool things to see in the in-person events, and I think a lot of people are just really excited to potentially get out, play their favorite card game, meet people of a similar mindset. And I think that's really cool to see. Like, you're meeting a lot of people who are super friendly. Everybody at this event has been great. The organizers have been fantastic. So honestly, I think it's just a really great environment. And for those of you who are watching at home and thinking, man, like, I don't know, should I ever come to one of these events when they do it next year? I'm a spoiler alert, the answer is yes. You should absolutely try and make it out to these. They're a lot of fun. The community's great.
Oh, yeah.
And I implore you, it's a great time. Come check it out. And for those
You
of you
can meet us.
Yeah, exactly. You can meet us in person.
If all the rest of the stuff wasn't a selling point, how are we not the selling? Like, come on. Now.
There you go. Yeah, but absolutely come down, give it a try. We are located in Toronto right now, obviously, if anybody's looking to come down. But we will hop back into this game for going second from the Kun again, claiming that space on the board. And I think that's one of the really cool things, because we've seen some players in previous games play really aggressive and get punished very quickly for it. But I think Kun is able to do that, take that space, but not necessarily be punished immediately for it because of his mobility.
Absolutely. We're going to see Ruben go on the offense a little bit here. Didn't really see too much offensive movement coming out of him in the last game. Maybe that was the downfall that ultimately led to him losing last game. So gonna be seeing if maybe a more aggressive approach and this Death's Companion that we talked about
Death's
last.
Companion is going to come out if, see, this is where it gets interesting, right? So Kun has the potential, like, obviously Kun could directly attack it. It would take a lot of damage, but Kun could potentially deal with it. But he'd need to use a spell. He would not be able to use, at least he wouldn't be able to kill it with just his basic attack, if I'm not mistaken. Is Kun's basic attack 2 or 3? Let me just clarify that.
I believe it's 2.
Let's check that out. Yeah, so it's 2. So it wouldn't be able to, and in fact, I think it's technically not a ranged attack either. So actually, it would absolutely need to use a spell if it's going to negate that pretty massive damage, frankly, coming from the side of Ruben and Core. We'll come back to that Death's Companion just so you can take a look at it. In a lot of ways, again, very similar to Angel of Retribution.
I'm not sure what card that is that came out from
It's in our hallowed blind spot. It's okay. It's going to be removed.
but it does come out.
Spell of some sort.
No HP dropped yet.
Yeah, not yet. Both players kind of taking their time.
very different tempo from the last game.
Ooh, another Death's Companion coming out.
2 of those on the board at one time is
So this is a really interesting situation, because I think now, if anything, I think Ruben is very much aware of the impact that Tsunami could have.
Yeah.
I think that might be one of the reasons we're seeing the units spaced apart a bit more
Yes.
than we had before.
Well, I think that's the direct counter. You know, it is hard, don't get me wrong, to space your units out. Obviously, you're limited in the amount you can move per turn.
So that damage is going to come out. He's going to do the, I think that's 5 or 6. That's the 5 damage on the range attack from the Death's Companion onto Kun.
Sion down to 19 HP. Both players still very, very wealthy in terms of aura.
Yep.
Lots of time here to make a move. We're going to see Kun.
I'm going to reverse it. I'm going to be able to, I imagine this is going to be a spell. Yep. Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
and he goes. And he
gonna-
opts for dedicated studies.
He's looking for, I think, like, if I'm honest, I think he might maybe not have a potential tidal wave or a tsunami in his hands that he's looking for. I keep saying tidal wave. A big splash.
Yeah, and I think dedicated studies is really just a tell that, you know, maybe Jan doesn't have the cards in his hand right now that he's looking for.
It's a really
right?
good point. It's a really good point.
So, you know, if you're on the side of Ruben and you see him play that, you know that now, right? You know that he didn't get the best starting hand. Now he has to discard 2 cards, but in return he is going to get 2 fresh ones.
It's true, and I can't help but think if he could have attacked in there with the spell, he would have.
He would have,
He could have
yeah,
used Bolt Shot. He
absolutely.
could have used, you know, a bunch of things, but he didn't. So
we talked about RNG earlier today. He might just be getting a little bit of that. He might not be getting the cards he's looking for that he needs to clear these Death's Companions off the board at the moment.
And for those of you, I always have to be conscious we're playing a card-based game, but traditionally I'm sure maybe some of you have played the digital versions. RNG standing for random number generation, and not just being like the randomness of the game. Sometimes you just don't get the pulls you want.
And that's the name of the game in general. Well, I wouldn't say it's the name of the game.
It's actually
Genesis, but
significantly reduced with a game like
yeah,
Genesis, for
but
sure.
but just card games in general, right?
Yeah, of course, at the end of the day,
obviously playing a large factor, but obviously that does not take away from the skill at all of these players. We have seen some talented players here today. As a Windslash going to be coming up, doing a range air attack for 2 damage, targeted at one of the Death's Companions.
Yes.
I would assume.
I would assume as well. But the interesting thing is that doesn't kill.
It doesn't kill it, but it does slowly chip away at it.
But in a position where he could.
I think he did clear 1, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that.
I think he just rotated again. A little bit of
glare on that one single square.
The blind spot. The hallowed blind spot. Sorry, it's
a mystery card.
Yeah, it's a mystery card. You have to, like you said, you have to use your imagination. Oh, the double stack on the spot. What can you do? Okay, cool. So we're seeing, I think.
So the Death's Companion gets moved back right in Kun's face here. So Kun's gonna have to reposition if he's looking to avoid that 5 damage.
Both players kind of sizing up their possibilities here, their options.
I was just gonna say, talked about tempo a little bit. Definitely a much slower pace compared to the last game. And we are gonna see the Sandstorm come out, which does do 4 damage to 2 different squares on the board.
So that's pretty big. So if they wanted to get rid of that Death's Companion, they can certainly do so. Ooh. The counterplay coming out, I think, negating a big chunk of that.
I think the thing with Sandstorm, however, is you deal 4 earth damage, so I'm not sure if it's going to be able to target the Death's Companions unless
Good question.
there's something
it
I'm
has
missing.
to be arranged. That's a very good. That's a very real possibility. I think that's. Oh, there's the Bolt Shot.
And there's the Bolt Shot. That is going to be able to target the Death's Companion.
as well as it's also going to target core as well. It's going to deal some damage. Yes, and that will be discarded. Okay.
So where are we sitting at in terms of HP? I believe it's going to take a second for Ruben to lower it, but I believe...
I think he already did, if I'm not mistaken.
Did
I
I
think
miss it?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's all good.
So
he
health
removed it.
advantage still here for Ruben.
Right.
Down a little bit in aura, but I mean, having those 2 desk companions on the board is more than enough.
I think that too. Those death companions I think were a big part of the deck. Chrono. I thought I might see it in this deck. I was wondering if we'd see it, but spell comes out. Chrono Walker's used to avoid the damage.
Yeah.
Let's see what Jan will do. He's contemplating here.
There's the Chrono Walker there on the left side of your screen.
For those of you who weren't tuned in earlier, one of the great things about Chrono Walker is you can basically use it to act as like a decoy. I mean, that's literally the trigger ability's name. You can use it to effectively avoid damage that would traditionally be dealt to your champion, and also switch spots with it. So you can use it to... one of the reasons it's so great, there's 3 real reasons. First, the decoy, so you can avoid damage to your champion. 2, you can reposition your champion. And 3, you're essentially making a summon on that play that will be able to make a turn on the next reset of turns. So
Right away, yeah, with it being a quick beckon and a swift, so potentially something that could attack in the end phase, compared to, if you're putting out a different type of summon, you have to wait until the next round completely and use it in your action phase. Not the case here with Chrono Walker. Definitely a very, very strong card.
All right, exert tokens are going to reset, and we are into a new round.
Jan sitting at 13
And there's
HP
the
now.
Death Companion is going to attack. That's going to hit directly.
Dropping Jan to 8 HP. I
is
spoke too
starting.
soon.
HP is started. He's going to look to move.
Does he maybe have a counter though, however?
Considering? Okay.
Nope, but he is going to
Good luck,
reposition, get
yeah.
away from it.
Yeah, he's looking to escape right now. I think if you're Kun, you're looking to buy time right now because you're running out of potential actions. He's going to rotate. He's going to attack directly as well.
What is the win condition though if you're Kun here? Like, yeah, you can run for so long, but what are you running for?
Yeah, you're at 76 mana. I think.
Are you looking for maybe a big AoE board clear card to come out into your hand?
That's exactly what I was gonna say, but I'm actively thinking. I think Ruben learned from the previous game. Look at his cards positioning. He's got one in the top left, one in the middle right, one in the bottom right. And then we got these summons coming out that are also going to be swept.
He's about to get cornered.
Yeah, and even if Tsunami comes out here, he's got cards across the board. So even if that wipe comes out, he's going to expend the aura, but he's not going to deal with all the enemies that are there.
Yeah. And Tsunami, we've seen, doesn't deal range damage, it's water damage, so it isn't going to take care of these Death Companions that have really controlled the entirety of this game, Austin.
Yeah, and who knows, there could be another Chrono Walker in the timeline for Ruben.
Yeah.
There could be a lot of other potentials. There could be another Death Companion. I think it is looking like Ruben has a lot of control of this game. I think he's going to be smart about his movement. I think we likely probably see another Tsunami, but I don't think it clears the board.
No.
And even here, like even if you're just looking at the turn economy, Ruben having basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns in contrast to Kun's 1. So 3 damage now, just needing to be dealt to finish this game off. It looks like we might be heading to a game 3, which is very exciting.
I think it's almost guaranteed, Austin. I mean, never say never, and I will never count out Jan. He has looked very strong today, but the situation you're in, the board state, I just don't see a way that you could possibly come back from this. But I will never doubt Jan. The way I've seen him play this game today, he has been brilliant.
It's true. It's very true.
Also does have a large aura advantage. Ruben obviously not relying too much on aura considering the amount of summons on the board already.
Yeah, because the big thing is, like, I could hypothetically see a situation where maybe he clears the board, but I can't see a situation where he clears the board and does 21 damage
Yeah.
to his opponent to take the game.
Especially with 76 aura, I mean, it's a lot to maybe clear the board, but to clear the board, you would have to spend a big chunk of that 76, and then you're not really left
Exactly,
with much.
exactly. And I think Ruben has set himself up to succeed here. Damage is going to come out onto the Chrono
And
Walker.
just like that, like you mentioned, obviously the turn economy. I feel like this round just started. Jan's one, like the Kun already exhausted, and now Ruben's free to roam with all his different
And
summons on the
another
board.
summon coming out by Core. I mean, if I'm... like, this is where you just wish you were Idris and you could cast Meteorite at a time like this.
Yeah.
You just
Oh,
really
this
wish
would be a
you just
huge
really
Meteorite.
wish you could just clear the
Think
board.
about it, you can't even really cast Meteorite because it does damage to
It
everything.
does,
right?
yeah, you have 3, yeah, true, you have 3 HP, you're dead in that situation. It's a really good point. I don't see, I don't know, okay, so he's gonna do the range damage, he's gonna get that off, but because he's casting those, I don't think he's gonna be able to rotate, which means he won't be able to deal with that damage coming up on the top side, or on his left of Kun. Technically Kun's right, but I mean, hey, I'm nitpicking here.
As we're approaching the half-hour mark of this series, it's going to be very interesting to see if we do go to a third and decisive final match, what the tempo will be like for that game, obviously with now the time playing a factor, only a half hour remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it potentially playing a factor. I think with the speed that these folks have been playing, I'm not too worried. Oh my goodness, is that a stone? Is that a stone guardian? Oh my goodness, no! Don't do it to him. Is that who I think it is? Oh no! Well played. The stone protector. Sorry, not stone guardian. The stone protector. For those of you that aren't familiar with the stone protector, here, let me pull it up.
There it is.
There
Was
we
able
go.
to find
Yeah,
it.
stone protector. I mean, we've seen it in some earlier games. I was surprised to see it now. I mean, I hadn't seen it in the previous rounds, but like again, so that's gonna end the game. The damage is gonna come in. Stone protector just escorting that damage carry into where it needs to be. And like we've talked about it before, honestly, stone protector could be actually a really effective tool for Ruben to help track down
Kun, who's very
and
mobile.
deal the damage.
Absolutely,
I mean,
that's a great point.
I could see a situation where Death's Companion, or honestly any other potential summon, could, piggyback off that stone protector, not get exhausted, and potentially punish an exhausted Kun who'd maybe use Tidal Wave or use Bolt Shot or something like that. I could see it being a potential counterplay strategy here.
Absolutely. So that is going to level the series at 1-1. This is the closest matchup, if I had to say, that we've seen so
thus
far today.
I have to agree.
Very back and forth. Jan won game one pretty decisively, but then on the flip side, Ruben just absolutely dominating the board in the second game.
Yeah.
Really not much that Jan could have done. Didn't get
That's
too
a-
much wave or board clearing abilities. And then just those desk companions are just so hard to deal with, and especially when there's two of them on the board, it's a very hard situation to be in. So
Absolutely.
we're gonna see how the cards get drawn here when the players shuffle their timelines. If Ruben gets a desk companion off rip again, and he is able to summon it early on, that's a really hard situation to be in if you're Jan.
Yeah.
You have to find a counter as soon as possible before things snowball out of hand like they did
Like
in
they
game
did
two.
before, I think you're right, and I think Ruben thus far has been very smart about playing around those clearing abilities.
Yeah. Well,
So-
that was what won in game one.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what won in game one. He's been conscious of that ever since, and we'll see if Jan can find a counterplay to Ruben's counterplay, because
The counter play.
yeah, he's going to need to find ways to clear those summons
Yeah.
Or potentially maybe utilize the space in between the summons to get damage off on the champion.
Yeah, maybe saying, yeah, these summons are cool and all, but I'm very mobile. I don't really care. I'm going to go straight past the summons, and I'm going to go to attack core directly.
Yeah. And already, right out of the gate, we see a Stone Protector. I think Ruben's immediately realizing the value that it played in that previous, previous
And he's
game
played
with
something
it.
on top of it.
It's literally as I predicted.
Yeah.
Not to say I'm like a pro analyst or anything, but Stone Protector of me comes out, followed by Death's Companion.
Wow, what an opener from Ruben.
Big opener. What this is effectively going to allow it to do is, like, whenever that Kun gets exhausted, that Death's Companion is going to
basically
be
6
there.
free damage.
It's going to be there, exactly.
You gotta find a counterplay immediately if you're Yawn, or you are not in a good spot.
Yeah. This is huge. This is a huge play, I think, for Core.
I really like looking through Core's cards. I couldn't think of a better opener that you would want to play.
Yeah, I couldn't
Protector
either.
with a
Than a
Death's
Stone Protector with
Companion on
Death's
top.
Companion, I completely agree. I think it will offer him a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
I think, as of right now, though, right? Looking right now, they are in range of a tsunami currently. It's a possibility, and that would kill.
We will see how
would
that
kill.
goes.
That would kill both, actually.
Yes. Kung gonna reposition. We saw him do a reposition similar to this versus Hades, in his last match where he was able to reposition a bit off to the side and then play
Looking
an
for
AoE clear,
spell.
and he does exactly
Ooh,
that.
Interesting. Tsunami comes out. I
Yeah,
think that's going to
another
kill
Tsunami.
both units. That's a good clear for him. Oh, wait a second. Right. Because if
Tsunami
we
deals water
go back,
damage.
if we go back and because can we bring up the Stone Guardian again? Do you still have him?
Yeah, right here.
If we bring up the Stone Protector, that relocate is
It's
a
a
swift
swift
ability.
ability.
So that damage comes in from the Tsunami. Stone Protector uses that swift ability on the attack stack and relocates the Death's Companion out of the range of that damage. That's huge. That leaves Kun exhausted. It leaves him a bunch of aura short.
And he's about to take a lot of
That's
damage
a
here.
huge opening for Ruben.
And yet, Yawn down to 19 HP on this Kun.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's another Death's Companion there being summoned on the right.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken.
By the looks of it, I think you are correct on that, Austin. Which we saw it last
I'll pull it up there.
last game. Once the 2 Death's Companions came out on the board for Ruben, it was basically game at that point. Just such good board control
Monsters
for
come
the side
along.
of the core.
Yeah, I mean, having that Stone Protector is a way to get that 6 damage unit out of trouble. It's a get out of jail free card for that unit. Unless Kun can find something that can avoid, like, I don't know how he's going to handle this. And maybe, honestly, I think what he's opting to do here is just like, you know what, I'm just going to try to burn down your champion while I can. Because I don't know how he's going to deal with that Death's Companion.
Yeah. And he is going to play
Sandstorm? Or,
Sandstorm, yeah.
So that's going to deal 4 damage to the 2 units, or to the 1 unit as well as the champion. Dropping to 18 HP on Ruben's side, or taking a bit of a hit. And again, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the counter in terms of like summons that have come from Kun's side is 0 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
In this game or this series?
In the series, have we seen any summons on Kun's side?
Not that I can remember. Maybe there have been one, but they certainly haven't been nearly as impactful as the one on the side of Ruben.
Yeah. Okay, so he's gonna enter. He's gonna. What was used there? Is that sidestep?
I believe so.
Maybe. Move to spot side. Okay, it might have just been avoidance ability. We'll see. Hide cards. Core is going to rotate to potentially make an attack onto Khan.
I believe that's dedicated studies that just
Yes.
got played. It looks like he had 2 cards in his hand previously, so maybe doesn't have any favorable spells or anything he's looking to play. So going to see what he can pick up out of his deck, see if he can find something that will help him get to a point where he can deal a substantial amount of damage to Jan. We've talked about Ruben dominating this game thus far in terms of board control, but down in HP, Austin.
True. I think that you make a very good point. I think that Death's Companion damage is not to be forgotten. I think being able to avoid damage with, like, basically avoid spells that are cast in that general direction is pivotal for Ruben.
Absolutely.
Although he's down, I mean, Jan is down in HP, I think right now Ruben is in a great position to potentially take this game. But I think Jan's win condition here might be just lay the damage down on Core. While they're trying to maneuver their characters or avoid damage or do what they have to do. Let's say you're dealing, let's say we look at a situation like we do right now. You play exactly.
Tsunami comes
You play the
out.
tsunami, you know what's going to happen, right?
Yep.
The stone protector is going to likely move that angel. But the thing that might go unnoticed is the fact that that champion's going to take the damage,
Correct.
right? Ooh, but he has the aerial. He has the aerial attack. Is
that gonna be enough to
Is
kill
that
it,
2
though,
damage or
or-
3?
I believe it's 3. I want to say, Austin, as I look to pull
Because
it up
if that
here.
is 3 damage, that's huge.
It's only
2
2.
damage. Okay, so that's going to leave. That is going to leave that Death's Companion with still 1 HP.
But I think what it is going to do is it is going to kill the... I'm blanking on the name of the card, I apologize.
Oh, the Stone Protector?
Yeah, it's going to kill the Stone Protector if I'm not mistaken, or was it not in...
I don't think this.
It wasn't in its awareness. What was that just got added to the stack there?
So the air attack, we had the tsunami, and then we had another spell card being cast on top of that. Interesting. I think there's just a little bit of confusion happening here.
Yeah,
The judge is there to help out, get things sorted. There
That's
might be
exactly why we have the judges.
Exactly. You know, it's good. It's good to have him here. Always very helpful. I think this tournament, the organizers and stuff, the judges have been very helpful in terms of helping players, especially when you're learning a new game. It's great for newer players to be able to have questions and have someone they can ask those to. So.
I know when you and I were learning the game,
Yes.
It was very helpful with the Genesis Discord. For those of you that are not a member of the
Absolutely,
Discord,
yes.
I highly recommend you get a part of it. For those learning the game, they do a newbie night every Sunday where players just come together.
Great.
They play games, so it's a great way to get familiar with certain decks. Certain types of decks in the meta, excuse me, but also just a great way to meet players that are passionate about Genesis, and it really is a great learning experience. So join that if you haven't.
Yeah, genuinely just a great community.
Yeah.
Worth checking out, honestly, just for that.
Tons of value in that Discord. Besides the newbie night, I would highly recommend looking into the server. It can be found on the official Genesis website. As the game will continue on here.
So there, as predicted, there's the big damage output from the Death's Companion.
Yeah, gonna bring Jan down to 12 HP.
And there's another Death's Companion coming out.
Oh my goodness, Austin.
Wow, I think that was huge. I'm surprised we didn't see more Death's Companions coming out earlier. Maybe it just didn't make it into the thoughts. That's possible.
Yeah, I feel like it was just because he did play dedicated studies, if you remember, 1 or 2 turns ago, so he may have just drawn it recently.
True. It's true.
Death is a very popular man with the amount of companions he has. That is the 3rd Death companion we see being played just in this game alone. He's a very popular guy, am I wrong?
Interesting.
I don't know how Jan is going to counter this.
Yeah, this is interesting because I think it would be one situation if Ruben had less HP than he did. He could try and burst him down.
But I don't think you can burst 18 damage.
Before you get walloped by the 4 other summons that are on the board. Yeah.
Exactly what I was trying to say.
1000%. So, yeah, I think difficult decisions need to be made here.
Yeah, we're seeing the turns take a little longer than we have seen in the past in this matchup, just because obviously a lot on the line for both these players. They do want to make the most optimal move. We are going to see the Kun rotate to face the Death's Companion. Will he have some way to take it out?
He might instead opt to attack the Stone Protector.
Not a bad move when you think about it.
Yeah, he might opt to take the Stone Protector, remove that mobility from the Death's Companion, and then try and kill it. But even then, he still has to deal with the Death Companion that's at the back. I honestly don't know what the card is that's there in the glare zone. The Genesis
and a bolt
glare
shot
zone
coming out.
Oh, huge. Okay, good play.
Jan
That's
is going
big
to
damage.
deal it directly to Kerr.
Big damage, and that's going to exhaust him. It's a Chrono Walker. So that's how he was able to avoid some of the damage earlier. Chrono Walker is going to come in. It's going to deal the damage. That's 3 points of damage from the Chrono Walker.
Down to 9 HP, but it's still a very close game, but you have to consider that there is still that Death's Companion. Ruben going to cast dedicated studies to see if there's something that can help him push over this edge and deal the final 9 damage needed to take this series.
Yeah, another thing of note here is also the aura count. I mean, it's in a situation where there's not a bunch, but there's enough where you could potentially make a big play, right? Like there's 44. You could potentially make like 2 or 3 big plays here.
Absolutely.
And frankly, that's what Jan needs. But we'll see if he can get him. See if he can get him. Spells are going to come out there.
Death's Companion is going to move into the face of Khan.
Yeah. He's going to exhaust. Death's Companion is going to deal the 6 damage. Oh boy, alright, last legs here.
Jan down to 4 HP.
Jan is unable to deal with these adversaries directly in front of him, there will be problems. And frankly, the problem is this is going to be the game.
That's a pretty big problem if you ask me, Austin.
I have to agree with you.
So we know Jan did win his last series. I'm not sure how he did in his
the rest of
first
the
matchup.
group,
But just obviously thinking in terms of top 8 potential, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be cool to see him again. I like the spell use deck.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Another
cool.
tsunami
coming out. A counterplay being used there. That is. I'll locate that. Oh, he's using Malicious Persuasion. Okay, which is forcing him to potentially move? Is that it? Because that's what Malicious Persuasion does, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is Malicious Persuasion. So, interesting. What's the play here?
So correct me if I'm wrong, that makes Kun have to reposition?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
it forces him to reposition or force taking 1 point of health. Whoa. Big field clear. Big field clear.
So now
move
we're
there.
just down
So
to the heroes on the board.
That attack stack was massive.
Yeah, was able to clear the last
But
death companion.
oh my goodness.
Oh,
Another stone protector. That's a pretty gargantuan play. Jan, down to 4 HP, 12 aura. He probably has one big play up his sleeve.
will it be enough though is the question.
I don't know if he's going to be able to rally enough damage to defeat Ruben. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but we'll see. Because he'd need to effectively bleed Ruben of all his aura and then go in for just like a straight up confrontation, but I don't even know if that's feasible.
To time, another thing to keep in mind here, as
Oh,
we
yep.
are approaching the 50-minute mark now.
Yeah. Nice.
So we're gonna use the stone protector to relocate, get onto the side of Kun. Maybe a bit of confusion here.
I think it's around the idea of the movement with like using the move
Onto the stone protector and,
and then using
moving
the stone protector to
yeah.
move. Yeah, I think you could be right there. Okay.
Yeah, gonna opt to do a different play. Not gonna put his hero onto the stone protector.
He's going to attack. I think that's 2 points or 1 point of damage.
So the same outcome, but he did just choose to go to a different square.
Yeah.
Both sides are exhausted, so we head into the next
Did the 2
round.
damage not come through? Maybe not.
The 2 damage from
Is core... Hold up, what is core's base attack damage?
just the 1 HP.
But
The
also, when he has
execute.
a dark attack to exert, I guess he opted not to use it? Interesting.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Maybe I missed a use case for it, but then he would have been exerted, so... Regardless, I'm intrigued.
I'm not too sure what happened there necessarily. All I know is Jan down to 3 HP, 12 aura. Not saying he needs a miracle, but he is going to have to play this nearly flawlessly to come out on top here versus Ruben's core. He's going to use a wind slash, I believe.
So it's going to be an aerial attack. He's going to use the bolt. This is basically going to expend him of almost
And then
all
the
his
bolt
mana.
shot on top of it.
He's going to use the bolt shot, but he's going to chrono shift away.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Jan.
Oh,
Committed so much aura to
Like,
that play just for it to get chrono shift.
I think that's game.
Yep, I talked about a miracle. I don't know what's bigger than a
What's
miracle,
bigger
but
than a
now he
miracle?
needs whatever that is.
Yeah, some card that restores all your aura and HP maybe. Yeah, it's looking...
It's a good thing you're not a developer of the game, Austin. That
Yeah,
card
that's-
would be broken.
A fair point.
It's okay, you're pretty good at this casting thing, so
Yeah.
we'll keep you on this side of the
Hey,
game.
well, I'm
for
happy
now.
I can contribute. Bolt shot's
Another
gonna
bolt
come
shot coming out.
That's gonna deal damage to the chrono.
So it does take the Chrono Walker out, but Chrono Walker not really known for being a summon that deals a lot of damage, right? It's more so just the summon that's value comes through being able to negate the damage on the flip side, right?
Yeah.
So both players exhausted, we head into the next round. Less than
Things are
8
looking
minutes
very
remaining
dire.
in time. Imagine Jan can somehow stall this
Stall
out,
it out?
for a draw.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, if in all honesty, I'd have to believe if things did come to time. I find it hard to believe a situation where people wouldn't argue that Ruben. Yeah, I think that's a GG. They're going to agree that that's game.
That is game. So Ruben is
Ruben
going to
will
take
take
the
it.
second game to
Very
win the
well
series.
played by him.
Wow, that was great though. Like We talk about that being the closest match we've seen, and no doubt in my mind, especially over the 3-game series that we talk about, like just a brilliant series that we saw.
Absolutely, and I think like a big part of that win as a whole comes from the adaptation for watching what happened in the first game, understanding that the Kun mobility, those ability uses of clearing the whole field and playing around that and utilizing those death companions, spreading them out, as well as I think there was like that kind of halftime adjustment of the deck, entering in those stone protectors, giving more mobility to their side of the field was huge. And I think that halftime adjustment was monstrous in securing that victory.
Absolutely, and we talked about in between the second and the third game on the side of the Ruben, having to come out with a really aggressive playstyle, and he did exactly that. His first move was a stone plate with a desk companion on top of it.
Yes,
what more of an aggressive opener can you expect?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, Jan was able to deal with it for the most part, right? Like he did take some damage off it, but he was able to get pretty much the entire board cleared. He did lose a decent amount of HP because of it, did have to spend a decent amount of aura, but he did get 2 of the desk companions off of the board. What does Ruben do? Cast a third
one, yep. And then he gets another stone protector out there for more utility, right?
Yeah.
And again, I mean, I do think there's a world where Kun is able to maybe get the hand thoughts like he's looking for, and maybe like deal those range technique attacks, get those bolt shots off in time to get rid of those units he needs to. But I mean, right off the bat, you said it, man, that desk companion to start, followed by the stone protector. I mean, what are you gonna do, right?
Exactly.
You come in, you choose an attack. If it's not immediately going to kill the unit you're trying to kill, and it can't, right? Because there's like a rock paper scissors type thing, except with the stone protector, you get to choose 2, so you always win. So you get that stone protector came out. Damage was dealt with the tsunami, and then of course the stone protector was like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm gonna avoid that damage, but that Desk Companion is not exhausted, and it's going to be attacking you next turn. And I think that's huge.
I think this series really showed the strengths of Kun, but also the weaknesses. Obviously, in the game that we saw Jan win, we saw him just being very aggressive, using his spells to do board clear effortlessly, pretty much. But then we also saw the weaknesses of, at least in the deck that Jan brought, that he built around Kun, not having the summons really is hard to play around.
Yeah,
we've talked about time and time again, turn economy. Not having the summons really limits what you can do in a turn without having to spend a tremendous amount of aura, right? And obviously aura being limited to 150, I believe, on Kun. Could be wrong on that, but yeah, obviously aura is a very important resource. We saw him running very, very low towards the end of that game. So yeah, I also think that's a very hard matchup for Kun. The core.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think it all depends.
But it can go either way, right?
Yeah, the type of deck you're running. Right?
Yes, exactly.
So I think, right, like we said, I mean, honestly, if you asked me after that first round, I was like, oh, this matchup favors Kun for sure, right? But it's kind of like you said before, right? But it's one of the great things about Genesis as a game is like there's so much adaptability even within just one champion that you can go from like burst down kind of summon machine to kind of like a more concise, spread out, heavy hitting type of summon character very quickly with just a few alterations to your deck, right? And that's really cool to see, and it's possible, right? Who knows? Maybe Kun didn't have the kind of deck utility that maybe could have been used. But I mean, something's to be said. It's like game 1 was all right. Like it was very kind of heavily favored Kun.
Yeah.
But then game 2 was like a blowout, right? But then game 3, like obviously
started off looking like it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah, it was kind of tight. So I think, regardless, there's something to be said for the adaptability of both players' decks. I think obviously, like we said, could have got honestly. I think it still did favor Core in that situation, but I do think there's a world where kind of is able to get the cards he needs
And dominate.
to get himself out of that situation, right? So yeah, I think you're totally right. It just goes to show, Genesis, the cards, the decks, they're super adaptable. And it's one of the things we've loved to see throughout this whole championship series is people playing different cards in different ways. We've certainly seen a fair share of similar cards, but it's been cool to watch alternative things happen, off-meta things we wouldn't traditionally expect. I always find that to be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best part about having, a very large player tournament like this. You're obviously going to see a lot of variety in terms of decks, in terms of cards, in terms of playstyles. And I think through the 4 games that we've commentated thus far, we've seen exactly that. We've seen a lot of different playstyles. We've seen a lot of players going aggressive, more so in games 1 and maybe games 3 to catch your opponent off guard. But we've also seen a lot of slow, meticulous kind of strategic play throughout players such as Kerr here in this final match that Ruben was controlling. But yeah, just a brilliant day of Genesis so far. Looking forward, I believe that is going to wrap up our group play.
Yes, so that will be it for group play, and then we're going to be headed for bracket. I imagine we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break. I'm sure you're going to talk with the tech people. We'll certainly be taking a quick break shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, not sure. I know the judges have to do some calculations, crunch some numbers, make some decisions, and come up with the top 8 that are going to advance. So
very much excited to see that game.
Yeah, and I think the stakes are only going to get higher. So obviously group play, there's still, don't get me wrong, still a lot of pressure to do well. But now you're heading into a tournament or bracket style format where it's do or die. Still a best of 3, but let's say you go down 1-0 in a series, you lose, and you're free to go home. Obviously, most players are probably going to stick around to watch out for the rest of the tournament because, like we mentioned, the community here today has been awesome, very supportive of one another.
Absolutely.
A lot of great people in this crowd here today. But super interested to see how playstyles adapt when the pressure's on like that.
Adapt
these
and
do or die
evolve.
games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like we said before, the adaptability comes in with the decks. A big part of that being the forethoughts. Forethoughts being the cards you're able to, after a game, you can kind of make an audible and change up some of the cards in your deck. And I think it's not something to sleep on, the actual value that having the right kind of forethoughts for the matchup you're up against provides. And this game was a perfect example of why that's so important.
Yeah, and I think forethoughts, when players are deciding what cards they want to include in their forethoughts, it's almost as important, if not more of an important decision to think about when compared to building your deck, because obviously those cards, depending on the matchup, you're not knowing the matchups that you're going to be playing into when you're building your deck originally.
That's true.
So having very flexible cards that are good into multiple matchups that you can kind of flex in with your forethoughts is just such a great aspect of this tournament that we've seen so far. I love the forethought feature.
I absolutely.
So I am super interested to see how it plays out in the final 8 as we head there. It sounds like there's some commotion going on at the more general section.
Some folks are getting excited. I mean, hey, it's a great game. It's fun to watch. Again, we've said it before, the community's great.
Yeah, I wonder if that means that the top 8 has been announced to them. Not too sure.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
But we're just waiting to get word. Hope everyone in the chat is having a good day. Yeah, I have been thoroughly impressed with the play we've seen here today, and we are far from over.
Yeah, we are. We're
about the halfway mark.
Technically, yes.
Right.
I mean, in terms of, if we're looking at it, we have best of 8. Top 8, not
top 8.
Best of 8. Oh my goodness.
We'd be here for a while.
Yeah, we'd be here for quite a while. But yeah, we're going to enter into our bracket phase. We're going to go top 8, which will take us to, that'll be quarters.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go to semis, and then we're going to finals. So obviously, it'd be cool to see obviously some returning players. It would be really interesting to see players who maybe didn't get a chance to make it to our main table and see their play styles. Hopefully, I'm excited to see more stuff. I was really, it was cool to see core. I didn't expect a core to be played and also to succeed in exactly what it sought out to do there.
Yeah.
that was awesome. I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree.
But for now, as of right now, in terms of time, what are we looking at?
We're looking
It's
at 3:50 right
3:51.
now.
So, yes, yeah. So we're going to be looking to take a quick intermission before the bracket starts off. But
So
we're
when
excited.
we have that, we'll come back and brief everyone on
We'll
who's
come
going
back.
to be in the top
And with
eight.
that said, we can also give you a better outlook on the bracket and the players we've seen once we get everything going. And we're excited to do that. But as of right now, thank you so much. This is Genesis 2021 Championship. And we'll, stick around. We're excited to watch some more Genesis.
Catch you in a bit.
It went extra good. Well, we made this decision. Keep it at
Super excited for this next segment we have going on. I'm dealing with a little bit of feedback here with us here, but we have a very exciting announcement that we are super excited about. So we are going to send it over to the founder, Sid, who's going to talk a little bit more about a Kickstarter campaign that we do have going on. So for more information on that, we are going to send it over to Sid.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, from my back area.
Good transfer.
Hi.
We're going to send it over to Seth. I think he's ready to give his message now. Very excited.
All right. Welcome everybody. Are we good? Are we live? It's crazy. Hello everybody. Please come on down, and I want to talk to you about Origins, our next set for Genesis. I hope you're excited. I hope you're having a wonderful day today, and that you've had awesome matches. I want to tell you a little bit about Origins before we dig into things too much. And I want to talk about a story of starting Genesis and playtesting with my best friends. Chris, who's here, Lionel's here, and his Lionel's twin brother, who is in Lincoln. And the four of us would hang out every Friday night at my dad's place and play, at that time, Origins. That was the name of the game. And when we went to market, we brought out Genesis, we rebranded it, and we started from scratch. We started from Alpha. And the intention was to build up to Origins. Origins was always going to be where Genesis was going to start and where the world of J. Lara was going to begin. So I want to give you an opportunity to explore a little bit of what Origins is going to be about. Let's go over to a video that we have to present to you. All right, let's go to the next slide. Origins is going to be a core set. It's going to bring us back to a position where new players will be able to get into the game and experience the game the way we have for years. This set is going to introduce 12 new champions, 3 from each race, the elves, the fairies, the humans, and the vampires. In this set, we will actually have all of the affiliation combinations present. That includes Bellum and Chaos, and Thymos and Axon. As many of you fear, it is happening, it is real. On top of that, Phage is being introduced. And there'll be 4 champions giving you all the combinations for Phage to play with. All right, let's go to the next slide. So we are taking Origins to Kickstarter. It is, there have definitely been a lot of conversations about this, and we didn't know if we were ready for this or not. So I'm gonna read you a little excerpt that I wrote, and I wanted to memorize this and practice it over and over again, but I want to make sure that the nuance of this is proper. So when I started Haunted Castle Gaming 4 years ago, I did not know what it would take to make Genesis. There would be many unknowns and risks between design, testing, manufacturing, distribution, players' needs, and LGS's needs. I was not willing to make those mistakes on someone else's dollar. However, since then, I have built strong relationships with awesome people. Store owners, distributors, and content creators. We have a solid product design lifecycle, and the artwork is continuously improving with each set. We are now ready to take Genesis to the next level, and we need your help. And that's what Kickstarter is going to be about. It's going to be about getting the community to support us and get Genesis to a level that we haven't seen before. And that's why I'm so excited about this. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Kickstarter. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to have Kickstarter booster boxes. Each booster box, we're going to try to find ways to make them unique compared to the retail product. But one big thing is the box topper promos that are going to be in there. So every pack, box topper promo is going to come with 3 cards. One of the cards is going to be an exclusive Kickstarter promo alternate art that's going to be done by Damian, and it's going to look absolutely amazing. On top of that, we are going to include 1 foil epic rare, and this is the first time we'll be doing epic rares in foil, and we're planning to only have it in the Kickstarter boxes at this moment. The third card that will be in the pack will be either another foil epic rare, or it'll be a signed epic rare. It could also be a sample card, and this is something I know a lot of community members have been excited about, getting the opportunity to get something that is really unique, really limited edition. The other thing that could also appear in your Kickstarter box topper pack is a pre-alpha card. So if you want to see some of those pre-alpha cards, the Dragon World booth does have them. And you can see how they're different. They look like regular alpha cards, but they say J in the bottom left corner. These are when we were really starting. These are the real sample cards. All right. On top of that, we will be doing a preview date where we'll show you and give you access to look through the Kickstarter. We're aiming for that on the 26th of this month. The launch date for the Kickstarter will be December 1st. And then on top of that, because Damian's here, we're also going to have a launch party starting an hour before the Kickstarter launches. Damian and Alex are going to be running that on the Discord channel. There's going to be a lot of awesome things in that, a lot of giveaways. So you want to be a part of that in the Genesis fan Discord server. Okay? All right. Now on to the last slide. All right. Today, you will have an opportunity to explore some of these champions by facing against me and Alex. We have brought 4 of the champions to the arena for you to play against. And these are going to be Kasha, the Blood Mage. If you're in Future League, you know who that is. Manat, the Ice Mage. Kareen, nicknamed Lily. And Tashir, which is nicknamed Paris. And there they are right behind you. That is everything I had ready for this presentation. I hope you're excited. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them. And I will be going over to the game design booth so people can actually challenge me now. That is all for right now. I'm passing it over to the streamers. Thank you so much. That way.
I mean, that's huge. I mean, 12 new champions to miss. I mean, we already have 12. That's double, right? That's effectively doubling the effective the champion count. I mean, the amount of potential there is huge. Right?
Yeah, and I think an important thing to know with that is the all affiliation combination. I think that's
Yeah.
going to be a very interesting gameplay mechanic that, like you mentioned, we haven't seen in the game. So yeah, for those that maybe missed it, it is going to be November 26th is when you're going to be able to get a little bit of an early access look at the Kickstarter.
Definitely check it out.
And then the official launch will be December 1st. That'll be accompanied by a launch party on the Genesis Discord. We touched on it a little bit earlier. If you're not a part of this Discord channel, highly recommend you get on it. Great community on there. And just
Absolutely.
a great way to stay connected with the Genesis community, right?
Yeah, I think a big thing too, it's a Kickstarter, right? I think it's taking it back to the community. I think this is really, Sid talked about it before. I mean, it's a huge opportunity to potentially grow Genesis to a point that it hasn't been at before. And this is the opportunity to do it. If you're a fan of the game, I think this is really the opportunity to get involved in the Kickstarter, get involved in the Discord, and really show your support for the game. I think it's huge. It's fantastic that it's come this far, and it's great that it's even pushing barriers beyond that. Starting this Kickstarter, doubling the champion count. The lore is expanding, which is like really cool. The artwork, like you said, is going to continue to improve. Very talented artists here, and like we said, one of the benefits of being at an event like this, you get to see them in person, you get to see them at work, you get to see you guys at home. Unfortunately, we're seeing right here live. We're seeing some of these splash arts of the new characters. The
They
new
look
champions.
awesome.
They look really cool. So one of the little benefits of being here, and like we said before, some of these folks here now are going to get a chance to play the creators of the game against some of the decks that they've been working on.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. Very exciting.
One thing I really liked from that presentation was how he mentioned he went back to the origins of the game and where they started, and he mentioned something saying something along the lines of not wanting to do trial and error on someone else's dollar, right? He didn't want to start a Kickstarter while this game was still in its infancy stages, you know, when he didn't really know what the future would look like. He didn't know if Genesis would be a success. But now that it's got to the point where Genesis is at, we're able to be here in this room all with a similar interest in the game. And now we're at a point where Genesis has taken off, and now it's time to take it to that next stage like you and him mentioned. And that's really going to be possible with the help of this Kickstarter campaign. Additional funding is only going to benefit really the community and the player base drastically. I mean, it helps create more cards for the future. And some of those booster packs that we saw in the Kickstarter campaign, if you're a fan of Genesis, I don't know why you wouldn't invest. Some of those cards sound amazing.
For those collectors out there, I think this is definitely something you're going to want to take note of. Some very rare pickups in some of those booster packs that you could potentially be getting from that Kickstarter campaign. Now, in regards to the tournament, obviously very huge news for those of you watching at home. It's pretty. Everyone's pretty excited around here based off that big reveal. But in regards to the tournament, very soon, I believe, we will be looking to enter into our bracket phase. So it's going to be top 8. Then we're going to go to top 4, top 2, which is the final.
Grand final.
And then we will have we'll be able to announce the champion of Genesis 2021. So that's very exciting.
We're not too far away from that at all.
We aren't.
I'm not sure. Do we have the bracket ready to go?
We might not yet. It might still be being assembled. That's all right.
So we do need a couple more minutes for that.
If that's the case, we might end up taking a break, a quick intermission. Just quickly give a look over to tech to see if that's what's going to go down here. If we're looking for a quick intermission.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best call. We hate to keep you guys waiting, but there are a lot of logistics that we do have to run through.
True. I want to go check out the cards. Like I don't know about everybody else, but I want to check out some of these splash art and stuff. So
yeah, lots of logistics, lots of stuff going on in the venue here right now. Obviously, with the new champions being announced, like we mentioned, there is the splash arts. just behind the camera that you guys aren't able to see.
Unfortunate.
So a lot of interest
If you were
in that
here,
right now.
That's all I'm going to say.
Hey, all I'm saying is 2022, I'm sure this event will be taking place. And
Absolutely.
after an event like this, all I'm going to say is you do not want to miss a future Genesis event.
Absolutely.
I can say that with confidence.
And that is starting, and that's, I think this is like a great conversation to have because this event is exciting. But now we got the opportunity, the game's getting kickstarted. The community is going to be behind it. It's going to gain momentum, which means Genesis 2022 is going to be bigger and better than this one, frankly.
Which is hard to think about. I mean, this is already so great. So yeah, if it's cool with production, I think we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will be back with our top 8 bracket, and then hopefully we're going to jump into our first quarterfinal. So we will see you guys shortly. Stay tuned. All right, and welcome back everybody into our studio here in downtown Toronto. We apologize for the little bit of a delay. There was some ties we had to get sorted out from the group stage matches, but with everything sorted out, we do have our final top 8 bracket. If we want to throw it up on screen here, we can start talking through it a little bit so you guys at home can see it. Austin, what do you think about this bracket?
So it's really interesting. I mean, we've seen some of these players within the bracket already. We've seen Hades play. We've seen Alderon. We've seen Steve-O. And the game we're going to be joining shortly here is that match at the very top of the bracket between Alderon and Steve-O.
Yeah.
We've seen them both play. We've seen both their decks. I think it should be interesting going forward, watching that core matchup into the Nubia. But yeah, I think all in all, great players across the bracket. I mean, what else can you say, right? It's what you expect, right?
And I was told while we were getting set up to go live here that this is seed 1 versus seed 8, based off the final standings from the group play. So Steve-O being the first seed coming out of group play. Not too big a surprise, personally, if you ask me. Obviously being the 2019 championship winner, I think a lot of people had him as the favorite going into the tournament, and it looks like he's showing no signs of slowing down as he's still
No, but
in the
actually,
seed.
sorry, I think correction. Steve-O is actually coming in at 8th seed.
Oh,
I think it's
so
Alderon.
I
that is
had the
coming.
narrative
all
all
yeah,
wrong.
all good. I believe. We'll get that straightened out for you. But regardless, both of these players still top 8, right? So pretty monstrous for them. Essentially, I think obviously everybody's very excited. A lot of great players, a lot of great decks. We've seen a lot of them before. Obviously, I'm excited to potentially cover the other brackets as well to see potentially new champions. But I think we are ready to hop into this game and get things started. I'm excited.
I am excited. So we have 4 matches remaining.
4 matches are made, and keep in mind, in these brackets, it's going to be a best of 3, if I'm not mistaken. The finals may be a best of 3. We will see, depending on time, how that permits. But again, they will have the opportunity to counterplay in the event of a loss. So it'll be good to see both of these players, again, very skilled, like we said, Steve-O, previous 2019 champion. So a lot to show
And it
for
looks like they're ready on stage, so if we want to switch over to that seat in there, I think we can get our elimination bracket underway. I am so excited, Austin.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I mean, we saw the core gameplay coming out in Game 4 of the group stage, and just the kind of overwhelm we saw, the adaptation to the Kun deck. Making the changes necessary, and you know what? No matter what happens in Game 1, like even if Alderon goes down in Game 1, you know, seeing him adapt in that previous match, like, gives me a lot of confidence no matter what. So
I'm briefly going to put the champion cards up on screen for those that aren't familiar. So Steve-O playing obviously the Nubia, with the character ability being that they are essentially able to draw 2 cards opposed to 1 at the start of every round, which is very good in terms of just having more access to your deck, being able to find those cards that you're looking for.
Brings a lot of utility onto the thing, and it combos very well with that one specific card that we've seen a lot, and that's the Caboose. Right? Comes out, it's just a discard 1, no aura cost, no timeline cost. So that means effectively you get a free summon every round if you play that if you get that into your timeline, that's a free summon every round.
And then if we look at core on the flip side, didn't see Alderon take too much of an advantage of the Mobius ability being able to kind of execute a 1 health champion within your awareness. So gonna see if he can use that a little bit more to his ability here in this matchup. But just in terms of a champion matchup between these two, it's very interesting. 2 very similar but also very different styles of play, I would say, as the game is underway here.
Thinking back to how Alderon played in his previous match, I'm expecting to see potentially those Death Companions, potentially those Chrono Walkers, I have no doubt, and maybe even potentially, like we saw before, that Stone Protector. Huge last time. So we'll see if it makes a reappearance, or maybe if he feels confident in the deck he played prior in the first game we saw him in. We'll see.
Yeah, not sure if any major changes were made from the Forethoughts into his deck here.
But we shall see. Some pretty standard start, I think.
Early summons
A few
coming out.
summons, yes, a few summons coming out from core. Nubia, I think just playing up, choosing to get that extra time, getting that extra card, weighing Steve-O, I think here, just weighing his options, looking at what he potentially might be looking to.
He's going to do an aggressive move forward.
Very early on, he's going to
take out one of the early summons.
Yep, he's going to go for the attack. Low health character there, and I think those are from the subconscious, those summons.
Yeah.
So those are going to be low health units, but you get a bunch of them, but we'll see how well they're dealt with. So that damage...
Low health units, but they are still units that you do have to deal with, so Steve-O having to use his entire turn on dealing with that summon, so...
Yeah, so the aura comes out, the casts come out. I think 1 damage was dealt to Nubia there. Again, another one of those subconscious summons coming out with some more low cost summons, or I shouldn't say low cost, but more low damage output.
Yeah.
But again, there's strength in numbers. You get that turn economy, and you can potentially start controlling the game from there. I think that may be one of the plays he's looking for.
Easy way to snowball the game. The more units you have, the more possibilities there are in terms of things you can do on the board. So great start here from Alderaan, if I do say so myself. Going to see how Steve-O is able to deal with it. Obviously a strong aura advantage for him, as he's yet to really do much in this matchup so far.
Yeah, but with Nubia, I mean, a lot of really powerful spells, summons at your disposal.
Absolutely.
To potentially do a lot. I mean, there's a lot of potential. Chrono Shift's going to come out to avoid the damage, the first damage stack, so that's going to end up swapping. He's going to likely transition into that space. Another card will come out just a little bit. It's into our patented caster blind spot, but that's all right. Chrono Shifter will come out. I think that's going to disregard the Chrono Shift, and then the damage will still be dealt directly, I believe. We shall see.
Interesting.
Both characters now at 25 HP each. Going to rotate. Whether a spell will be used here, could we see maybe a burst shot? There it is.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Wow, you are the prophet.
Hey, I've seen it too many times, but I know the rotation. There's a lot of summons lined up on that far side.
Yeah.
They're looking for that additional damage, and it's going to come out. Honestly, it's a spell that we've seen a lot.
Yeah.
It hasn't been, I would say, the backbone of a lot of decks, but it's been a great utility use for a whole bunch of the decks we've seen been played this far.
Just a great way at taking care of some of the larger health units.
Yeah, and if you're rotating your cards correctly, using that large awareness, I mean, you can take a bunch of folks with you and also deal a really good chunk of damage to the enemy's champion. Someone's going to come
That is going to end the round there.
Exhaust tokens are going to reset, and we are going to start all over again. Here we go.
Advantage Steve-O currently in terms of both HP and aura. But Alderaan having more summons on the board, so going to see if he can bounce back.
Or opting to back out. He's going to use... he's going to use a spell there.
I believe just trying to draw some cards in his hand. Going to play something from his subconscious.
Can't quite see it. Can't quite make it out. Could that be? I'm going to hazard a guess that might be Death's Companion. I'm going to hazard a guess. It's in our blind spot. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Oh my goodness, it's more of those. It's more of those subconscious summons.
Yeah.
Interesting. So
Strength in numbers here is the name of the game for core so far.
At least that's the strategy he's playing towards. We'll see how it plays out for them. I mean, you burn when having to deal with a lot of these enemies. You have to. I mean, there's a lot of potential or a cost that comes with dealing with them, right? So maybe that's the plan here. We'll have to see how
that's
it
a
goes.
bus that came out for Steve-O.
Nice. And then as Nubia, you've been getting those extra cards. You can definitely afford to start discarding a few to get those extra units out on the field.
Not a bad play at all.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see there on the card, the beckon, it's not an exert, it's not a aura cost, it's not a timeline cost, it's a discard one. So pairs really well with the character of Nubia. Chrono
we do
Shift.
have a stack going on.
Yeah, the stack is going
There's a
on.
bolt shot.
There is a bolt shot. I did see a Chrono Shift come out. Going to swap positions and find himself in a little bit of a safer position there. Interesting move.
So 4 cards burn there for Alderaan. As he adds to the stack.
So we got some exert tokens on that side. We do have.
So I think that is going to end the stack.
Yeah, so there'll likely be a bit of damage that comes out on some units, or maybe all of it was nullified. It's quite possible. Oh, no, so 1 damage will fall on the side of Core, dealt to Core and Alderaan. But,
It's weird because you'd think with this amount of units on the board, this would be a very high tempo, quick paced game. But it really hasn't been that so far. 8 minutes in and we're yet to drop below 20 HP on either side.
true. It could be another situation. I mean, you look at Alderaan, right? Low HP, low aura. And you look at Steve-O, high HP, high aura. You'd think that in a lot of ways the ball is kind of in Steve-O's court here. It's a fair point, but if you take a look at the board, there are a lot of units.
Yeah. And those eventually those units are going to add up and it's going to start doing substantial amounts of damage over time.
Yeah, and like we've said a million times, but having that increased card count gives you a lot of agency on the board. And they're going to get their chance to wield that agency once the turn count comes back to them.
Steve-O
Is going to
repositioning.
rotate. It's going to make the attack and exert its unit. It's going to follow up. They're going to trade each other out there.
Still a large numbers advantage for Alderaan.
Mm-hmm. Not as large as it could be though, because I do believe that Kavos on the right side is from Alderaan, or is from Steve-O, I should say. I'm going to look to flank with the Nubia. Core has
Another bolt shot comes out.
That positioning with the bolt shot coming out. Stack will begin.
This is something we talked about before we headed into the Final 8, seeing how playstyle is different now that obviously the pressure being a little bit higher on. We see these players taking a little bit longer than usual to make some of these moves. Just kind of thinking through every possible scenario.
There's the
Another
bolt shot. The counterplay comes out and it's followed by another bolt
one.
shot. I mean, yeah, it's like we said. I mean, it's not the backbone of these comps, but man, it sure provides so much utility, like summon clearing.
Yeah.
Power and just straight up solid base damage when you're dealing it to an opponent's champion, right? So
great way to, obviously it's different from a card like Tsunami that's able to clear out multiple summons on the board. But where I think Bolt Shot is better, obviously dealing 1 more damage compared to Tsunami. Able to take out, single targets that maybe have a bit more health.
yeah, and like a big thing too is you take a look at the cost of Tsunami and you take a look at the cost of
Very
Bolt
different.
Shot, right? Bolt Shot, sure, you're losing like 4 off that timeline, but I mean, in comparison to like the actual damage you're kind of wielding there, it's huge.
Yeah, just for reference, going to pull up Tsunami there. 18 aura is the cost of that, so
Yeah.
very large difference there, excuse me. I feel like most of this game has been played in our glare zone, which a little unfortunate for our viewers at
Yes.
home, but
That's all right.
still entertaining nonetheless.
I think, yeah.
As we're going to see Alderaan rotate.
Yeah, I think despite the fact that certain cards can't be seen within this, like we've now dubbed the glare zone. I think it's kind of easy to infer, at least in terms of damage-wise, and it really helps having that aura counter and the HP counter up top, understanding kind of the flow of the game and the direction the game's going.
Yeah. Alderon in a rough spot, though. Down to 16 HP and only 30 aura to work with. You know, we talked about him having a large amount of summons in the early game, but now we're seeing that may come back to haunt him, as he really doesn't have that much left to work with in terms of aura.
There's outplay potential, but man, I just don't, like we've said it before, like it's very difficult to deal like effectively 30 damage to a champion while also dealing with the units that are being played. The caboose putting on the pressure right now. I mean, that's another thing, right? You're getting these summons out that aren't costing you any aura. You're getting to retain that aura. Like, I like the term you use, very like aura wealthy or like aura rich. And I think that's been a huge part of retaining the aura for the spells you need to wave clear, while still being able to apply pressure with those caboose.
And I believe that's a Death's Companion that's now on Steve-O's side of the board, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll give it a
The
look.
Alderon played. As we are exiting the glare zone, we are able to get a better look at what some of these cards actually are.
There's the Death. Yep.
He took it
So
back.
Death. We did see a flash of a Death's Companion there. I think you're right about the other one. I do think that other one.
Judge did step in. I'm not sure if he was able to play that
and
for whatever
and for
reason.
those watching, Death's Companion there being a pretty potential strong card, could be used in this situation. The biggest thing being that aerial continuous effect. Most units not having a ranged attack means that it can go through a lot of combat instances relatively unscathed. So it means you'll have to dedicate a lot of resources to getting rid of it. But we shall see.
And back into the glare zone we go.
Back to the glare zone. That's all right. I don't know that is a Death's Companion there on the right. I think, that's another one of those
Is that from the
subconscious summons. But there's the Death's Companion coming in. That's going to be a big aura cost, leaving him with just 19. But a difficult unit to potentially deal with on the side of Steve-O if he can't find range damage. But we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think Nubia is one of the characters that are a little bit better at dealing with the Death's Companion compared to some of the other characters, but it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, it comes down to what is in his timeline, right? What cards does he have at his disposal to deal with it?
Absolutely, and you have, you hope, and we've seen a lot used. Hopefully there's some bolt shots within the deck if you're looking to make a counterplay.
Absolutely.
There are some spells still in the arsenal, and again, 61 aura, like, you have the ability to potentially cast it, right? So
already at the 15-minute mark here, and we're still in game number 1.
yeah, I mean, you look at the kind of deck, and if you're on Steve-O's side, sure, you might be facing like a Death's Companion, and honestly, maybe you can't deal with it. But at this stage of the game, you wonder if you can just
Avoid it.
And burst him down for 14 HP.
Yeah. Especially if he does have maybe, a couple more bolt shots in his timeline. As we start to move towards the top side of the board now. Haven't seen much distance between these two players basically since the first turn. It's been very close quarters combat.
Yeah, Core's going to fall back there, create some distance. I think he's...
Because their tokens are off?
I think Alderon is very conscious of the fact that he's low HP. He probably doesn't want to be on the receiving end of maybe another bolt shot. Big damage, going to come out from the Death's Companion, presumably. Oh, never mind. Sorry, he's going to use a counterspell to avoid that damage. I mean, that's good.
Brilliant.
He's forcing him to use the aura.
Yeah.
So, we'll
So he's
see.
trying to get it to a level playing field on the aura. Obviously, Alderaan being down to 19 now.
It's true. I mean, there is a situation where if he can keep this Death's Companion in the game while still bleeding Steve-O of his resources,
That could come down to a very interesting ending, considering that he does have more summons on the board currently.
so Nubia's going to be exhausted. So will the Death's Companion will be exhausted. Kor is going to move up one.
So even though he's at a HP disadvantage, he's
And there is another Death's Companion. Things are heating up. It
brings him down to 7 aura. But as I was saying before he played that,
Oh,
as the stream slightly cuts out for a
slight
moment,
technical difficulty, all good.
but we are back. But yeah, down in HP, but really not, playing back at all. Still playing.
And I
Playing
think,
on his front foot, right?
and
Playing aggressive.
I think in a lot of ways that's Alderaan's like kind of final gambit. I think sure he has 7 aura. I think if something's gonna happen, he's got to make it happen now with the 2 Death's Companions.
Yeah. Because at this point, I don't know if Steve-O has any way to deal with it, because I feel like if he did,
He might have
we
used
would
it already.
We would have seen it already, exactly.
Because like I imagine here, right? Like if you had Bolt Shot, you're looking at these two units,
Looking
right?
at a way that you can take one out potentially, but gonna reposition.
And he's gonna reposition, which makes us think, it's very possible he doesn't.
Yeah.
No, I always come back to it, but it's like, man, this is where you really wish you had that, like, that stone protector.
Yeah.
Being able to like reposition and get over. Oh, gonna move to attack. Going to avoid the damage with a Chrono Walker, being able to avoid that damage. We pulled the Chrono Walker. There it is. Yeah. Again, we've seen it a lot played throughout this game, the Chrono Walker being a pretty huge part of a few of the decks. Just being able to avoid a lot of incoming damage with that decoy trigger has been huge. And we've talked about the importance, like why the card is so good. Big health, 6 HP, huge, decent mana cost. You swap out your character, you get to reposition your hero, and you end the turn with a summon on the board. So like,
Yeah.
There's
Great
a-
all-around card.
it really is. I think it's very multi-purpose.
I really can't see a situation where you wouldn't want to run at least a couple of these in your deck. Given
If
the
you could,
option.
yeah, absolutely.
Steve-O gonna rotate.
Yeah, he might have an aerial defense here if he's turning, but Alderaan is pressing the attack.
Gonna play, I believe, is that a Kabus?
Yes, I believe it is. Kabus is going to come out. 2 are going to come out, and remember, no aura cost to that. So,
So just discarding
Just
cards
discarding.
out of his timeline.
and this is an interesting thing because traditionally, I would assume, you're the Bolt Shot. It's going to eliminate the Death's Companion.
Still one on the board though to be aware of.
It is true.
Not necessarily in the best position right now for Alderaan, but definitely something to keep in mind for Steve.
Yeah, and then the unit there is able to trade out one of those Kabuses relatively easily because both of them just got summoned. They're exhausted. One of them is effectively an easy kill.
And very low HP on the Kabus, only 2 HP.
Yeah, and it's interesting because certainly that 2 Kabus summon seems like a decent idea, and it probably is, right? You get to conserve that aura, but man, if you're looking for alternatives to potentially outplay, like you're getting rid of cards within your thoughts, so it runs you potentially out of options. So avoidance there. Kabus will go down at the hands of the Chrono Walker,
Board's starting to clear up a little bit here,
which frankly could spell disaster. And he knows.
and that's gonna be
Alderaan is going to take it, I believe.
Wow.
With the board control coming back, it really looked like he was at a deficit, but he had the ability to control the board well enough. With those, Alderaan, confirmed?
Yeah, it was Alderon that took that game.
With a
Yeah, we
huge
talked about it
win.
with just like the summons being able to control the board.
Yeah.
Just brilliantly, right?
That
Putting
was
a lot of
huge.
pressure on Sivo. He had pressure on Sivo essentially the whole match.
I mean, you look at that board from strictly a numbers perspective, and you're like, okay, wow, like Alderon. Yeah, so you take a look at that board at a certain point, and you're like, wow, like Alderon has like 7 aura left. He's got 14 HP. He's like
Yeah.
outclassed in a lot of numerical things. But the things like you absolutely can't count out that turn economy. And those 2 death companions that are so difficult to deal with unless you have the cards that are prepped for them.
Absolutely, Austin. That's a great point you make. So yeah, Alderon going up 1-0. We saw Stevo in the first match of the day today go down 1-0, and he was able to bring it back into a second match, and then our third and final match was a stalemate that ended in a draw. So this definitely is familiar territory for Stevo. We've seen him in a position where he's had his back against the wall and he's had to react to that situation. Gonna see if he can do it here today and tie the series up and send us to a game 3. Otherwise, Stevo will unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament and Alderon will move on as our first semifinalist.
And I gotta say, it was really cool. I mean, we've certainly seen a lot of Nubia, we've seen a lot of Aegis, we've seen a lot of Kun. This is our first time really seeing a core, and I gotta say, like, although maybe the characters, maybe core abilities or base kit isn't as utilized as it could be, but I think the deck utility that is provided by using those is really what kind of makes those champions kind of stand out.
Absolutely. And I'm going to pop it up quickly on the screen here, this being the most notable card in the core deck. Obviously, we've talked about it time and time again, but it's just such a strong card. So definitely something to keep an eye out here as we get ready for game 2. Judge just making sure everything is good to go.
Everything's being shuffled now, but I mean, again, it was quite the play there. I mean, it certainly looked like disastrous for Alderon there, but he was able to like keep the composure, understand the win condition he needed to hit, and hit it. So it's very well done.
Absolutely, and we do have our other quarterfinals going on at the same time currently. So we will try to keep you updated on those the best we can. Obviously, we'll hopefully have an updated bracket. Other games might go a little longer than this one. Other games might be finished a little shorter, and great sportsmanship there as they do a little handshake before jumping into game 2, which is now underway.
Yes, and everybody here, of course, this is a best of 3, so certainly there might be some downtime in between this game where everyone else is finishing their brackets. Obviously, depending on this outgame, who knows, it could very well go to game 3. But with that said, one thing to keep in mind is taking a look at that game clock. I'm not sure. One thing we'll have to verify is if these top 8 games will have a time limit on them, or whether they'll just kind of be free range. We'll have to see. But that is something to worry about later. Right now, we're playing some top 2
and
games.
an early Death Companion comes out for Alderon.
I think whether it's kind of like a understanding or maybe like an early acknowledgement of how powerful this character is, Alderon kind of calling a potential maybe bluff here on Steve-O, saying like, I don't think your deck has the capacity to deal with this kind of pressure.
And we saw it. I don't think he does.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see. You know, you never know. In that potential like switch up phase, it's possible he could have rotated his deck around to maybe be able to deal with it.
Yeah.
But he's saying, you know what? I think I can apply this pressure, and I don't think you can deal with it. So we're gonna find out if that's the case. But both of us playing kind of aggressively into each other's side of the board.
Yeah, and Kabus going to move up aggressively. 2 spaces, so obviously not going to go into the action phase, but just gaining territory on the opposite side of the board, like you mentioned, Austin. As a lot of summons come out from the subconscious, exactly.
Summons. You wonder if maybe the idea of moving the Cabal up early was in an effort to maybe force the Death's Companions to spend turns attacking it in order to buy maybe some more time for the Nubians to get the cards when they're looking for it.
Yeah.
However, I think in response to that, those subconscious summons may be a direct retaliatory action to that. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
And it
We
looks like
we saw him play those subconscious cards early in the first game, and it was just a great way for him to gain control and really, gain control of the board and put Steve on his heels and allow him or force him to react to it and force him to clear it. And he ended up having to use, a lot of bolt shots to clear it. As we do see a little bit of the ongoing bracket right now, Sid taking a 2-0 over Night Tangle in our first quarterfinal that wrapped up. Super quick matchup there. Only took sub 30 minutes. But yeah.
Big win there from Sid over Night Angel. But that'll be interesting. Again, we have seen some of the other players play that we're seeing in the top 8 bracket now, so it'll be good. Hopefully, I wish them the best of luck. Hopefully, we'll get to see them come to the main table later on.
Absolutely. Bolt shot comes out.
Yep, big bolt shot. That's going to deal some damage. That is likely going to eliminate the...
Not sure where he's choosing to target
it. But it's going to fall in the stack. The attack's going to come through.
Yep.
He's going to negate it with a spell. And you've seen the core kind of build himself a little fortress of summons around himself, maybe to avoid some of the forward pressure that
And I
Steve-O is trying to apply.
believe the second card on that stack is
Holy
Holy
Wall.
Wall.
Yes.
One that we haven't talked about too much, but prevent all damage dealt to a target until the end of this turn. So basically making you invincible.
Yeah, pseudo invincible. Yeah, it's a really good point. I'm glad you brought this card up. We actually have seen it played a lot.
Just haven't talked about it yet.
We haven't talked about it oftentimes because it's used very quickly within an attack stack. It'll pop in and then the next thing will be used or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very useful. If oftentimes you're saying like, oh, this person attacked, but the person didn't take damage.
That's usually
especially
why.
with these decks, it's because of the Holy Wall.
Or something very similar. There are a couple cards in different decks that do something very similar, whether it be negate damage or straight up like Holy Wall, preventing all damage entirely.
Incubus is going to come out again. Heal is, I believe that's a heal. It's going to come out because that was some health back to Steve-O.
Yeah, we did see
and
him
that's
use that.
Another bolt shot being used.
And
Chrono
I believe that
Shift.
is Angel's Embrace, so that's gaining 4 HP. That is a very strong card. 10 aura to get 4 HP back is...
10 aura. Yeah, so to describe what happened in the stack there, so Angel Embrace went out first.
Yeah.
Steve-O used Bolt Shot, was going to hit them, but then Alderon countered with a Chrono Walker in order to avoid the damage of that Bolt Shot. But now, interestingly enough, although obviously the Chrono Walkers kind of tanked the damage, that kind of little safe bubble that Alderon had created with those units has now been penetrated. So
yeah,
it's very possible we could potentially see a more offensive take here on the side of Steve-O. The one thing I think he's definitely hoping for, or maybe potentially he's holding on to, he might end up holding on to those bolt shots in the event that he needs to deal with another Dust Companion.
Yeah, very good point, Austin. Obviously, you might want to get ahead of yourself and just start using them at the core, but yeah, very smart to keep in mind that there still are a couple Dust Companions that we could see, so very key for him to be aware of that and keep some form of card that can deal with it in his repertoire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely important, especially in the best of 3 series, you identify what maybe was the key contributor to the reason you maybe didn't fare as well as you thought you would the previous round, and I think he was hopefully identified that. Maybe he has some bullet shots in his utility and he's waiting. On the other side, Alderon may be waiting to bait out those bolt shots, knowing that if he can get him to spend enough of them, he can potentially get an opportunity to play those Death Companions again and win the game.
So it's like a classic Western standoff.
Yeah, it's like who's going to use one
Who's going to fight first?
It's a good point. It's a good point. that's another combust there, but we'll see.
I believe so. Did come out exerted. Those exert tokens are gonna come off as we head into a new round. Both players gonna draw cards. Obviously, Nubia going to draw 2. Kabus remains on the attack.
Couldn't see what was played. It's in
Alderon.
our glare zone.
I want to say I did see it briefly before it entered the glare zone. I want
What
to
are
say
the odds
it
on
was
the
a
Death's Companion?
I want to say it
What
was
are
a
the
Death's
odds?
Companion.
It's gonna make a swap.
It's very hard to
still
tell.
the glare.
I would not put money on it, but that is my guess.
I mean, it just took a damage. So like, Death's Companion has something has 4 health rate. I mean, Death's Companion has
So
3
it's
health.
not- so it's not Death's
odds would be that is in fact not Death's Companion, but a unit with a significant amount.
Unless the Kabus does get taken out.
I read that as a 4, but that actually could be a 2, so it could in fact be Death's Companion. Actually, we'll see. We shall see how this fares.
It's a mystery. It's all a surprise to us.
It's a mystery card. You know, it keeps
We'll find out when the time
keeps
comes.
us on our toes, these casters, you know? Bolt Shot gonna come out again. Counter Spell gonna be used by Eldron. Oh man, I mean, I talked about it before, about how he effectively, another Bolt Shot. Oh man, huge spell.
We just talked about
oh my God, he's gonna
another
use another
counter
spell.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, getting some interesting looks from folks around the venue after that one. That was pretty wild. I mean,
So 2 bolt shots basically deemed useless.
yeah, 2 bolt shots being useless, but you have to ask yourself, like, at what cost? I mean, bolt shot, sure, powerful spell, definitely, but you have 22 HP. You could potentially tank those hits, but
Yeah.
you only have 15 aura left. So, like, expelling that aura there, it weirdly gives me faith that he might have something planned, but we'll see.
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. I mean, both champions now directly facing each other. They're gonna get a chance to deal some damage.
Yeah.
Nubia's
If only
gonna
Steve
direct
had a
it.
couple bolt shots right now.
Chrono Walker's gonna walk up, gonna look to do some damage. Interesting. Aldron kind of considering, I guess, his rotation, and he's going to, I guess that's going to fall in the stack, I imagine. Interesting here. All the units exhausted. I imagine this is the attack stack right now we're looking at, but we'll see.
Not sure who's got the next move. It is
So,
gonna be
all right,
Alderon.
so damage is going to come out. No counterspell is going to be used. Nubia going to, all exhaust tokens going to reset here.
Yeah. So 2 more cards in the hands of Steve-O. The longer this game goes on, the more tools he has at his disposal, right?
That's very true. And he's still got 114 mana left to potentially use to throw some serious stuff Aldron's way. And I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, you look at the field, right? You got a Chrono Walker with 1 health. You got a Nubia, a Kabus with 1 health, I think, as well. Like, what is the? Oh, he's gonna negate the damage with the Holy Wall.
That holy wall that we talked about a little bit earlier coming
Very
into
clever.
play again.
Declare it's going to exhaust. Court is going to come in. Is he looking to use a spell here, perhaps? I guess he's just going to exhaust.
Still
Spell.
high HP levels on both sides of the board here, though.
Oh,
Another bolt shot. It just feels necessary to put it on the screen every time
there
it
we
pops
go.
up.
Just for the extra added oomph, you know. The damage coming out for sure. I mean, big damage again. I mean, I literally said this last game, and I was like, oh, like, it's not looking good, whatever. But then he came back.
Yeah, do not count Alderaan out. That is for sure.
I mean, to be fair, he might very well still have a win condition here. Because the one thing I feel like we might be undervaluing is the amount of health he's currently sitting on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's health that's going to need to be damaged, likely through spells or straight up basic attacks. How that will be dealt? Anyone's guess.
If Steve-O somehow has a...
Alderaan is going to use your favorite, that, what's it called? The
dedicated
dedicated
studies to draw
thank
some
you very much.
cards.
He's going to draw some cards.
I'm indifferent on it. I wouldn't say it's my favorite.
If I'm him, I imagine he is looking for a Death's Companion right now.
Absolutely, that would be huge for him.
I think it's one of the things that he...
Thing is, though, if he plays the Death's Companion, if you take a look at the Beckon action, 12 aura, that would bring him down to only 3. Obviously, a great card to have on the board.
Yes.
But is it really worth basically not being able to play anything else for the rest of the game? That I'm unsure of.
It's a good question. I think, as of right now, with his current HP and aura, I think it might be his only win condition.
That's a very good point.
But...
So not sure if he was able to find it, though, is the thing.
Yeah, it is true.
Going back to dedicated studies for a second, though, the reason I say I'm indifferent is just the part that you have to discard 2 cards. Like, I know I've played with it sometimes where you draw 2 cards and maybe you like everything in your hand, and then you have to make the tough decision of what you're going to discard, right? And I think that's a difficult part of it.
Yeah.
But just in terms of just getting more cards at your disposal, being able to see your options.
Especially when you're looking for that win condition card, I think it's definitely something that can be useful.
It's a great card in certain situations, but I just think sometimes...
absolutely. Sometimes, I think especially earlier on in the game, when you're still kind of developing your options, it's maybe less effective in that way.
But in a game state like this, where, like you mentioned, he is looking for some sort of win condition, whether that be Death's Companion, whether that be something else, maybe he has up his sleeve. It is a good way to kind of take a look deeper into his deck, see what he has.
Yeah. Both players kind of contemplating here. I mean, it seems like it's an easy kind of slam dunk here for Steve-O, but again, we saw it last time. So you really can't be too careful and too cautious when you're spending these aura points to make plays. Chrono Shift is going to come out to reposition his character. Interesting. You're 75, 65, down to 63 aura on Steve-O's side. Slade Chrono Walker's going to come in again. Oh, and this is one of the... See, this is like, man, we've talked about Chrono Walker before. It's so cool. We've seen it used as a decoy. It wasn't even used as a decoy here. In this situation, it was simply used as a tool to... Oh, here it goes again! Look at this. This is so cool. He's using Chrono Shifter to move effectively. He moved 3 spaces by playing 3 different Chrono Shifters. It's now going to put him within range of the core. And the greatest thing is here in this situation, sure, all of these Chrono Shifters are now exhausted, but traditionally, when you bring in that Chrono Shifter with the decoy, you're taking damage, which is why it has such high starting base health. But now, you're going to have a unit that has 6 base health.
And can deal 3 damage.
And can deal 3 damage. 6 base health that can do 3 damage, and 3 of them
dedicated studies coming
at you on the next turn. This could spell disaster for Alderaan, potentially. He will need something amazing. He'll need. I think he'll need Death Companion. I think that's what he needs.
I think that might be what he's looking for.
Otherwise, he might just end up tanking a bunch of damage this next turn.
Yep, and that would basically, we think, 3, 6, 9 damage coming out just from the Chrono Walkers alone would leave him with 7 HP.
And Steve-O still has 47 aura, so he could have a bolt shot. He could have a lot of potential game closing spells at his disposal.
Very interesting to see how this one closes out.
But that, man, I think that was such a creative play there from Steve-O, using the Chrono Walkers to rotate his champion into a position where he could deal damage to Core. I think that was really cool. such a diverse character, or summon, I should say, the Chrono Walker is.
All right, as we head into the next round, Steve-O going to draw 2 cards. Alderaan obviously drawing 1. So a lot of damage coming out.
So Alderaan's Chrono Walker is going to go down.
Opting to deal with the summon opposed to, you know.
Yeah, so there were 2 Chrono Walkers on the field there. The attack stack came down. And anyway, we'll talk about that a stack later. So GC, down in the 4th side of the bracket, GC did in fact 2-0 Hades. Sid won 2-0 like we went off. We got Pelotix, I believe. We'll get back to the pronunciation there.
I believe that's how I would say it.
And over Shockwave.
So all our quarterfinal matches
are going to be
finished up,
and we haven't had the chance to watch a lot of the folks playing there, so that'll be exciting.
So lots of new matchups here as we look towards our semifinals, but
Whoa.
still one matchup to consider, and that is the one on your
I've
screen.
looked away
currently.
for a split second, and all of a sudden everything's stacked up.
We got a little distracted there by the bracket, but very worth it. So we
let's. I think I understand what's happened. So Alderaan has used those core subconscious summons.
Yeah.
Which is why there's a lot of elements stacked up right now. Chrono Shifts are still up on the board. Like, man, he has to burn through 19 HP on Steve-O's side.
And basically with no aura, down to 2
Aura. Unless he's going to be cutting into his timeline or his health with his cards, I don't know how he's going to manage to do this.
And that's maybe something you wouldn't even want to do at this point, you know, considering your HP is low, and also every card at this point is, you know, you're getting really close to the bottom of your deck potentially. As this game has gone on for quite a while, you might be running low on cards, and as you know, when you go down to 0 cards, we're eliminated.
This is a good point, because it does seem like Steve-O is currently, at least, within the driver's seat of this game.
As of right now, yeah.
Oh.
And that's going to be game, I
That's
believe,
good.
Steve-O.
Did Steve-O really? No, did he though? I think Alderaan just pulled it with
What did we just witness?
Those subconscious plays. I think there's a lot of math there that we've missed. But effectively, I think with those subconscious plays, I think there wasn't a way that maybe Steve-O didn't see a potential win condition there.
That was... Did we get fooled again? Where it looks like Steve-O's
Here I was
in control.
That was huge. I mean, maybe on Steve-O's side, he didn't have the kind of wave clear to deal with all that damage. So, I mean, that was huge. Like, first of all, I think, firstly, I want to say, that actual Chrono Walk rotation using all 3 actually seemed like a really unique idea in order to get into a space where you could deal the damage to the enemy core. Really cool concept.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that was just so surprising.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, both games, you take a look at the mana, you take a look at the aura, you take a look at the HP, you take a look at the cards left on the field, and you're like, there's no way, right? There's no way he pulls it back, but, you know.
He does it again.
He did it again, and honestly,
So we
pretty
do
incredible.
have our semifinals matches finalized right now. Not sure who's going to be facing off against 2, but advancing it is going to be Alderaan, like we just saw. Kelotix, Sid, and GC, and we are going to pull
we'll
up
take
the
a look at the
bracket
brackets here, and we will see. So on top of the bracket, we've got Alderaan versus Pelotix and Sid versus GC.
Wow.
I mean, firstly, the one thing I gotta say that I'm very excited for is the fact that we're going to be seeing new players that we haven't seen play.
Yeah, so the only player we've seen out of the remaining 4 is Alderaan, who we obviously just saw, and we did see him earlier on in the day. But the 3 players besides him that are remaining are completely blind to us. We don't know what heroes they're playing.
Yeah.
We don't know what their play style is. And it's the same for you guys at home. You guys haven't been able to see them yet. So super excited.
New decks, new players, new cards, new strategies. I'm excited. So anyway, obviously I think we're all really excited. We're almost at the end of the we finished up obviously top 8. We're now going to be heading into top 4.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Effectively semi-final of the Genesis 2021 Championship. We are going to be taking a quick I believe it's a half an hour break.
Yeah.
And then we'll be returning back to you for some more Genesis action. Stay tuned. We're excited. Hopefully you're excited. We're going to see some new cards, and I don't know. I'm excited to see some potentially, and obviously at the end we're going to be crowning a champion to the 2021 tournament. So stick around.
We'll see you shortly. That's mad confusing.
That. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Genesis 2021 Championship in Toronto. I'm Austin, also known as One Shot Ocelot. I'm here with Ty, and we are here now in the top 4 of the tournament, effectively the semifinals. One thing we did want to talk about is potentially that last table 1 game that we witnessed in top 8. There's currently a lot going on. One of the things we actually kind of missed out on there was a player we're actually going to continue to see on table 1 from Alderaan. We saw there was one thing we kind of lost out on how the game was actually kind of transpired. We figured maybe there was a bunch of attack stacks that ended up coming down. In reality, because maybe the camera position, we didn't realize it right away, but actually Alderaan was able to, in both games, he was able to reduce his opponent's timeline to 0, winning him the game. So he was able to stall out those games, giving him the victory. Whether, and again, we're going to be seeing him again on table 1 here, whether he's going to be looking to do that again in this game is yet to be seen. I mean, I think he's got a great deck even regardless of that. Whether that's his strategy going forward, we'll have to see. But apart from just Ruben, Alderaan, I should refer to him as. We've got a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot of, everyone else apart from him within the top 4 are players we haven't seen play.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting part in terms of we don't know what their play styles are, we don't know what their decks are, but one thing we do know is Alderaan's play style in that last game was something incredibly unique, something I've never personally seen in Genesis. But just that play style of, stalling the game out, we thought time and time again through not the first game and then as well in the second game, it looked like he was on his heels for pretty much the entirety of the game for the most part. Looked like he was down and out, especially towards the end of that second game. They're down to, I believe, 2 or 3 aura.
2 or 3 aura, yeah.
And it really looked like he was done, right? And
yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big things that comes in there might not be, we might think, maybe he goes, I just kind of realized it, we're saying maybe he goes and uses a strategy in this game. But I think the big thing to take away from that last game is he was against Nubia, a character who is consistently drawing cards from her deck, and maybe that was the counterplay, kind of utilizing that against her, taking that advantage and kind of twisting it around.
A blessing and a curse in a way, if you will. So
it's a really good
obviously Steve-O able to draw 2 cards a turn with Nubia's character, but the downside of that is you're essentially a ticking time bomb, right? Because drawing 2 cards a turn plus maybe the other cards that you may have that are allowing you to draw additional cards from there, and it really just
it gives you a lot of utility. But at the end of the day, I think it may be one of the things that ended up contributing to the downfall. But one thing I do want to say, I think Steve-O realized it very quickly that his timer was running out, and he did that really interesting chrono walker play where he placed 3 of them to try and get an attack range to potentially deal the damage to win it out. I thought that was a really cool play there. But we are getting very close to kicking off our game between Alderaan and Killatrix. We'll make sure we
get the pronunciation. I want to say it's Contactus is how I personally would say it.
Contactus, I think that's right.
Yeah, and you can see the bracket there off to the left side of the screen, so that's going to be our first matchup that we have coming up moments away, and then looking forward to the second semifinal, we have Sid versus GC, which is uncharted territory for us.
We haven't
2
seen.
players we have not seen at all. And then we can slowly, if you want to throw up the full bracket here for us, we can take a look at how these players got to the semifinals. So looking at Sid, a convincing 2-0 lead over Night Angel in the third quarterfinal.
2 players we didn't really get a chance to see much, but however, on the lower side of the bracket, we did have a chance to see Hades.
Yeah.
With that Idris play.
And I will say Hades was a very strong player, a very close matchup in the round robin stage. Wasn't able to win that matchup that we did see, but I think that's just an ode to how good GC is, so I'm super excited to see their style of play and how they go about things. With a convincing 2-0 over a player like Hades, I think really speaks volumes to how good of a semifinal matchup we are setting up there. But like we mentioned, first up we do have Alderaan versus Contactus.
And I think we're getting very close to game time. If not, I think we're ready to jump into it. right about now.
I'm ready if you are, Austin.
We'll be starting the game very shortly. But yeah, I'm excited. We're going to potentially see, we're going to see the core come out again, obviously, from Alderaan. But it'll be interesting to see, so we're going to be seeing another Kun deck coming out on that side. Now,
Interesting.
we've seen the Kun before.
Yeah.
We've seen the utility. We haven't seen a lot of summons on the side of Kun. Whether that's going to be the same playstyle that's implemented here, that because before we saw not very many summons, but a lot of usage of that kind of
The movement.
the
right?
movement passive that they have to get into positions where they can hit those really important spells that they need to deal the damage, to clear the field of enemies. So we'll see how that comes out and how that plays out here.
And I believe it was Alderaan's core with the first move of the game is going to summon something that does come out exhausted, or exerted, excuse me, as the board flips to Colodix and he is going to progress forward in an aggressive manner, which we've seen time and time again with the Kun, and he is going to use dedicated studies there to draw 2 cards.
Yes. Now, I should clarify, because it's something I've just realized now. Before we did say we were in uncharted territory, I think the Colodix has opted, I think he realized he had his username, he wanted to change it mid-tournament. So that was previously the
Ruben.
Previously, I don't think it was Ruben. It was previously, I forget but essentially the previous gun player who was using the tsunamis and the bolt shots to win out over those games, I think. I don't think I know this is the same player, so we will potentially see a lot of that in the deck here. We're going to be starting off pretty early on core side with the Death's Companion. We've seen it before. Probably understand that it's maybe like a pretty core element of the deck for Alderaan. I'm looking to make a play early. I think Tsunami going to be used. That's going to hit both, and I think it's going to kill that Death's Companion pretty early on. So that isn't. He's going to say, you know what? I see that.
Get it right off the board right away.
I'm worried about it. I don't want it coming online. We're going to get rid of that immediately.
And that's a problem that we've seen where we've seen the Death's Companion be so successful. It really just comes down to the player facing off against it, really not having a way to deal with it. But really great out of Colodix to just deal with it straight away.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said for the Death's Companion kind of being like a pseudo angel in that way, where it has a lot of the kit. It's just a little bit kind of weaker in stature, but obviously like the aura costs and whatnot kind of represent that.
Yeah.
But yeah, a very solid card to be playing. But again, Colodix realizes that and decides, yeah, it's best to probably get that off the field immediately. But if we wanted a quick refresher on the characters that are going to be being played right now. So first we have Core on our left being played by Alderaan. If we take a look at his base kit, the big thing to take note of is that action, if he kills a target, effectively if he executes a target in front of him, he's able to draw a card. We haven't seen too much utility out of it yet. I think he's relied basically on
More
his
summons.
deck. His deck and his summons for sure. But on the other side, I know you played a little bit more of this tie.
We do have the Kun, yeah.
Oh, you can
And
tell me maybe
a very
bit more about that kit.
versatile card, I do think. A lot of great spells in the deck, and then obviously the flight is a great way to occupy a space or move on to a space, excuse me, that's already occupied. And then the dash, just so great at keeping you mobile. Basically allows you to make 2 turns or 2 moves, and then still be able to go into your action phase and go from there. So a very great champion that we've seen a decent amount of today. And just interesting to see how it's going to transpire up against the core. We have not seen this specific matchup today.
It's true. And Death Champion coming out on Alderaan's side. But yeah, you make a really good point. I think we focus a lot on Kun's dash, but I think sometimes that flight ability goes overlooked. I mean, you can essentially combine the two and just straight up fly right over your opponents to deal damage to the character that you want to. And I think that's like super useful when you want to utilize it like that.
100%, that's a great point.
So the Death's Companion, I think, has made its way behind. I believe it's going to deal a little bit of damage there on the back. Both players now at 19 HP. Kind of weighing their options here.
Pretty even game thus far, I would say. I don't think one player specifically had too much of an advantage over the other. If we had to give it to someone, I would say Eldoran, just having that aura advantage. But he's proved, especially in the last match, that he doesn't necessarily need a lot of aura to be able to pull out a victory. So.
Yeah, and I mean, we've said that, right? But if you look at the board now, right, he's actually up in aura right now. So I mean, I don't know if we're going to end up seeing that same kind of play style where he's trying to time out the game, or instead he might have like a really adaptable kind of play style where he's opting to do something else instead here.
Yeah, and I think that is just like another ode to how great he is. Not just sticking to one play style and, you know, hoping for the best with that one particular play style no matter the matchup. So far from what we've seen from him, he seems like he's very great at adapting to his opponent and just playing the specific matchup in the best way possible or the best way he sees fit. And so far he's had a lot of success with that versatile play style.
No, absolutely. And as these guys are kind of playing here, one thing I want to touch on, a big spellcast there, is this event, I think we've touched on that before, but for those of you who are just joining us, it is taking place in person in Toronto at our venue here, and it's been great. The turnout's been awesome. There's been a lot of variety in the demographics. It's great to see younger players taking up the game as well as some of the veteran players, and I imagine that's due to how great the community is. I mean, you see a lot of the kind of the torches being passed down pretty early. It's great to see kind of families getting involved. Everybody's learning the game, passing on strategies and whatnot. It's really cool, and it's interesting because even in some of the games, we got the VIP room in the back. We had a chance to talk with some of the players, and it's great because even after games, they'll kind of be chatting with themselves, giving each other pointers, maybe talking about things they could have done better. I mean, it's a very
friendly environment.
It's a very friendly environment. Everybody's kind of looking out for each other, and it's just a great time.
Yeah, absolutely, Austin. That's a great point. And I think another thing to point out about the event in general is, from the broadcast standpoint, all you guys are able to see at home is the tournament, which, don't get me wrong, has been great so far, but there is just so much more to offer at the event in person itself. So I think it's just been a great day overall. We have a lot of the designers here, a lot of different cards that you're able to purchase at auction. There was the announcement of the Kickstarter for those that were in the stream
so it's very cool.
while ago.
And there's the event going on right now where you get to play the creators with some of the decks that are coming out soon from that Kickstarter. So it's very exciting.
So getting an early look at some of these unreleased champions that won't be launched until prior to the Kickstarter. So definitely great to be here.
Yeah, that Death's Companion coming in and doing some damage. But yeah, absolutely. A lot of things. Obviously, there's vendors. It's great. There's a lot of art booths. You get to see some of the creators doing. I mean, I haven't gotten a chance to talk about it yet this stream, but I actually love. This isn't being played right now, but I just love the artwork of the Sunrise Fox. I've looked at all the cards. I gotta say, maybe it's not the most stylized, but I just love the vibe it gives off. Anyway, I had to absolutely talk about it because it was so great. But anyway,
we were looking through the database yesterday, and that card came up in Austin's eyes. I've never seen him look that way.
I thought it's cute, but it's also menacing and
a little terrifying.
Yeah,
right?
I liked it. Anyway, we'll dive back into the game here. Obviously, one card in our signature glare spot. It's like hidden in shadow. All right, it keeps everybody on their toes right now. But it looks like Kun was able to avoid that Death's Companion's.
I believe he did get hit by it, knocked down to 14 HP, but now able to avoid it.
Yeah, he's kind of avoiding it now, playing more towards the bottom side of the board. Whether he's going to be expended. Ooh, Bolt Shot coming out.
Bolt Shot comes out, I believe that's going to be targeting...
It's going to be targeting, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be targeting both core and that mystery...
The mystery card, which is some sort of summon from Eldaron, I believe.
Presumably that will kill it. Well, actually, never mind. I was going to say it was going to kill it, but
It's going to add on to his stack.
It's going to be add on to the stack. The counterspell will come out to help negate that. And it looks like things are going to be A-okay just because of that.
Yep, so
Turn
that
will
bolt
reset
shot
the exhaust
basically deemed irrelevant
Yeah.
with the counterspell. We've seen those time and time again being a great way to not only avoid damage, but to take some important cards out of your opponent's hand.
The
Right?
mystery card was a Death's Companion. the one glare spot, we couldn't quite see it. We're like, what is it? And then he turned it. It's a Death's Companion. That's great. Anyway.
It was hiding in the light.
Yeah, it was hiding in the glare. That's hilarious. Anyway, so now, obviously a lot of potential damage here on the side of Eldaron.
Yeah.
But Aura, looking a little low, granted, we know
Yeah,
him.
we've
That's
seen
not
that
even a
before,
concern.
yeah.
It's not even a concern. It's not something they're actively worried about. So,
I almost wonder if he started off a game with 0 aura. I feel like somehow he could still find a way to
He'd
win.
figure it out. Just give him
Do
like
I know
the two-
how?
Yeah.
No, but I'm
Give
sure
him
he
like
does.
2 or 3, Death's Companions, and the game's on lock from there.
What more do you need?
Exactly.
He's just so good at maneuvering around the board. I think that's really something we haven't talked about too much with his playstyle, but just being able to be in a position to be aggressive, but also being very wary of his health points and making sure he's not getting, large amounts of damage done to his hero. So yeah, we haven't talked about that too much, but I do think it has played a key role in kind of the success we've seen from him thus far.
Right, absolutely. Looking to move in, gonna get in a bit close, probably looking to cast some spells, deal a bit of damage here directly. But
Even if it's through his hero ability, if we pull that up, only 2 damage, but I mean over time, that does
let's not
stack
forget
up.
though.
Right?
So the damage is gonna come out. It's gonna be a ranged attack. Keep in mind, all right.
We do see a wind slash come out as well.
I'm just putting it out there, all right. Chrono walkers. We know he's got them, all right. He might opt to take the damage. All I'm saying is it's a possibility. I can see it.
He may
being
not
done.
have them in his timeline though, is the thing, or in his hand. Excuse me.
Fair
right?
enough. Yeah. He's gonna opt to take the damage.
Is that what
Is
I
that
think it is?
No way. That's another. It is. He's got 3 Death's Companions on the board. I am fired up right now.
Oh my goodness. But, I think
Wow.
Kun, obviously not being a direct counter, but I do think it's a little harder to get into a point where you can attack the Kun,
Yeah.
just because he does have so much movement in his kit, right?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think one thing that's kind of important to note is, although Kun himself is effectively like a flight character, his action is a heavy holy attack. It's not a ranged attack.
Yeah.
So those Death Companions are still invulnerable to him. So if they can manage to Sandstorm.
Sandstorm does come out, and I was just gonna mention Kun does have a lot of ranged attacks in terms of spells, not necessarily obviously with his built-in ability through his hero, but there are a lot of ways in Kun's deck that he can deal with a card like Death's Companion, right?
Nice. Oh, nice, yeah. Alderaan, in a situation we have seen him in before, absolutely chillin' with 3 aura on the board, 15 HP, 9 HP on his opponent. I mean, he's got big...
I feel like this is where he's most comfortable in a weird
he's
way,
like, you know
right?
what? It's all right. Who needs it? It's just another number not to have to worry about.
And he
it's
does
all
have
good.
the HP advantage, which
True, and that's something
Very
he hasn't
important.
traditionally had, right?
Yeah.
So, opponent has aura. Granted, they've put him in a situation where it's going to be difficult to tsunami him. And that's it.
Very
That's
good
a
position.
huge amount of damage coming in there.
and that's going to be game Alderon's going to take game 1
Yeah, I
in
mean, you look at
very
that.
quick fashion too. That game sub 10 minutes.
Yeah, Death's Companion. That's the tail of the
That's-
tape
that's-
of that one.
What
Death's
more do we
Companion.
need to say?
I mean, literally on that one, it came in from all 3 angles, dealt effectively 6, 12,
18 damage.
Maybe? I don't know. Either way.
Might have been something else there, but still.
Something around there. I mean, on paper, 18 damage. I mean, huge. Death's Companion. Death's Companion.
What more needs
Yeah,
to be
what
said?
needs to be said? Yeah, 2021 Death's Companion. That's a story right now.
That'll be the slogan
that's
of
the
this
front page.
Genesis tournament if he is able to be crowned the champion, but obviously a long way to go before we get to that point.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's something almost like, I mean, far be it from me. We're still in semis, but I think there's something poetic about. I know Angel of Retribution has been the face of a while for like Genesis, right? It's played a big part. It's been a very like strong card. I think there'd be something really cool about Death's Companion, kind of the polar opposite, being one of the pivotal cards in the championship. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, very interesting to see as the players get set up here for game number 2.
Yeah.
Alderon, with a victory here, would book his ticket to the grand finals.
It would.
Who he would be facing, still to be determined. Obviously, still a second semifinal that we have to run through. But Austin, if you are Colodix, what do you think your game plan is here going into game 2 with your back against the wall, down 1-0?
It's an interesting situation. I think one of the shortcomings of Kuhn right now is like dealing with all the summons and not really having summons of your own to deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you have the mobility, you have the damage, but man, honestly, okay, I think that's like as a general sense, but kind of looking at this game, I think Kun has to find an answer to those Death's Companions.
Yeah.
I think it has to happen, otherwise there's no way, right?
Yeah,
so much
if they stay
versatility.
on the board, we can talk about positioning and the Kun being able to avoid it as much as we want.
Yeah.
But one way or another, Alderon will trap you in a corner or position in a way that no matter where you move to, you are going to be taking damage from those Death's Companions.
Yeah,
so.
I think in a lot of ways, Kun is kind of in an interesting situation when it's faced with a deck like this, because you're opting with the choice to like, do I either use my spells to deal damage to the character, to the other opposing champion, or do I use my spells to get rid of the summons? And ideally, you want to be in a position where you can do both. But Alderon has done a good job of spacing his units out in a way where that isn't possible with that Tsunami, with that Bolt Shot, and with the other kind of spells like Sandstorm
and Tsunami. Yeah.
So,
well, I think that's the thing. We haven't really seen a strategy from a Kun yet today where they're, focused more so on dealing damage to the hero itself. They're more so using their spells in terms to clear summons off the board. Be super interesting to see if we just see him play super aggressive. For all Colodix knows, Alderon could get a really bad draw off the top of the game.
It's a very good point.
Maybe not get any Death's Companions into his initial starting hand, which would put Colodix in a position, with a little bit more of a clear board, less things to go through. You might be able to track down the Kun a little, or sorry, the
core,
core a little bit easier, which maybe you could burst him down, with a combination of various different spells. So it'll be very interesting to see what playstyle changes we see here from Colodix in game number 2.
I think there's some potential like bread and butter combos that could be laid down on the side of Colodix. Like if we look at the very start of the previous game, he got in there, the Death's Companion went up, Tsunami was ready for it. Dealt the damage, he was there, he was ready. If he can, I think, get some good cards into his thoughts right now, into his hand, he's going to be able to potentially counterplay those cards before they can come out, while simultaneously doing damage to core when he needs to. Because I feel like if he's in a position where he has to choose from doing either or, he's either going to run out of aura or he's going to run out of cards.
Yeah,
We'll see.
definitely a good thing to keep an eye on as we are underway here in game number 2. Colodix Kun going first, opting to move 3 spaces forward. Alderon just going to take the one single move.
I am surprised that Alderon opted to meet him there. I would have assumed his natural reaction would be like, let me take a step back for a second. Let's create some space.
But no, he's not fazed by being down 1-0.
Yeah.
Or sorry, being up 1-0.
Up 1-0. He's not scared. He's playing with confidence. I think that's really cool.
And I think that's exactly what you see from a player, who's win streaking, who's so hot. You know, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit back at all.
Yeah.
They're going to keep playing confident, keep playing this
he's
aggressive play
feeling
style.
himself right now. He's in the zone.
Rightly so.
like
I mean, he's been dominant in
It's very true.
in pretty much every game we've
It's
seen.
very true. We're going to take some damage there, again, off that mobility. Not much he's going to be able to do to really counter that.
Unexhausted, going to see. Oh,
That's gonna
he's
be a
going to go on
counterattack?
the offensive himself.
Nice. Well played. Now, just keeping in mind that the damage on Con is 2, and the damage on should I say? The damage on Core itself is also 2. So they're effectively kind of trading it out here.
Very interesting.
This
We've
is-
yet
this
to
is
see
like-
a
this is
summon
weird.
on the
This is
board.
like almost like the way the card's out. It's almost like poetic. Like they're just like faced off at each other right in the middle. It's like cool.
This does seem like some sort of end of a movie scene where the two,
Yeah.
the villain and the hero face off against each other. And honestly, it seems like exactly that right now. So, but super interesting. We've yet to see a summon put on the board from either player.
Yeah, it's cool. I always
Oh, spoke too soon.
Oh,
As a Kabas
boy.
comes out.
Oh yeah, it is the Kabas, I think. Yep. Nice. And that is going to come at the cost of a card from Core's hand.
But
Post
he
exhaust-
is able to
exhaust
get a
tokens.
summon on the board.
Yep. Exhaust tokens are going to be taken back.
Head into the next round. It is going to be Colodix to move. Going to opt to
Going to get
go
rid
a
of
little
that,
bit backwards.
Going to get rid of that Kabas, I think. Going to do that.
Dedicated studies.
Dedicated studies coming out. Likes to add that utility. I mean, maybe potentially Elrond might see that and be like, you're eating up a lot of those timeline cards.
it'd
You're
be a
seeing
shame.
if you run out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But we'll see. I mean, I think
Something tells me I've seen this story before.
yes, it's very possible. Very possible.
So is able to take out the Kabas.
We're gonna make the move back. Gonna create some distance. They just kind of like traded a bit. They traded some blows and they're gonna swap it out. Could that be? It is. It is the
Not one,
Stone
but two.
Protector. Is that actually 2 Stone Protectors?
There's something that was played on
Would you
top
look
of
who it
it.
is? It's Death Companion with
On
its
top
good
of a
buddy,
Stone
Protector.
Protector. A very strong.
Yeah, this is kind of
Combination.
huge. I mean, I like it. We saw it before with the Angel of Retribution combination with the Stone Protector. Now we're seeing the Death's Companion with it. So it gives it a lot of potential mobility here, which I think is honestly pretty huge. We'll see how that plays out in the long term. Now you wonder if maybe this was something he added to his deck.
Yeah, I don't know
Or-
if we've seen it from him yet today.
Yeah, if this was something that he added to his deck from his what am I thinking? His forethoughts. But yeah, it's interesting. I really do like the card. I think it has like a lot of abilities, and for those of you who are just joining us and haven't seen the rest of the stream, that obviously the Beckon is traditional, but that relocate being a swift ability means you can potentially evacuate units or relocate them at your whim, and
Yeah.
it doesn't exhaust those units that you're evacuating. So
It can be used offensively or defensively depending
Yeah,
on the situation,
absolutely.
right? Whatever you see.
it's a great tool for sure. But damage is going to be dealt to Alderaan regardless. Going to take a bit of that on the brunt of that attack.
Both
Now-
players still very healthy in terms of aura and HP here.
Yeah. Now Alderaan in a position here, like he could certainly counterattack with Core. There's also the option to move that Stone Protector of me with that Death's Companion.
Gonna use the Wind Slash.
Nice. He's going to deal a bit more damage directly. Will we see a?
Yep, and we are gonna.
Yes. Yeah. So the rotate's going to come out.
Oh, he takes it back.
So this is the crazy thing, right? So during an attack stack,
You're not able to relocate.
Yeah, see, during an attack stack, you're not traditionally able to relocate. With the Guardian, the Stone Guardian, you are. However, I think it was actually exhausted when it first came out, so it's not able to. But traditionally, you would in fact be able to make that.
It's a great point, Austin.
Oh, a lot of cards discard there. I saw a few tsunamis bite the dust there.
Oh.
I think that is that is a, what is that? Is that an Inferno Pits? No. Eh? No, well, either way, gonna be met with a bolt shot. Oh, gonna be met with, I think that's like a heavy
Third
defense.
card added to the stack.
A lot of counter spells being used, another counter spell being used.
This might be the largest stack we've seen today. I'm not
Yeah, it's getting pretty
too
hefty.
sure.
A lot of damage.
No
dealt.
way there's another card that can be played on top of it.
Oh my goodness.
More cards discarded from
The
Colodics.
stack. Oh, yes, another thing to the stack.
Oh my goodness.
This is
The
huge.
stack continues to
A lot of
grow.
nullifies, and I mean, a big thing to note when stuff like this happens, when you get these like extended stacks, is there's a lot of aura being poured into this.
And I don't even think it's taken an effect on the HUD that you're seeing on the stream here. So
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see what the aura counts are. Another thing to keep Colodics having to burn 5 more cards. He's definitely down to I don't want to say a number confidently, but
Yeah, it's
definitely in a spot where he has to be conservative.
Yeah, that deck is looking a little thin, I gotta say. So,
Wow.
oh boy.
Could we be looking at a semifinal 2-0? Who knows?
It's possible. It is possible. That's a huge attack stack.
And how crazy would it be for Eldaron to win this game by bleeding out his opponent
by
in
a
terms of
timeline
card?
bleed out?
Something
It would
we've
be-
seen from
yeah.
him just, maybe once or twice in the quarterfinals.
He's also gonna come out. Not gonna lie, that was a pretty long stack, something relatively difficult to keep track of. But all in all, I think points and aura tallied. A lot of aura spent there, for sure.
Yeah.
But not much health lost in the grand scheme of things.
Yep, interesting. Eldaron, the spells that he was playing, from my understanding, weren't focused on dealing damage as much as they were on making Colodics discard cards, right? And we've seen it again, the same thing for Steve-O, and we may be seeing it here again. And that's more cards discarded.
That's some more discarded cards. Oh boy, man. Yeah, it's. We shall see, though.
Really wish we had some sort of a card counter.
Card counter, that'd be really cool.
Not
Yeah.
sure how many are left,
That'd be
but
some
I can
serious
tell you
technical
there
art.
are not a lot, and Eldaron surely has the advantage in terms of number of cards left in his timeline.
Yeah.
I can say that with confidence, as Kun is going to reposition. Look to maybe try to do some amount of burst damage. Is going to play
Tsunami's gonna come.
Tsunami.
Nice. That's going to deal a decent chunk of damage.
Nice little counter, try to get the momentum back into his favor a little
what?
bit.
Excuse me? Whoa, what happened there? I think he might have accidentally hit a -10, maybe?
We're not sure if that actually went through. I think there might be some sort of an error in terms of the counting. So bear with us here as we try to figure this out. We will get to the bottom of it for sure. Because as far as I know, unless the card got rewritten between this match and the last, I don't believe Tsunami did
Like 18
plus
damage.
10 damage.
Yeah.
Like I said, unless something drastic has changed between now and then,
There
and
we go.
here we see the correction coming out from the judge.
Yeah, real close here. I think getting things sorted.
So I believe everything
how are we doing
is
here?
straightened up now.
I think we're okay.
If this is where we are going to continue on with the game, Eldaron dropped down to 10 HP off that Tsunami.
pretty.
Or sorry, 12 HP. I apologize, but
12, yep.
so technically advantage Colodix, but is it really an advantage when you think there really aren't that many cards left in Colodix timeline?
Right.
As we do just have another person coming in to verify what is going on
we
here.
have a judge coming in here. We just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Want to make sure the integrity of the tournament remains, so making sure that everyone is on the same page here, and everything is done correctly and fairly for both players.
Yeah. So I mean, even just reflecting on the game as it's gone thus far, I mean, we've seen some pretty solid placement from both players. I mean, the mobility of Colodix has been good. I think, like you said, though, being very conscious of those cards that are, I'd say slowly, but it's not even slowly. Like they're hemorrhaging from his timeline right now. So we'll see. Too many buttons were hit. We got to recount the damage. Okay. Understandable.
Okay.
Understandable.
Yep, so we're just getting word that we're just going to verify, make sure the correct amount of damage was put on the board. Like I mentioned before, we want to make sure things are done fairly. We don't want anyone to go back and look at this replay and be like, oh, you guys did 3 extra, and then obviously that wouldn't be fair to a player. So
I mean, hey, that's one of the nice thing about having the stream. There's always the video replays. I mean, I think it's also nice for the players to potentially look at for VOD review.
Yeah,
they can look back, potentially see what blunders they potentially made, or maybe things they could have done differently within the game. I think it's really cool.
Yep, and I think we're getting confirmation that 12 is the correct number of HP for Alderon, from what I'm hearing. But yeah, Austin, based off where we are at this point in the game, personally, I think what the turning point could come down to was that massive stack we saw not too long ago. I think that really played a large factor in swinging the momentum into Alderon's favor. But looking back, also this tsunami play could come back and be very, very important. As not only do we have this delay here where, Colodix gets a chance to, kind of compose himself, see where the state of the board is at and think about what he has to do. But Alderon still down 9 HP to 20, but sitting in a very good spot nonetheless.
A lot of damage that has to be done, but the one thing we don't have an analytic for on screen is how many cards that Colodix has in his timeline.
I can tell you it's not many, as we do get things sorted now. Final answer, like it's Jeopardy, Alderon at 9 HP. Originally we had set it at 12.
The Chrono Walker coming out, I think, there to avoid some damage put on by potential damage there done by Kun, so we'll avoid that. Ooh. Yeah, Chrono Walker coming out. We've seen it before. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it for a whole bunch of different purposes, which I think has been really cool.
Very versatile card. We've talked a lot about versatility today, and I think that card is the epitome of it.
We've seen this before. Here come the subconscious summons.
Oh, good. This is where it starts, Austin. This is where it starts.
This is where it starts. This is where we saw a lot of cards used on the opponent's side. Whoever was facing Alderon ended up bleeding them kind of dry of their timeline cards. So we will see how that plays out here.
Because these subconscious summons definitely aren't anything, to write home about. They're not necessarily strong per se in terms of HP values and damage values, but what they are strong at is just taking up general space in the board. Right? It's something you have to deal with.
Economy, you have to deal with them. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of things.
So surface value, you may think, those cards are kind of whatever, but in the grand scheme of things, here, I think we're seeing why these subconscious cards are so valuable and why we've seen Alderon have so much success on them here today.
Sandstorm's going to come out. Now the question is, who does he decide to deal the damage to? Does he deal it to the 2 summons? Does he deal it to the Chrono Walker and the summon? Does he deal it to Core? This could be an interesting decision here.
This is a great card for Colodix in a moment like this, right? We just talked about the summons taking up space. The ability to do 4 damage to not 1 but 2 different units is great. And he is going to opt to, correct me if I'm wrong, he definitely did damage to...
So What he did, he dealt damage to the Chrono Walker. He also opted to deal that 4 Earth damage to Alderaan directly.
Yeah.
He's negated that. Alderaan now sits at 4 HP.
That's plenty for him.
That's potentially kill distance here.
Yeah. All that would need is one blast shot.
Now the wind condition gets funky for Alderaan.
Bolt shot, not blast shot.
Oh yes, bolt shot. Yes, bolt shot could do it.
That would be illegal.
He is exhausted right now.
Yeah.
Is that a bolt shot? Is an can you pull that up one more time? Bolt shot is
It is a swift, so it could be used in the end phase. Something to keep in mind.
If he had it in his hand, it could solidify this game.
Yeah.
However, I can't help but think if he had it,
It probably got
he
burned.
would have could have gotten burned. He would have used it.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's worried about a potential counterplay
Yes.
and he's sitting on it.
Which is a very smart decision.
Weirdly enough, Alderaan in this situation has more aura than he's used to having with this much HP.
Stone Protector is going to come out for Alderaan. With a Death's Companion on top of it.
Death's
The
Companion.
bread and butter.
Yeah, the bread
It's like
and butter.
peanut butter and jelly. No better combination on earth than a Stone Protector and a
True,
Death's Companion.
Death's Companion. Big card coming out. We'll be looking to deal some damage.
And you know, Colodix is really a ticking time bomb in a sense here. Not many cards left in his hand, presumably. So, gonna be...
Just some TO stuff here just coming up. I think they just got to work something out here. They're doing a brief pause. I think they might be reviewing something, maybe a number that was crunched earlier.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we straighten everything
Yeah,
out. It's
so
like you said, you never want to like lose by a point and then realize that
Realize that it wasn't
it
correct,
wasn't.
right?
It didn't actually equal out, right? So
And we do have the players keeping track of their own HP and aura.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind, obviously. It's not like people are doing it intentionally, right? There's no sabotaging going on. At the end of the day, we just want to make sure that everything is done correctly. So for those viewing at home, I want to thank you for bearing with us as we are hopefully going to get things underway here.
not just
As he's going to go back up to 11 HP. Not sure what changed there.
Agree one more time. There's additional 7 health that should have added. It was 19, not the original 12 that said.
Oh, additional 7 health.
It is that was good, 7 health.
Okay, all right, understood. So that might seem like a pretty huge bump in health, but there was additionally an original 7 health that was unaccounted for. I mean, that's a pretty huge number.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's some situation there where maybe Colodix rethinks like that bolt shot because he probably did that considering that Alderaan was within kill within kill range.
Yeah, super interesting to think about how that may have played a factor. Like you mentioned, obviously, with the bolt shot, right?
Yeah, and the stone protectors down there, that is dangerous for Colodix right now.
Yeah.
But again,
And
that's one of the
I
great things
believe
about
we're
having the
going
bottom reviews. Sorry, go ahead.
Back, the Death's Companion and has been returned back into Alderaan's hand. As we're getting word about what's going on.
Right, like
Reworded back to the start.
like the burst shot might have not have been used if it wasn't within kill potential or whatnot.
There's a few parts that was really
Right.
things, so we're going to go back to the start of the core's main step
Okay.
with that knowledge now, because that can change the impact at 7.
Absolutely. Okay.
Players have agreed to it, so that's what we're going to play.
Excellent. So, first thing to note, there has been a bit of a reset. Both players have agreed to this, so it's always good to hear. Good gentleman's
But just like we
agreement
were
there.
mentioning, right?
Yeah.
Both players agreeing to go backwards a couple phases, just because obviously, as far as they were concerned beforehand, Alderaan was at 4 HP. Obviously, that could have had an impact in decision making on either side, really, not just for Colodix, right? So,
Yeah.
So both players agreeing to this, like we mentioned. So we are going to move forward. One thing to keep in mind that we do know is Alderaan does have that Death's Companion in his hand. We do know that for certain.
Yes. And yeah, I mean, odds are it will likely still end up being placed on that stone protector.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Who knows? Right?
Really, who knows?
Maybe that was the last desperation move that he did, solely because he was down to basically one shot, 4 HP. So, kind of gonna jump on top, use the flight ability that we've talked about a little bit. So being able to move onto a spot even if it's occupied, and then using his action, his heavy holy attack, to deal 2 damage to the summon. And then we are going to see the stone protector come out from Alderon.
Okay, so there's a confusion about movement here. And it's going to be exhausted. Now, whether that's because of an attack, I think it is because of an attack. The movement's interesting. I'm not quite sure what transpired there, whether that was on the stack. I don't think it was. Oh, maybe, I see, okay. So maybe it was from the Kung exhaust.
Yeah.
It was just strictly from movement, because maybe there wasn't attack, so there therefore wasn't an attack stack. Both on the bottom, they're going to be exhausted.
Colodic's down to 14 HP now. Alderon's sitting at 9. I'm not sure in terms of the aura counters that we have on our screen. I don't believe they are completely accurate, given just the amount of changes we've had to go through. So take that with a grain of salt. Consider that the values you're seeing at the top of your screen in terms of aura may not be correct, but the HP ones we have verified several times are correct, as Alderon is going to drop down to 5 HP.
With that bolt shot coming in pretty hard now. This is interesting. I mean, Alderon has been in this space before.
Yeah.
You know?
So
So
Kun is going to reposition.
Going to reposition. He's going to be looking for some potential big damage.
Oh, some sort of counterspell coming out potentially?
I think it might be a draw card of sorts.
From Alderon, yes, but I'm not sure what card that
I
is
see what
that
you're
Colodic's just played.
Okay, 2 damage dealt. That will exhaust him. So that just looked like it was a heavy attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, and the bolt shot, and that's going to be GG. We are going to game number 3 as Colodix is able to redeem himself after that first game that, to be fair, was very close.
Yeah.
But now here in the second game, a little bit of confusion in terms of just dealing with that massive stack that we saw, probably the biggest stack we've seen thus far today. But we're able to figure all that out. Colodix was able to keep a level head through it all, keep focused. Really focus in on his win condition, and he did exactly that. I think he played that end game perfectly, and he's able to come out on top.
Yeah, he utilized the spells. He dealt enough damage to. It's kind of like I mentioned before. He had a great mix of both when he was damaging those summons that he needed to clear, he was simultaneously damaging his champion.
Yeah.
And I think that was huge in not expending too much aura or resources while simultaneously dealing enough damage to finally put Core into kill range and then execute on that kill.
Absolutely. And we talked about that before going into game 2, just in terms of what early gameplay style we needed to see from Colodix, right? We talked about whether it be him go out more aggressive and try to just go straight for the core instead of trying to clear out some of the summons. And that's exactly what we saw for the most part in terms of the early game last game. So heading into game 3, it's really going to be the same question. I think the early game in this matchup just has such a big impact. Huge shout out to our judges so far. They have been doing an amazing job keeping everything fair.
TOs, judges, all giving their time, their energy, their effort, the game, the community they love.
Yeah, couldn't have a fair tournament without them. So
It's true.
Huge thank you to them, and they played a very crucial role in that last game to make sure everything was done fairly, and
Yeah,
just great to see that we are going to be going to a Game 3.
absolutely. So, wow, we are going to Game 3. This is
And
gonna
folks for
be
just
it.
joining us, could we maybe quickly pop up the bracket if possible? Just take a look at what is on the line here in this game. I'm not sure if we're able to pop that up on the left side of the screen, just so we can see what matchups we have remaining.
But yeah, if that comes up, we can certainly talk about it. If not, both these players, obviously,
Yep.
we're
Oh,
gonna
and
excellent.
That's us
we
right
go.
there.
There we go.
But if you look at the
Looking
left
good.
side of the screen, so the top matchup is the one we're obviously currently in,
Yeah.
Alderon and Colodix, and then coming up after this, we do have Sid and JC.
And that'll be a good match. Both of those players, fairly certain this time for sure. We have not seen them play, so they'll have fresh decks, fresh players, and fresh strategies, hopefully.
Yeah, and well rested. I mean,
Yes, well rested. They've had a chance. They've had some pizza.
They've
They've had some pizza there. We did have some snacks and beverages and whatnot for some of the top players. So they've been refreshed. They've got their minds in the game now. They're well fed. They're fueled up, and I think they're ready to play.
and also something to consider is, obviously, I think we can go back to the board now as I think the players are ready to
Yeah.
get underway. But both the other two semifinalists are sitting here watching this game right now, so they are able to get a bit of an understanding of the play style
Very true.
for potentially who they might be facing in the finals, potentially, right?
No, absolutely.
Desk
Yeah.
Companion coming out early there.
Yeah. We saw it early, right away, and that was a big thing in securing that victory for him the first time. So we'll see if maybe it plays the same effect for him.
Yep.
for
In the first game, if you remember, it was, I'm not sure, was it his first turn or
Yeah,
one
it
of
was
his
his,
first?
it was his first turn. Now it did end up being countered with a quick mover from Kun
Yeah.
into the tsunami play, but it still was out first. You wonder if, since it's being played first, if maybe he has more potentially within his thoughts. We'll have to see.
Dedicated studies coming out from Colodix. Maybe not too happy with his opening hand. Gonna see what he's able to get off of that. Discard two cards that he's maybe not too fond of or not needing too much here in the early game, and hopefully gonna try to get a game plan based off what he's able to pick up from that dedicated studies.
Absolutely. Both players kind of considering. Their options here. Obviously, kind of looking to play aggressive again. But nice. The Death Companion going to move more towards the middle of the board, kind of looking to potentially meet him when he comes in for that attack. We'll see how it plays out. He's going to move to and then rotate. Tsunami, there it is. Yep, kind of figured it. Kind of figured it was coming. That's going to come out. That's going to get rid of the Death Companion. Something that he's probably looking to do pretty early. Doesn't want that lingering for too long, becoming a problem.
Yeah, absolutely right. The sooner you can get the Desk Companion off the board, obviously the better, right?
Yeah, it poses a lot of risk with a lot of damage potentially. So very similar to the Angel. It's a force to be reckoned with if you can't find that range damage to deal with it.
Alderon pressed into his own half of the board. Is that yet another Desk Companion?
It looks like it might be. It's in like slightly in the glare zone. It's half in the glare zone. But I think you're right. Yes, I do believe it is a Death Companion. Now, this will be interesting here. Both sides kind of queuing up. A lot of damage dealt there on that turn from the Death's Companion. I think that was a big damage dealt there. Let me see if I can pull it up. There we go. Interesting. We seem to be having... I can't quite pull the cards up right now for whatever reason. That's okay. It might be the bracket overlay potentially or something along those lines, but that's all right because for the most part we're pretty well versed on these decks that we.
That's a tsunami coming out from the side of Colonics.
Is that a Chrono? No.
Yeah,
is it?
I believe that's a Chrono Walker.
Good question. Could be something else. A little bit hard to see, but that's alright. Oh, interesting. That's a defensive spell, so these are things going on to the stack right now. So Tsunami comes out, counterspell comes out, counterspell comes out, followed by another counterspell. So big stack there. We'll see how that continues to develop, whether they'll let it hit, whether they'll look to make another counterspell. We'll have to see.
Very interesting. We talked about it in the last game. That large stack potentially being a turning point in the match. So I'm gonna see how big of an effect this stack has on this third and final decisive game here.
Right. Nice. Oh my goodness. All right, so I think Tsunami still ends up hitting a bit, if I'm not mistaken, on that stack. Although I think the damage has been minimized, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a pretty lengthy stack.
Yep.
But if we look at the damage of the champions, ooh, Sandstorm's going to come out. Going to deal some damage. That aura cost is going to go down. Kalodic's already down to 34 aura. Both players at 19 health. I mean, I have to say, that's something I kind of worry about on the side of Kalodix when you're playing Kun.
Yeah.
It's like, at least on champions when you're using a lot of summoning, you can rely on some of that damage output even when you're out of aura from the summons that you have on the board. When you run out of aura as a champion who's using almost exclusively spells or techniques to deal your damage, once you run out of aura, unless you're using timeline, unless you're digging into your timeline,
You're in a very rough spot, right?
yeah, you're kind of in a rough spot because
Almost
what else
like a
can you do?
chicken with its head cut off, if you think about it, right? You're kind of just really not left with much to do other than
Just run around and hopefully land some hits, but yeah.
But yeah, in terms of spells, like you mentioned, really not much left you can do. So really interesting to see how much value Kalodix is going to be able to get out of this 34 remaining aura as another Death's Companion being played on the side of Alderaan.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good point. Well, like if we take a look at where's Bolt shot? Bolt is in oh, there we go, sorry. There we go, Bolt shot. Oh, still can't bring it up, but that's okay. Basically, a lot of damage. I just wanted to see the cost on it, but basically, I think, like with 15 HP, like it's starting to look a little out of reach unless there can be a bit more damage dealt from Kalodix. But we'll see. You know what? There's still potentially a lot of game left to play.
Yeah, and judging off some of these matches we've seen here today,
that
anything is possible.
And that is a Death's Companion, again, coming down on the side of Alderaan, looking to deal some damage. One of the great things about this game, you get to practice your mental math a lot, you know?
Never a bad skill to have.
Yeah.
Very valuable life skill.
It's true. Yeah, if Colodix has 5 bolt shots, but he negates 2 of them, how many bolt shots does
These
Colodix
could be
still have
future
in his bag?
textbooks. Back in my day in middle school,
It was just apples,
Jimmy
right?
had apples.
Yeah, that was
15
lame.
apples.
Yeah.
What was Jimmy doing with 15 apples?
Yeah, it's
Now
all
Jimmy has
about the
15 bolt
death.
shots.
It's all about the death's companions in the bolt shots, right? That's what that's all the rage nowadays. Okay, so big. I mean, I shouldn't say big, but a potentially large. I mean, you look at 50 and like. Some might see 50, I see like 2 Death's Companions, all right? At the very least, along with some other potential utility spells. There's a lot of potential damage that could be drawn out from those summons, but we'll see. We'll see if we end up, if they end up making an appearance. It'll depend also. Ooh,
And another Sandstorm coming out.
That's gonna fall on Core and
So he's going to use it
the
on.
other exhausted unit.
Oh, but there is a counter.
Chrono Shift. Psych.
Just when you think he's down and out.
So
the
Chrono Shift is
Chrono
going to take 4 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Chrono Shift's going to take 4 damage. Still going to live through that. It's going to be ready to roll on the next turn, ready to deal some damage.
And it's going to avoid Alderon's core from taking that 4 damage from the Sandstorm, right?
Yes, which is huge. And
Massive.
it still has that Death's Companion sitting there in the back line, ready to roll up on that next turn.
Yeah.
So if they're able to potentially maybe bait out that exhaust from Colodix, I think we could see a huge amount of damage on this next turn. But we'll see. It will depend.
And Alderon at an advantage currently in both Aura and HP. But an advantage now could quickly turn to a disadvantage with one sudden movement.
That is a big spell.
Oh, so 5 cards discarded out of Colodix's
If we can pull it
hand.
up, that's Mystical Spirit. Unfortunately, I can't pull it up right now for you, but yeah, big spell there coming out for
Yeah.
Colodix.
So we are having some troubles, as Austin mentioned, pulling up cards. As far as I know, I believe our technical team is working on it. So hopefully something we can get fixed here shortly, if not for the next game. As
Would you
another-
look who it is? This is what I'm saying. People
It's
see
your good old buddy.
People see 50 aura, all right. I see 2 Death Companions and a lot of utility. And look, even your good old buddy Chrono Walker makes an appearance, right?
The
So
whole gang's here.
The whole gang is here. I mean, that's a squad I want to be rolling up with, if you ask me. But
And they say there's no such thing as 2 pretty best friends.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing it here today, as
Yeah.
the dedicated study is going to come out as well.
yeah,
Maybe looking
Death's Companions, absolutely.
for some more Death's Companion potentially. Is he going to play it, or is there some sort of... Yep, I believe he is going to play it as he starts to burn the cards, and he is going to...
It's gonna come through.
Not sure what happened there in terms of the dedicated studies.
It's going to come through.
Oh, bolt
Shot is
shot.
going to come through. That's going to deal the damage.
To kill the Death's
Death's
Companion.
Companion is going to go down.
It was
Aura is
taken
running
off of the
low
board
for
basically
Colodix. Yep.
as quickly as it was put onto it, just
Yes.
instantly dealt with by Colodix. That's brilliant out of him to hold on to that bolt shot, being patient enough, and knowing that there's more Death's Companions that could be played
Yeah.
that he is going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Exhaust tokens being removed. Alderon with only 1 card in his thoughts right now. The potential for outplay. The potential for outplay here is low because he does not have much in his thoughts. I mean, he has 1 card.
Yeah.
So if he's unable to make an outplay here,
Could be
he's
facing a
gonna,
lot of
all right,
damage.
so he's going to deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll have to deal it kind of light. I mean, it's possible he could retaliate. He might have a spell up his sleeve. He could have a bolt shot. He could have a tsunami. If anything, if he has a tsunami, he's probably going to wait for that that Death's Companion to get in nice and close and then give it.
Yeah. Want to get the best value out of it that you can.
Yeah. This is where you're really. It's weird because sometimes it's weird because oftentimes right at the start of the game. Okay, so Kami's gonna opt to just deal its heavy attack damage. I was gonna say it's interesting because a lot of times you start the game, you have hypothetically like a near infinite amount of choices, and you make decisions kind of quickly. But when you get to the end of the game, you only have like 2 or 3 real choices, but you take forever to.
They're very hard. You have to
like,
consider
man,
so many different things.
That's really true. All right, the damage comes through on the Death's Companion. If Death's Companion is able to survive another turn and deal a point and get its attack off, Alderaan will be heading to the grand finals. This
is so intense.
If
both players sub 10 HP, basically sitting around 20 aura on both sides.
Yeah.
With so much on the line here.
Yeah, I think Contactus is going. Okay, he's going to flank.
Reposition.
Oh, could there be a tsunami? There it is.
There it is.
There's the tsunami.
The tsunami comes out from Contactus. Does Alderaan have a counter? He does not, so he's just gonna have to take that damage to the face.
The Death's Companion, that's gonna drop. However, damage is dealt. Okay, there will be no stack. Death's Companion will drop. Now it's possible. It is very possible. 21 aura. All I'm saying, there is a possibility that Alderaan has another Death's Companion. He has enough to potentially play. It's a possibility.
The question is, does he? And he does.
Oh, look at this. All right. Okay. All right. This is really spicy. All right. All right. I'll tell you what. He does not have enough aura for another Death's Companion. This is his last. This is his last shot here with the Death's Companion.
Last hope.
So that comes out exhausted. He's going to attack. That's game.
That's game.
Alderaan will take it.
Wow. That Death's Companion at the last possible moment is able to get it onto the field, is able to reposition it, and is able to do that crucial 6 damage that is going to push Contactus into death and sadly out of the tournament. But a valiant effort from him.
And just seeing that. Just seeing that hand, I just kind of saw him flash it just at the end there. I think what was the study? What's the
dedicated study?
The dedicated study. I saw he had 2 in his hand. Potential to use it there, but obviously you use up a lot of your timeline, and really maybe not a card you're exactly looking for in that kind of situation where you like need something to get that Death's Companion off you, get that core off you, and unfortunately just couldn't pull it. But man, what a tight game. There's so many situations there where I was like, man, like it's over.
It's over here.
It's over unless he pulls a tsunami. Out comes the tsunami. It's over. Okay, all right, fine then. But now it's over unless he pulls like a Death's Companion. Would you luck what I got? And out it comes. And I think that's like such a cool thing. And again, we've talked about it before with Genesis. You can top deck your cards. You can put as many of a certain card as you want in your deck to try and increase your odds of getting it, unlike other card games. So I think that's really cool. But yeah, really great game. We're going to be seeing Sid versus GC next. Yeah. I don't know how much time there's going to be in between those games, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on the game we just watched.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we could have scripted a better semifinal if we tried. Between all the drama of the TOs coming in and making sure that stack was done correctly and all the calculations were done correctly.
That was massive.
Even in this last game that we saw, there was a large stack there that did turn the tides of the game a little bit. But yeah, I believe, I'm not sure if I can get word on this, but we are seeing Sid 2-0ing GC. I'm not sure if that's a graphics error and that's meant to be
possibly
on the Alderaan versus Contactus.
But even in that situation, we went to a game 3, so it could, unless the other bracket of
was ongoing.
Unless semifinals was not on main table, that's a real possibility. If that's the case, we will let you folks know at home.
Yep.
But yeah, really a great game, man.
Either way, I think we are going to take a quick break. We're going to collect our bearings after that insane game
that was pretty wild.
That we've seen.
That was pretty wild.
And then we will come back with updates, whether that be the second semifinal or getting us set for the grand finals.
Yes.
But just wow, what a semifinal we saw between Alderaan and Contactus there. Bear with us. We will keep you posted, and we will hopefully be back very, very shortly.
Sounds good.
super duper princess.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Everybody get up, everybody get down, let's strut. Everybody get up, let's strut, let's strut. Everybody get up, everybody get down, let's strut. I just wanna get up, let's strut, let's strut. Yeah, yeah. I wanna do it too, do it too. Yeah, yeah. I wanna do it too, yeah.
Go!
right, and welcome back inside our downtown Toronto studio. We are just about ready for our third place match between GC and obviously Contactus.
Yes, we saw him play earlier. Honestly, a pretty tight game. Obviously, there was a little bit of confusion there around that huge attack stack.
In the second game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, certainly there might be some qualms about that potentially, but I think both players agreed on doing the rollback, and at the end of the day, that third game was very tight, came down to the wire. Obviously, that desk companion, I had the opportunity to speak with the player there.
Alderan?
Yes, and he was saying, you know, when I was building my deck, I was kind of building around it, and I never really wanted to get rid of that kind of card. It's always something I wanted to keep in the deck, so that's something I really like to hear as someone who's already a big fan of that card.
Yeah, and we're seeing it pay off for him. Obviously, he's heading off to the final,
Absolutely.
as well as Sid. So just to get you guys caught up with where we are at the bracket. Obviously, the last match we saw was Alderan taking down Contactus, and then off camera on a different table we had Sid defeating GC 2-0. So the final of Alderan versus Sid is going to be coming up after this match that we're about to get into, which is Contactus versus GC. For the prize of third place. Obviously, not going to be
as much as what they're looking for.
But still, third place is very respectable, right?
Being top four, regardless, especially at an event like this,
absolutely,
it's an achievement, without a doubt. And I think, firstly, I mean, obviously about this, but the players themselves, we got one that we're seeing new. We've seen the Kun come out. We know that kind of play style we're going to be dealing with. What I'm excited for is to potentially see this Nubia and see
how GC likes to play.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a real high potential sometimes for some of these decks to have real countermeasures against other ones.
Yeah.
So sometimes maybe the players themselves kind of function rock paper scissor-esque. So we'll see how the Nubia deck here fares against the Kun. I think we're getting very close to getting started.
Yep.
So you can certainly, Tech Team, you can throw it over that game board, but we'll certainly keep talking about the cards that we might be looking at come the start of this game.
Yeah, very familiar with this Kun deck. Obviously, we've seen it a lot.
We've seen
a lot of Contactus here today on the main stage.
And if you're looking for big cards from the Kun deck, you're looking at Tsunami.
Yeah.
You're looking at Bolt Shot for
the Sandstorm as well.
You're looking at Sandstorm. All those cards, big, potentially AoE-esque type abilities that are going to work really well against champions that focus on their summons and look to get a lot of enemies I should say. Well, technically enemies. If it's your opponent, they're certainly enemies. That you're going to want to clear those off the board early, and I think that's where Kun looks to excel. Now, Nubia on the other side, we saw it a lot in the early part of the tournament, but we saw some mixed gameplay mechanics. We saw earlier on, we didn't see too much Angel of Retribution, but we did see that Stone Protector coming in very big. It'll be interesting to see if that makes a return. I do still think we're going to end up seeing some Angel of Retribution. I think it's just such a popular card. There might not be a way around it.
I believe we're ready to go on the main stage.
Excellent. I think we are ready to throw it over.
If we want to throw it over to the different camera angle, we can get this third place match underway. Obviously still a lot on the line. Third place, fourth place, nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh my goodness, bragging rights. I mean, I'd be bragging about taking third place at a tournament like this is all I'm saying.
And to the person that's going to finish in fourth place, still a great achievement given
top four,
that I believe we started with 25 plus players here today, if I'm not mistaken, in the round robin.
If not more.
Probably more than that. I never got an official number, but still, to be top four in a tournament of this size,
it's certainly
in a very grueling tournament format, definitely long drawn out. This has been an all-day affair. So kudos to these players, just in terms of their longevity, their ability to stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, we are ready to go if we want to throw it over to the game as we get this third place semi. I almost said semifinal. This third
Semifinals.
place
This is
match
the bronze medal
underway.
game. This is
Yeah,
big.
basically.
This is big, for sure. And we're looking to get started. And as we're looking to get started here,
We do have a Malik on the screen there. Ignore that. He
Yeah,
is not being played here. We apologize
Darn,
for that.
I was hoping for the Malik play, but unfortunately we won't see.
Not going to see that here in this tournament
Yeah.
today, unfortunately.
You brought up a really interesting thing there, I think, about the longevity of these players and the kind of stamina. I had the chance to speak with a few players, and that was something they brought up. They're like, you know what? It's been like a long day, and obviously, like, a game like this is very cerebral. Like, you're thinking a lot. You're thinking, you're trying to think several steps ahead of your opponent, considering what they might have in their hand, what you have in your hand currently. And like, it can definitely take its toll. I mean, these players are tired. Thankfully, they've been able to refuel throughout the day. We've gotten some food, but anyway, let's hope that doesn't faze them too much going forward.
And just to note to our production team, not sure if they are able to hear me, but the Kun and the Nubia are actually on the wrong sides of the screen here. It is actually Kalodix obviously on that Kun, and then GC on the Nubia.
We'll give that a swap, but for now, at the very least, we've made note of it. So anyway, Nubia, we haven't seen her a bit, so we'll quickly just go over that that immediate action it has, that vision. She's going to be able to get an additional card every turn into her hand, effectively her thoughts, and that could be. I mean, the big thing about that, it gives you a lot of extra utility. It gives you options, a lot of outplay potential when you have those kind of options afforded to you. Big plays coming out. It's your favorite. Well, maybe not your favorite.
Dedicated Studies.
Dedicated Studies
A card
coming
I'm very indifferent on, but
I just like breaking it out because sometimes I forget the name, if I'm completely honest. But no.
best believe I will not forget that card
Yeah,
as long as I live.
Yeah, when we played together, unfortunately, it came out. Unfortunately, it wasn't as useful as it probably could have been. But that's all right. So.
I think in a way it's a card that's very high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Kind of not doing too much, just seizing a little bit of control of the board. Nubia setting up some early plays there. Again, we have that patented blind zone in our camera. That mystery card. What will it be?
Yeah, it's
we'll
almost
all
like
find out together.
It's like a
So
little
you're
treasure
not
chest. We don't know what's in there, but eventually we will find out.
Yeah.
Whether it be good or bad, who knows? Only time will tell, as we do see GC advancing up on the board.
Yeah, it's a good question. What exactly he's looking to do here? I think. Let me check here. As to what he's rolling with currently. Exhaust tokens are going to come out. That turn is going to reset. Obviously, Kun here is going to be looking to take some space offensively for himself. Yeah. And you already see the positioning by GC here. You'll notice all the cards aren't propped up. That's, I think, in a very direct effort to avoid that like multi-tsunami hit.
Yeah.
To avoid that like the burst shot. Right?
Yeah, he's doing exactly that, right? He doesn't want to be in a position where one tsunami, takes out pretty much everything he's put all his aura into thus far in building up these summons on the board.
Yeah.
And
I think that's definitely something that plays into account. It's interesting because in other card games, obviously, it's not as huge of a loss to you, obviously, when you lose a unit, because you're getting that mana back that you spend on that unit the next turn a lot of times. In this one, your aura is
forever.
A fixed number. You're not getting that back.
Yeah.
So when a unit goes to waste, that is resources that are gone. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Kind of looking to make some rotations. There's the tsunami, as we predicted it. I mean, still managing to catch two of the opponent's summons in that wave.
And I believe it is going to take both of them out, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, no counter card coming out.
Yep,
so
and it is going to do that. So going to clear the board a bit here, make some space for Kun to maybe get into a more offensive position where he can see himself attack.
Full up is going to come up on this. I think that is a Boris, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, one of the reasons that Boris is so great on Nubia is that fact you get that extra card at the beginning of the round. And if we pull that up, the Boris there, if we can pull that up. Where are we? Anyway, we'll get that up for you. But basically, the point I'm trying to make here is it doesn't cost aura. It doesn't cost timeline. It's just a direct discard from your hand. And if it's only one discard and you're getting one extra card anyway with Nubia, it's a great potential play. It's like a free unit potentially every turn if you're able to draw that card into your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the discard is good or bad depending on how much you value each card in your hand. But if there's some cards that you value, you know, a little lesser than others that you're okay parting ways with, I think it is a great option, right?
Yeah. So some damage going to come on the side of Colodix. Going to take a bit of damage there from that hit.
Still relatively even on both sides of the board here so far.
GC hanging on to a pretty significant now I wonder, I know the cards are different, but I think the aura is correct, if I'm not mistaken. I think the aura and health is good. So yeah, aura on the side of GC. Up there a number. Still a lot of potential uses there that we could see. Have not seen that angel that we've potentially been looking to see.
Yeah.
Also have not seen that stone protector. We were wondering if that could end up making it into the rotation. We'll see. It also could be in those forethoughts, right? We might end up seeing it being in the rotation in the event that maybe he does not take game one.
Yeah. And the Kun opting to, you know, retreat a little bit with 3 summons on the board. Really not in a great position to go on the offense quite yet. So Kun's just going to back off. Look to reposition, see if he can attack from a different angle. I think that's a brilliant decision from Colodix.
Yeah, I do wonder though, when he's backing off like that, what is the game plan? Is it maybe to siphon the summons into an area where they can hit them all? Because it's not like he has the ability to summon summons. He doesn't have the ability to summon units, at least that we've seen within his deck, to kind of maybe turtle around and protect him. He's kind of functions solely almost as a lone operator that deals the burst damage himself.
I think more so in a way it's buying time for him. You know, maybe he's not happy with his current situation in his hand. Maybe he's looking for some better cards to play, whether that be, you know, spells and whatnot.
That's a very real possibility. That's a very good point.
And he does just want to, you know, try to preserve his life for as long as possible. You know, don't want to take a lot of early damage from the summons coming out of GC. So just going to regroup. It allows him to draw an extra card as we head into a new round. So maybe some card is going to be found for him that is of value, and then it just allows him to reevaluate the board state and, you know, attack it with a fresh state of mind.
Interesting. Opting to retreat.
Yeah.
In this scenario, he's gonna see. Okay, and I think this is actually interesting because in GC's case, you're Nubia. You have the ability to make summons.
Yep.
Colodix does not have that same luxury. If he's going to give you time to effectively like erect an army on your side of the board and then send it all at once, I think you kind of let him in that sense. And then once you build up your team, you send them all in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously being wary of that tsunami, right?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why he also opted to retreat, right?
Yeah.
I think he is just playing very scared of that tsunami because we've seen the effect it has had in several games really here today involving Nikon. The tsunami has been a very impactful card, just at clearing the board and, you know, bringing it back to a neutral state.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I think I really do enjoy seeing decks like the Kun deck, where, I mean, certainly I think there's a lot of utility and stuff with placing these summons using obviously like all the tools in the toolkit. I think there's something kind of endearing to me using almost like really supercharging your champion and putting almost the focus of gameplay onto that. The wind slash coming out, they're going to deal a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's a great point you make, Austin.
Yeah, so I think that's like really cool. I like seeing decks like that, kind of off non-traditional decks, or at least decks that kind of have their own like real flavor to them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
very unique. There's not many decks that play a similar, style.
Yeah, it makes it easy to root for. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We're just here rooting for a good time. We don't have one specific player we want to see win. We just want to see some great Genesis be played.
Yeah, absolutely.
And at the end of the day, I think that's exactly what we've seen as a Tsunami comes out. Gonna target 3 different characters. Gonna see if there's some sort of counter that GC has. If not, this is huge.
Now, yeah, I was gonna say like there could potentially have been a counter spell, but Nubia is far away from that attack stack. There's not much she could really potentially do.
Correct.
To add to that defense, and that is a lot of Lost Order.
Yeah. So that's a board wipe essentially for Colodix.
I mean, and here I am saying, that's a lot of aura loss, but in reality, I think a lot of those characters were like low cost aura, because if you look at it, the aura counters, I mean, GC almost doubled. I mean, it effectively. No, not double. My mental math. We've been doing a lot of number crunching today. It's wearing on my brain at this point. But regardless, a significant aura differential between the two.
Yeah, but still, what a great Tsunami play that was.
Yeah.
Absolutely clearing the board of all summons. Going to be interesting to see as the Kabus moves up onto Khan. Khan going to avoid it. Move upwards and also rotate to face the Nubia. Wonder if he has a Tsunami or a Sandstorm.
Sandstorm, that'll do the trick. Honestly,
that's probably even better in that situation.
It's even better because, like, I think with the price you pay for the added utility of that Tsunami being able to damage absolutely everything, I think it's almost like the perfect mix. They're exactly 2 people you want to hit. They're in the range. You're going to end up doing more damage
and
at a slightly lower cost.
Oh, sorry, we spoke too soon.
Oh, the Chrono Walker coming out to avoid the damage. I mean, 4 damage directly to your character is pretty considerable. So I think the choice to use the Chrono Walker to just moonwalk out of that damage is, I think, the right call there, for sure. Intelligent.
Absolutely right, Austin.
Now,
Gonna see if there's anything else that gets added to this stack here.
because, I mean, the Chrono Walker is exhausted right now. I imagine the Nubia, although the Chrono Walker was used, that summon is a quick summon, which is one of the things that makes it so great. Damage is going to come out, so obviously, yes, that was added to the stack. The Tsunami will come out, will take that Kabas, will go down.
Yeah.
But, and the Chrono Walker will take 4 points of damage, but that is not enough to fell it. Bolt Shot is going to come out, unless there's another Chrono Walker that they could potentially play.
But you have to wonder if it's even worth it.
Yeah, so that's a fair point.
Still very early into the game in terms of HP we have. You almost wonder if you just kind of tank the 4 damage and save the Chrono Walker for maybe when you get down to a lower HP value. Very interesting decision.
Yeah.
And also we'd have to consider, who knows if he even has another Chrono Walker, and speak of the devil, he does have.
The Chrono Walker. It'll be interesting to see where he positions to with this Chrono Walker. Another Bolt Shot.
Blast.
Wait a second.
Bolt Shot.
With that Bolt Shot, with the Chrono Walker, okay, so
it doesn't kill. Oh, interesting.
no, so the thing to keep in mind is that Bolt Shot will hit first. It's on top of the stack, which means it will hit first. The Chrono Walker will come out, so it'll be able to avoid that second hit of 4 damage, but it won't be able, unless, oh my god, there's another Chrono Walker.
How many
Never
does he
mind.
have in
Okay,
his deck?
no damage as of right now. All right, we've tallied it to 4 damage, back to 0, back to 4, back to 0. I say 0 being dealt to the champion. One of these both of these chrono walkers are getting blasted. All right, but the champion itself is gonna remain steadfast.
Which is the most important thing at the end of the day,
yeah,
right?
absolutely. And I think that's a really cool thing I think we saw earlier, is that Chrono Walker HP, like there's a reason it has 6 HP because it's expected it's going to be coming in when you're taking a lot of damage. But again, the beauty of it, next turn, that is a summon that is going to be able to attack for 3 basic damage.
Yeah.
So,
and they're most likely going to be in great positions near the Kun, as Colodix may be looking to add to this stack. We may not be done here just quite.
oh goodness, if we get another bolt shot Chrono Walker, I might lose it. No, there's no chance, right? Chad, if you're watching, there's no chance, right? There's like a 0%.
I wouldn't say 0.
Come on, guys, don't do me like this.
Wonder if there might be a little bit of confusion going on about this stack.
Potentially, I mean.
Just want to make sure everything's being done correctly, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like the stack is going to end there. It will. What? Okay.
So coming out of that, really, did anything really happen? I mean, obviously a lot happened, but in terms of the general state of the game, obviously you are going to see the Chrono Walker summons remain on the board.
Yeah, we'll give women a bit of extra pressure potentially, but I mean, if you look at that, that's two health characters. All Kun has to do is walk up, hit that nice little tsunami, and then it's see you later, folks.
Yeah, because obviously those Chrono Walkers are brought down to half HP after being hit by.
I think that's 4 damage, and the Chrono Walkers themselves have 6.
Okay, so it should be 2
HP, which makes them very tsunamiable.
I don't know if that's a word, but I get where you're going with that.
Or Burris, sorry. Or Burrock, yeah. Or Burrock. Goodness, the names are getting... not Burrock. Burrock is the...
It's been a long day for Austin.
Burrock is from Idris. Yeah, it absolutely has been. So, all right, sorry. The Combust is going to come out from the
No
Nubia.
worries
Again,
at all.
huge power summoning here. A lot of aura being used on both sides of the table right now.
Look how even this game is. If you look at the top, 45 aura apiece, and essentially...
Both players using a lot of aura, for sure.
Yeah.
Gilded Stag is going to come out. It has essentially like a really interesting ability here with the area holy attack, where it's able to attack within its awareness. If you can see that card at the top, that little box at the top with the red dots, that's its awareness, which means it's going to be able to hit to its left, its right, and directly in front of it. So it's going to be able to attack Kun right away. So
yeah, it's almost like a mini tsunami in a way. Some call that a wave, but it's I don't know where I was going with that. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm a little too tired to make the joke, so we will continue on with the
honestly,
game.
I mean, as tired as we are as casters, I think it really just reflects on the players. Like,
Yeah,
they've had
absolutely.
long days of playing a very mentally challenging game.
Who are we to complain? We've just got to sit up here, enjoy it, hang out, have a couple laughs. So no complaining on our end. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, like you mentioned, kudos to the players for sticking through this long day and still being able to play at such a high level, right?
So Kun is going to make that rotation to the side. He kind of realizes, hey, I'm a little bit overwhelmed here. It's time to jet.
Got a blast, you know?
Yeah, got a blast.
Oh, and there is a card in the blind spot. Got to point it out every time we see it.
Yeah, that's for those of you who are wondering what it is. That is a Chrono Walker within that blind spot. This time I know.
You're not supposed to tell them.
Oh, my bad. The mystery card. But yes, it is in fact the Chrono Walker. If you're looking for it, it's currently at 2 HP, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Was hit with that massive stack where we saw multiple bolt shots and Chrono Walkers coming out. As we continue on, Nubia going to reposition slightly, trying to track down the Kun. Talked about it time and time again. Such a mobile hero, so hard to get a handle on him.
I think it's Like traditionally, I think we saw the Nubia play a little bit more towards the back line. I think
Yeah.
maybe GC is starting to realize, like, hey, if he starts slinging a whole bunch of spells, maybe he has counter spells on deck that he's like, you know what, I could, if I play towards the front, I can maybe help negate those. Is an option.
Yeah, well, you think about it. Think about who started on which side of the board.
These guys
GC
have done
and the
a full
Nubia were on the left
Yeah,
side
these
of our
guys have done a
screen,
full swap,
and
that's
yeah,
true.
we've done a full 180, 360. We've done some. We've spun.
We've come a 180. Yeah, we've flipped the board entirely. We're looking at an entirely different playing field. Chrono
Well,
Walker-
if you think about it, the cards on the graphic here, they kind of work now.
yeah, true.
So everything's working out,
that is-
folks.
that is funny, actually.
Colodics all the way down to 13 HP
That's
though.
the 3 damage from the Chrono Walker coming in relatively huge there. Again, it's not something to be scoffed at. Like, people often see the Chrono Walker, they're like, oh, it's a decoy, it's used to reposition. Sure. But man, like, if you don't pay attention to that summon after the fact,
A
and
very
it's
strong
gonna,
unit.
It's gonna deal 3 damage to you. You
Yeah.
gotta be conscious of that. Tsunami is gonna come out from Kun. I can't. I'm assuming.
I
he's,
believe
I'm
that's
assuming
another
he's facing
Tsunami.
north here. Stack comes out.
Tsunami
comes
plus
up.
a bolt shot.
Follows up.
As we work our way here
so,
through the stack.
So again, the blind spot. If you weren't following along here.
Another bolt shot.
Oh wow. Okay. So Kun is in the top left, very like in our blind spot. That's he's currently facing towards the Nubia. Nubia is going to use a bolt shot.
This is going to be a lot of damage.
In response to the
Wow.
tsunami. So there could be potentially 2 wombo bolt shots here after the tsunami. The tsunami is certainly going to do a lot of damage. Down goes the Chrono Walker. Down goes the Chrono Walker, but as you can see, you take a look at Colodic's HP. Now
Down
at
to 5.
5 hit points.
And not much aura to work with
Things
here.
are getting scary.
And we know how valuable aura is in a Kun deck. Obviously, a lot of spell heavy cards, as we are going to see a Wind Slash come out.
Wind Slash. That's a ranged attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
That's going to deal damage. And if there is a bolt shot within GC's deck right now, this could be match point. Oh, interesting.
Very interesting. Does have to discard some cards here.
Yeah. Interesting. Some big stuff on the stack right now. Very interesting. Oh, and there's the sandstorm. Damage is going to come out. That's 4 damage. 4 damage that will potentially be dealt here.
Unless there's some sort of counter that's able to be played onto the stack, but
We'll see.
not too sure. Doesn't look like there is. Gonna bring GC down to 8 HP now. Very, very close.
That is going, but the thing to notice here, Kun now exhausted. Nubia is going to walk up, which is a pretty, I mean, that's a strong showing. I think
Yeah.
GC might feel like he can close out the game right now.
Does he have enough damage?
Oh, look what he's gonna
Gonna
use.
dedicated studies. He's looking to find that
This
damage.
is an interesting, making that move in the hopes that you can like find what you need to close out this game. If he gets a bolt shot, he could potentially use the bolt shot along with his basic ability to close, and that would be it. Unless
So
Colodix
he is
has a
gonna.
swift ability on
He
the stack.
chose 2 cards to discard. What is he going to play? He does find the bolt shot.
Bolt shot, okay.
So,
So
I-
bolt shot will come out.
unless there's a counter.
All it will take is a basic attack after this to finish it. If Colodix does not have something to deal with the stack,
he's down to 1 HP, and he doesn't, as he lowers his HP to 1. Not down and out quite yet, but certainly
but the-
not
the
in a
Nubia-
good
the
spot.
Nubia is not exhausted yet.
Not sure what was just played there.
Oh my goodness, more summons
Does come out
coming
exhausted.
I mean,
Surely this has to go the way of GC unless an absolute miracle comes out.
look, the only situation I can see happening here, if maybe Kun is able to take that step back and hit a tsunami, but even then,
I
if
don't
that-
think it would fully wipe the board.
Even then, it might not fully wipe the board, and on top of that, like, all it takes is 1 damage. So not only would he have to wipe the board, he would effectively need to kill Colotix in the next turn. So he would need a whole bunch of damage. I think that is game.
And I believe that's game, yeah.
Wait, unless he... Did he just use... Teleport? I think.
Not sure what just
Yeah,
transpired
okay,
there.
That's game.
That is game, correct? Okay.
GC will take the game over
They-
Colotix.
They did that fairly slowly. I wasn't sure. I was
was
thinking the same thing. Was there some sort of teleport that we didn't catch?
Did they have teleport in their deck? Like, I didn't see it before. I wasn't sure if it was like... But no, that is in fact game. GC was going to take that one. I'd say convincingly, but man,
Very
look at the
close.
scoreboard, Aura 9 to 8 HP, 8 to 1. I mean,
And a very long game. Clock at 25 minutes just off that one game. A very intense
I mean,
one.
it was pretty. I mean, it was pretty like a statement there. He locked in the summons right at the end there, kind of boxed him in 1 HP. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do?
Dubious form.
Yeah. I mean, for real. Just having a laugh with TO here.
If he had had the evasion,
Yeah.
that game would have been done the other way.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, because there's a lot of utility there coming out on, like, potential tsunamis or burst shots, right?
Well, I said that last lap, if there had been a chrono, a smoke bomb, anything to get out of that last attack.
Yeah,
The last
could have been
two-
huge.
There were 2 cards left in the other deck. So
Right.
We were,
Oh wow! So
So-
we did just hear that. Yeah, there were 2 cards left on the in GC's deck.
yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
So that's where we were down to.
So GC coming out with a win there, just kind of squeaking it out. 2 cards. Just
Remaining,
heard from
yeah.
the Theo. 2 cards left in his deck. Just squeezing that victory out. Wow, that was actually a lot tighter than I mean, obviously the score was
very
but my
tight, yeah.
goodness, like so many. I mean, that's rough on both sides. Obviously, it feels good for GC to take that. But like
Yeah.
Colotix, man, so close to so many different win conditions on that board, couldn't quite lock it in. We'll see what ends up being maybe the potential counterplay.
Yeah. Can you switch the cards? Like, so GC's... Oh, it got fixed now. Okay. It's fixed now.
So GC worked.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see the adaptation on these decks. Again, I think it was really cool that when we saw the Nubia. Again, I said it before, but I really did expect to see more of the Angel of Retribution. Still haven't.
Didn't see it once that game.
Also, I didn't see. I did not see the Stone Protector.
Oh.
So, you know, it begs the question, like, if we end up going to finals, I mean, we saw it earlier. I do wonder what the final is going to look like. We haven't seen the bracket, the winner coming up from the bracket on that side.
Yeah,
So-
it'll be our first time seeing him in the final. What a way to go
I
about
do
it.
wonder if it's a Nubia, if we're going to see some of those plays we saw before, but that will depend.
And only time will tell
It really will.
as they are shuffling
My
the cards
goodness,
as we
Nubia,
get ready.
That starting aura of 150 can be like so important. I mean, being able to utilize like that many summons, that many spells, that many. I mean, technique's not really seen as much, with it, but it's certainly still like a possibility.
Yeah, something to consider for sure. But yeah, 150 starting aura just gives you such versatility in terms of the cards you play.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, when some other heroes are building decks, they're limited in how many of certain cards they want to select. Obviously, you know, just simply because they know that it's gonna deplete their aura count massively. Whereas, obviously, still something to consider on the Nubia, but you don't have to, be as concerned about it. If we do pull her up, like we said, the 150 aura. But you do kind of miss out on a little bit of HP, one of the squishier champions, if you will, at 20 HP.
For sure. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'd say like a lot of these challenge champions are relatively like well balanced in terms of like their numbers distribution on those base stats, for sure.
Lots of pros, lots of cons.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a give and take, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of the actual power in terms of maybe potential like power imbalances or like better counter picks or whatnot, I mean, obviously fall on the side of the actual deck creation and what you decide to run with within your deck.
Absolutely, and I believe we are all shuffled up. Our cards have been dealt into our hand, and we are ready to get underway. An aggressive move starting off from the con.
Aggressive is definitely the word I would use as well. Getting right.
We've seen that opener a couple times from Kalodic.
So it'll be interesting to see what the response is here then. Right into the blind spot. Excellent.
I believe,
I think that was a stag, if I'm not mistaken.
was it a stag or a cabus?
On the side of Nubia? Oh, that's actually a good question.
It may be a cabus. Hard to tell.
I thought it was a gilded stag, but I'm not. I could very well be mistaken because I've seen it played earlier in the round.
Yeah.
So I think it's.
Okay, well, we're not going to say one way or another, but we do know there is some sort of summon that was played to the left of Nubia on the opener hand, and a bolt shot coming out from
It's going to do damage to both units.
Yep, that's actually great positioning there. Now I see why that first move, moving 3 spaces forward, can be so good. Obviously, if your opponent opts to move forward, and a chrono shot.
Chrono shift, or the chrono walker.
Oh, we both got it wrong. I said chrono shot. Oh my goodness.
I am still curious. Is that a?
Oh,
Oh,
what does he counter with there? Can't really see.
potential damage reduction spell. It does not seem like GC.
Is it cognitive restriction? I believe it might be.
Okay, bolt shot is fired. I believe. That's going to deal 4 points of damage, leaving GC at 16 HP.
But back to what I was saying about.
You were right. You were right. It was not a stag. You had it.
I got quick eyes. I was able to see it before it entered
I'll give you that one.
the zone of no return.
I saw a little bit of like the branches. I thought maybe those were antlers. Apparently not.
But back to what I was saying about the opener we saw from Kun, progressing 3 spaces off his very first move. We do see why it is so strong. Obviously on his second turn, able to move forward 1 space and spin around.
There's the stag. Sorry, go ahead.
Then the stag, and then obviously the bolt shot, like we mentioned, able to pierce through and damage 2 units, correct?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, with that bolt shot, if you're kind of in that opening stages, unless they have a counter spell, you're almost guaranteed to land a bolt shot on 2 opponents if a summon comes out.
Yeah.
If they go to the right, you go to the left. If they go to the left, you go to the right. And heck, if they just stack up in the middle, it's easy peasy. You don't even have to work for it. So.
Well, yeah. Think if the Chrono Walker didn't come out there in the second action phase, we would have seen, an additional 4 damage be done to GC. Obviously, Kalodic's still in a great position as he is going to go onto the flank. Very mobile character here.
And I do think that...
And he is going to use dedicated
I do
studies.
think that Chrono Walker actually was negated. So I do think that damage landed, because if we take a look at GC's health, I do believe that bolt,
Good point.
shot was able to land, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, that damage came out of nowhere.
Yep, so I believe this was that card that was played on the stack.
Yes, negate target ability played by a target champion, cognitive recursion awareness.
I believe that's what got played after the Chrono.
At the very least, something a lot in that realm. It was like a negation.
But we do see Tsunami come out from Kun, and he is in a great spot to use it. It is going to hit every summon on the board.
Oh, that's huge.
Does GC have a counter? If not, we are looking at practically a board wipe, as well as 3 damage being done to
everything.
Nubia.
Now, if we take a look at Stag here, that has 3 HP. That
Yeah.
will kill.
So it'd be a board
I
clear,
think it would be a board clear.
I believe. Oh, the Chrono might still be alive, actually. Oh, but there is
Yeah, so the Chrono
there is
will-
another Chrono right
The
there.
Chrono-
Speak
yeah,
of the
yeah, so the
speak
Chrono
of the devil.
The Chrono will take the damage. The Chrono will end up eating the damage for sure.
Yeah.
So Nubia will be spared some HP.
But is there a counter potentially?
But I think the other 3 are going to yeah, there could honestly be a Chrono counter potential. That's a really good point. All right, swap is going to come out, so that stack has ended, it appears.
What a impactful tsunami that would have been though if it wasn't for that Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, even still, you could definitely argue that it still is very impactful. I mean, it's going to effectively, I think, it's going to still wipe 3 units. Right?
Oh, don't get me wrong, still very good.
Big damage, for sure. Getting rid of a lot of that map control that was previously out there. I mean, no, it's interesting, right? You'd say, like, man, I mean, that's the beauty of Nubia, right? I mean, you have all that aura. Because you're thinking, you're like, man, like, GC played all these summons. How on earth is he still at 87
Yeah,
mana? And
but
it's
then
like
you
he
remember the starting is
started at
150, yeah.
150 mana, or aura, sorry. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you know, that's one of the big positives. You can kind of force, and I mean, in a hypothetical situation, I don't think that maybe they could afford to do another clear like that or have that kind of drawn out fight again, because that would leave Colonics in a serious situation where
It's running out of aura, right? Yeah.
Turn is going to reset. Player's going to pick up their cards. Obviously, maybe is going to pick up 2, which can be very helpful.
Which could be
Going
very
to
impactful.
rotate. This is one of the great things about that kit is he can go ahead and move right into a space that is already occupied. He's going to do so, and then he's going to use Tsunami. So yeah, if you take a look at Kun there, using that continuous flight ability, allowing him to move onto a spot, even if it's occupied, and occupied meaning whether it's friendly or a foe, and then following that up with the Tsunami, which is big damage. Granted, a relatively heavy aura cost, but I think it's doing a very good job of clearing the board. And keep in mind, it's also dealing damage to Nubia at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big part of what Kun needs to do is be efficient with those spell casts. Make sure you're not only hitting units, but you're hitting the enemy champion as well.
Absolutely, and we saw it in the first game, right, where we talked about GC spacing out his units a lot to avoid the AoE. Wasn't able to do it as well in this game, and we're seeing the repercussions of that, right? Obviously sitting at 11 HP currently, and not having nearly as many summons on the board as he did in the first match.
Sitting at 69.
Bolt shot gonna come out from GC.
Going to be fired. Just looking to deal some decent amount of damage there. It's gonna be for Kun is already exhausted, so maybe we see a swift spell in which he can retreat on the stack. It looks like it will come out. I think that's a defensive ability there. He's gonna discard some cards.
So people what kind of cards on for the stack?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you, fellas. They make sure they show the stat correctly, just for you folks at home, so you can better understand. Followed by another bolt shot. GC really wanting to slam him with that damage. He says, "No, you're not getting away that easy." Oh, and a really interesting thing here too is. Alright, so Kun is able to move. That bolt shot is going to, the first bolt shot obviously going to follow through because it's at the top of the stack, but he will be able to avoid the second one, sidestep. But the one thing to note is, the Chrono Walker is in fact exhausted.
Yep.
But now, both champions directly on top of each other. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, Nubia, I do believe, is not exhausted. So,
But she may be stuck underneath the gun. Gonna have to see if she can get out.
yeah, I don't know if that's a
I don't know if that how
outplay.
that
It's
works.
Like, hey, if you can't pick up the card, you can't move it. Yeah, I don't know about that one, but
How are you supposed to pick him up? He's exhausted.
true.
Obviously, just joking here as...
Yes, believe that is not in fact the real rule. The Gilded Stag coming out, pretty interesting. I don't know that there's too much utility with that area holy attack Swift ability, but I think just the idea of getting that turn economy up with those units is going to be very effective, helping to maybe reset those exerts, or proc those exerts off of the
Although Kun is going to have the first move here as we go into the next turn.
possible tsunami. Potentially. Oh, bolt shot.
Bolt shot, tsunami.
Maybe. Could it be? Could there be a bolt shot potential?
What is it? Oh, Sandstorm instead.
I mean, honestly, pretty effective as well.
Shout out Darude.
Yes.
So that is going to deal 4 damage to 2 different cards. Not sure which he's going to target. I would imagine that obviously the Nubia is going to be one of them. It is. GC dropping down to 7 HP. Can Kalodix close this game out and force a third game here in the third place match?
I think it's possible. I mean, if you look at GC's hand right now, it is huge. He's got a lot of cards.
Yeah, very true.
So I find it hard to believe with 51 aura that he is not sitting on a hefty
the
chunk
wind
of
slash.
potential counter spells.
Absolutely.
With the understanding that that's probably going to be one of the things he needs to use to keep him alive, stay in this game.
Yeah. And still 51 aura at his disposal.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots that he can do, right?
Yeah.
So might need a big turn here from GC if he wants to turn the tides of this match. If not, we could be looking at a third and final match.
Yeah, you look at that 15 HP, and honestly, that's kind of like an intimidating number of HP to have to deal with when you only have 5.
Absolutely.
Despite
He goes head on
okay.
into the...
Okay, hold up. All right, I think we're discussing some stuff. Despite what we just said, Nubia is going to be like, forget that. Let me just get in there.
5 HP in a dream, right? 5 HP's plenty. Why not?
Right? I'm not afraid. Oh, could there be some potential funkiness going on here with the side awareness?
Wonder what he's going to do.
That's an interesting rotate to play.
Yeah, he's going to discard 2, so he's going to play something off
Okay,
it.
Stag is going to come up.
Stag. Interesting.
It's obviously going to come up exerted. The token isn't out there yet, but it will be exerted.
Yeah. And he's going to play another potentially. He did just discard 2 more from his timeline.
There's another Stag.
Yeah, so he's going to do exactly that. It's almost like he's attempting to box in the Kun.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I follow this. I feel like
I think I do. So if you take a look at the awareness of the Gilded Stag, you'll notice that it's like kind of a like a T Tetris block.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe it.
I follow.
And if you kind of look at the board, based on where Kun kind of is right now, I mean,
No matter where he
no matter
goes,
where he
right?
goes in a lot of way, unless he doesn't want to deal damage on this turn, the only potential option I see for him is maybe if he can navigate around to the bottom side of the grid here, and maybe fire off a bolt shot that will hit both the Gilded Stag and Nubia.
Yeah.
But
that
in order
would
to-
leave one Gilded Stag open.
Yeah, but if he is able to do that, he'll need to have bolt shot. I mean, also Tsunami, very feasible card.
That would pretty much put the nail in the coffin. If there was a Tsunami that comes out, it is going to be Wind Slash instead, which is going to do 2 range damage to Nubia, bringing GC down to 3 HP.
Oh man, 3 HP. See, gonna take a look. I mean, he's got a hefty hand here. Is it possible he might be able to find the card that he is looking for?
And he finds the Chrono. Oh, but the Bolt Shot coming out as a counter. Can he counter the counter?
Oh man, this is tight. He's got to find something. He's got to put something there.
I believe if he doesn't, it's over.
That's game.
And that's game.
And
We
we
are
are
going
going to
to
be going
a third match.
Game 3
Wow.
for the bronze medal.
2 very close matches.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
I mean, and this is what I say. I mean, I think one of the interesting things is weirdly sometimes Kun's kit can feel underwhelming at first.
Yeah.
I think he slowly chunks away, and you don't really realize your health dropping until you get hit with that like bolt shot tsunami combo that just ends the game.
Yeah.
Right. And he was ready, right? Like, because at the end of the day, it's not like he used his ability, he added it to the stack. GC had a counter, but he still
chrono,
had another
and he still had a bolt
in
shot.
his hand ready for it. So he was already thinking a step ahead there.
Yeah.
Being like, you know what, he's going to try to avoid that killing blow damage. I'm going to have a counter play for it, and there you go.
Yeah.
There it was.
We talked about the Kun being very kind of hit or miss, if you will. It either, survives the early game and is able to get in a situation like you just talked about where it's able to just deal a lot of damage out of nowhere, or it kind of doesn't maybe get the best start it's looking for, takes a lot of damage in the early game, struggles to find the cards it needs to do those large amounts of burst damage, and then you get into a situation that we saw in game 1 where he just doesn't have the answer to the Nubia and he goes down. Obviously that not being the case here in game 2, as I think he played that brilliantly, and just beautifully
really,
executed.
Really great spacing, really good awareness of the capabilities of his opponent and his opponent's summons.
100%.
Zoning it pretty well. I think, if you're GC here, you gotta look for something new. We keep going back to it, but man, like having an angel in that kind of situation, one that can withstand a bolt shot, that can withstand a tsunami, could be heavily advantageous.
Absolutely. Not sure if any changes are going to be made for the final game in terms of things that are in the forethoughts.
It's a good question because both players, if we're honest, to be fair, obviously a low aura counts on both. But if you look at the HP, a somewhat, I don't know if the right word here is commanding, but at least like a strong, like a solid win there from Colotix to
Absolutely.
lock that one out. That's great. It really shows the versatility of Kun as a champion, being able to move around the board, playing almost strictly around him. Again, if we were to look at the summon counter that we've seen from Colotix, like all tournament, I think it's still at 0. Which is like, I don't know.
Potentially, it's kind of crazy.
I think it's really cool. Like, I think
it's unique.
That's exactly, it's unique, and I think that's one of the really cool things about Genesis.
Yeah.
Because obviously other games will certainly have meta decks and what have you, but oftentimes there's not as much diversity in terms of the build types you do, because in terms of the gameplay, I don't know if linear is the right word, but it's a lot more linear when you don't have that, you're only playing on one dimension.
Yeah, that's absolutely
You're
right.
playing on 2, and
Yeah.
you can go up, you got an X and Y axis, and that adds a whole new dimension.
Yeah, definitely a lot to consider. Honestly, the quality we've seen here in this third place match has been brilliant. You could tell me that this was the final and I would believe you.
Yeah,
it's just that high level of quality. So I think that's really just a testament to how excited our viewers at home should be for the upcoming finals. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We still have a third and final decisive match here in the third place game.
Have some big bragging rights coming out. You got the TOs dancing, everybody's hyped. Everybody's excited. You can't see it, but believe me, it's we're excited over here. And again, I wanted to give a big shout out to the entire Genesis community. Making it here to this event has really been awesome. We've talked about it before, but if you haven't gotten the chance, we are in our Toronto location here. We're shooting out of the Toronto studio. We've got vendors here, we've got card sellers, we've got the artists who work on the card art. We've got reveals here that, unfortunately, if you weren't here in person, you might not have gotten to see. We've got an auction coming a bit later. We had some really interesting information brought up. You saw a little bit about it on the stream earlier about the Kickstarter, but we had even more content in person. So this just goes out for those folks that are sitting at home thinking, maybe like, I was thinking about going this year, but I didn't know if I should or not.
Yeah. I think this just says it all that you should.
Yeah, Genesis 2022. Oh, okay, nice. Genesis 2022. Look out for it. I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day, firstly, huge Kickstarter announcement, right? At the end of the day, I think that's going to put a lot of power behind the community going forward. I think it's going to bring a lot of more attention to the game, and that just means Genesis Championship 2022. There'll be a bigger turnout. There'll be more stuff going on. So get involved. Join the community. Join the Discord. Check out the game. And at the end of the day, you're going to have a blast here. Even if you're a starter, the community is wonderful at teaching you the game. They've certainly helped us. Us a ton. So again, I can't recommend it enough. This whole event, everybody here has been fantastic to work with. So anyway.
No lies detected, Austin.
No
Brilliant
lies detected.
speech out of you.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, I think the event is great, and for a lot of people here, I think it's really exciting because post-COVID, this is one of the first events that a lot of people have gotten the chance to get into.
Good point.
So I think it's very
and I don't
exciting.
think they would say they were disappointed at all with this being their first event back post-COVID.
It's definitely good to be back among friends with similar interests, just having a good time, playing your favorite game. What else could you want? All right, we are back into Game 3 of GC versus Contactus.
I almost wonder if we're going to see something crazy come out here. Obviously, both of the first two games were, very methodical, very slow, very thought out. I almost wonder if the third game, they just drop all that and they just say, let's just go at it.
Let's just take the gloves off. We're going in. I mean, already from the start, if you remember how we talked about the utility of Kun and that bolt shot at the start, you immediately see Nubia realizing that, saying, I'm not going to stay in the middle. I'm not going to move up or left or right. I'm going to move to the left. I'm going to take you at least one turn away from a double bolt shot opportunity.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get those summons down. Excellent summons right on our patented caster blind spot.
There is cards there. We know they exist. We just don't know what they are.
Imagine getting like a nice hollow card, just so bright that your opponent can't see what you're playing.
That's basically what this is.
Yeah, that's the ultimate outplay, really.
Except, don't worry, the players themselves can actually see the cards. So
yes.
So no worries there. It is just us and you folks watching at home that aren't able to see that one square, unfortunately.
But that's all right. You know what? At the end of the day, we have the numbers, and I think we're going to be able to surmise, given the previous.
Early Tsunami comes out from Contactus. If there isn't a counter, this is going to be very effective.
Yeah, it's going to clear out a lot of those early summons. Not actually going to damage Nubia.
And actually, there can't be a counter. GC obviously exhausted already.
True, but in the event of the exhaust, he would still potentially be able to do a Swift, but he is kind of
the Chrono being a
way
Swift.
out of that combat scenario, so not really even in a position to like nullify a spell, because in most cases I imagine it would be out of the target awareness.
Yep. If we take a look, obviously the Chrono Walker being a quick back in is something that you could play in your end phase, even if you are exerted, but I guess he didn't have any in his hand.
Well, yes, keep in mind, like the Chrono Walker also being used, like no damage actually ended up falling on the Nubia, just out of range. I think it was mostly being used there as kind of like a board clear for the.
Oh, did I miscalculate what the range was there?
Yeah,
I thought the Nubia was within it. That was my mistake.
All
okay.
Good. Yeah, Nubia was just out to the corner. I think it was most of the tsunami damage was headed northwise.
So if you live up north, please beware. There is a tsunami.
Those rising tides. Be conscious of that.
Lake Ontario gets a little crazy around November, apparently. Lots of tsunamis seen here today.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, basically a board reset
Yeah.
here for the most part. Neither champion exhausted right now. I think the agency here is on GC. to make a play. That blind spot, looking great.
That's like the junior blind spot. We can kind of see a bit of the top of the card.
The junior blind spot, I like that. Again, kind of assessing the potential of these plays here. The stag is going to come out directly on the con. Now, I mean, big question here is like, I think it's weird because we're seeing a lot of summons coming in and around, and you wonder, like, from previous matches, especially matches that have been won against the kind, we've seen a lot of more spacing towards those summoned units. Whether this is an intentional decision, or maybe just not factoring in the potential of that tsunami, or maybe he's just confident in the ability of the counter spells to maybe do something about it. We'll have to see.
Alterations out there, boys. Someone take a ball with this.
There you go. Exhaust tokens coming out. A lot of units played that round. So,
I mean, Nubia already down to 88 aura, and I say only because starting at 150. And to only be, I believe we're 3 or 4 turns in to be down there.
Like, this is what I mean.
Massive tsunami.
This is what I mean when I'm talking about, like, spacing out the units, kind of stacking them all as those summons. I mean, it seems like something that would have been considered earlier, but maybe not.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of damage and a lot
Across
of
the board, yeah.
And like you said, you're like, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of ore spent, effectively half, all of which have just been nullified by Kun spells. And if we look at Kun, like, it still has 64 aura of 100. So like, of the aura pool that he's had access to, he's
used it brilliantly.
He's been utilizing it very efficiently. Right.
Very right, as we basically get another board clear here.
Kun shaping up, looking for a potential hit onto, Nubia, I should say, looking for a potential hit. Both units not exhausted though, so there could be some finagling here coming in.
Could see some sort of a stack potentially play out.
But we shall see. I'm trying to make out what that spell is. Not that spell, sorry, that summon.
This turn being very well thought out. Wonder what's going through GC's head here as he tries to address the situation and think about what his next move is.
Yeah, because I'm going to be honest, man, I'd be a little bit rattled if the four summons I just played got insta-wiped by a tsunami.
Yeah, would be truly tragic.
Yeah, and that's definitely a factor, I mean, that might come into things, is like that element of tilt, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at what point are you like, oh my goodness, this is like so annoying?
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen counterplay. So I think if he can maybe stick to his guns, try and avoid that damage. I imagine with that kind of flank, we're about to see a burst shot here.
I would agree with that. We're going to see if that is what transpires.
Oh, he's just going to rotate to the back. He's going to exhaust, getting to the flank of Nubia. Just spacing himself out a bit. Yeah, it's like, again, kind of like a really interesting character just for the element, the fact that like he really can't be tied down. Like he can
Yeah.
move around, deal a lot of damage, and then just kind of avoid stuff. Because I was originally going to say like an interesting play, backing himself up into a corner, but in reality, it's almost really effective for him because units can't come at him from those opposite corners, but he can always leave when he wants to, right?
Yeah.
So he kind of maybe funnels his opponents in a lot of ways when he's backing himself up into a corner like this.
Absolutely, that's a great point, Austin. We've seen it time and time again today where the Kun is just able to get in such good positions.
Maneuvering around their whole stack of teams and eliminating them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just getting in a position where a blade shot is able to pierce not only one enemy but two, or defense need be, or defensively retreat need be. So just such a versatile character in that aspect. Obviously, you do lose, at least with this variation of a Kun deck that he being Colodix has played here today. Obviously, you do lose the summon aspect of the game, but what you do lose in the summon aspect, you gain in not only that mobility, but also just the amount of spells that you have at your disposal that are just so impactful on the state of the board, really.
And that's a really good point because as it seems like it's like it's like one character, right? It's one character, but let's just say hypothetically, right? You start that character in its starting space.
Yeah.
It can move 3 spaces, and also if it's using Tsunami, that's taking up another 6 spaces, which means like it
effectively controls the whole board.
Its sphere of influence on the board is almost, even from the get-go, is almost everything except the outskirts of the board.
Which is incredible to think about.
The zone of control is huge.
Off the top of my head, there's not another card or champion that can have that large of an impact. I mean, obviously the only card that comes to mind is Meteor, but that obviously being much of a higher cost if you wanted to affect the whole board, right? I believe it's 30 aura, if I'm not mistaken.
True, and even then, you're dealing damage to yourself with Meteor if you're using it to its fullest effect. So,
definitely a lot to consider with Meteor, but not playing a factor here in this match.
Meteor typically only being played in Idris builds for the most part. But Tio stepping in here, I think there's a little bit of confusion about maybe movement, but we will get that squared away. Man, just looking at the board already, seeing GC down to 52 aura and 13 HP, concerning, to say the least, I think.
Incredible that he has less aura than the Kun, considering the starting auras of the 2 champions, but he's also hasn't been able to do much with it, at least too much of substance, as he is down to 13 HP. Colodix still sitting very healthy at 25 out of Kun's original. See if I can pull it up on the stream here. We're having an error with it again, so bear with us.
That's okay.
His base health is 26 is basically what I was getting at. So he's basically dropped 1 HP.
Yeah, so staying relatively untouched this whole time. Well, effectively, I mean, you look at it, 150 aura. Now down, like GC now down to 1/3 of his original aura.
Yeah.
Only able to deal 1 point of damage.
I'm no mathematician, but I don't think that's very good.
Yeah, it spells disaster. Yeah, the math checks out, and let me tell you,
it's not great.
Yeah, as you say, the risks were calculated, but boy, was I bad at math. We've got a lot of potential here.
Yep, and there's the card
on
finally able to show up. Thank you to our tech team.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks so much. Obviously, I think the card of the game thus far has been Tsunami. I think we can say that about pretty much, maybe not every Kun game we've seen here today, but Tsunami has definitely played a large part in pretty much every Kun game, right? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big part of the deck within Kun. I think it's played. I think the most significant impact we've seen it used is in this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's been like great at wave clear. And dealing with enemies, for sure, but I think in a lot of the games, oftentimes you have to come moving around the team, utilizing the bolt shot as well, utilizing the tsunami to clear up 1 or 2. In this situation, I'd say we're like not a tremendous amount of turns in, but he's been able to use 2 tsunamis and effectively wipe out like 8 summons altogether, right? So, I mean, the amount of utility he's gotten out of tsunami thus far, and being able to just kind of, again, 1/3 of GC now on 1/3 of his remaining aura.
Yeah.
I mean, things are looking bleak.
So we have the hand reveal at the moment for blind read.
I didn't even say
We
that.
have,
Excellent. I didn't see it on the stack. Excellent point.
So a mind
Do
read
we
coming out.
Do we have the cards stepping up? I think that is from Nubia's side of the deck, if I am not mistaken.
Yep. Give us a second
Yes,
here as
so-
we attempt to pull
so
it
this
up.
is a really cool
there
card.
it is. I think this might be the first time we've seen it today.
It is the first time we've seen it. It's a really cool card. You might be wondering if you're new to the game. Guys, Contactus is showing his whole deck, or his whole hand to
currently.
GC. Maybe he shouldn't do that. You might be wondering, yeah, that's probably a bad play.
Hey, I don't know about that.
Yeah, maybe. But nifty thing is, he doesn't really have a choice. You see, there's this nifty spell, or enchantment, I should say, not a spell, enchantment. So, Nubia being imbued with this ability, being able to see the hand of Contactus whenever it's within its awareness. So, now, GC, although relatively low on aura and HP, now has kind of a direct insight of all the possibilities that could be facing him in these future turns.
Absolutely. And one thing to consider is champions around you, so it has to be in your awareness.
Yes.
Am I correct by that?
Yes.
So one thing to consider for GC is, yeah, this is good that you are able to see his whole hand, but staying in his awareness with only 10 HP is a huge risk, right? Is it really worth the reward? Like, now you've seen the 4 cards that he does have currently. Now you kind of just want to get out of there, right?
Yes, it's a really good point.
Personally, that's what I think,
mean,
right?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think either way, there's going to be a retreat happening here. Either Kun will opt to be like, you know what, I've got 3 movement. I don't want him to see all my cards, so he's going to bail. Or you're totally right. GC's going to be like, you know what, I've done my scouting.
Yeah.
I've done my homework. All right, I know what he's got in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm going to jet.
But then you have to consider also that he's going to draw cards when we move on to the next round, right? So yeah, you know what he has right now, but who knows what the next card he will have is if he gets out of your awareness and you're not able to see that
very
card,
true.
right?
It's that risk-reward factor of, is it worth it to potentially take a bit more damage but understand the implications and hopefully, hypothetically, be able to play a perfect game from now on, being able to see the cards.
We do see Kun stay in range
awareness,
of the Nudia.
But yes, some real interesting. It is interesting that Han decided to play within range. I guess
He's not concerned. He's still 18 HP, right? And he's able to do a bit of damage there,
he
dropping
may
her
already
to
feel
6.
like his win condition has been met,
Yeah.
and there might be no real counterplay to it.
Yeah.
Which is something that kind of staying within that range shows, at least to me. But we'll have to see.
When Slash comes out,
Chrono
it is going to be
Walker will
Chrono
come
Walker.
out to evade the damage. That will be followed up by, I think that's a damage negation.
Yeah, not able to see what that counter was, but it is going to negate the Chrono, which is going to mean the Wind Slash is going to do damage, which is going to drop GC down to 4 HP. Contactus still sitting at 18.
I'm just saying, oh, GC! For those of you who don't know what that card is, that's going to go ahead and net him some serious health points with that play. That, I'm not going to say completely gets him back in this game, but it makes the game look a little bit more favorable.
Very interesting.
Given his current aura count versus Contactus, but we'll see. because at the end of the day, I think Contactus with only 19 aura, he's looking for those finishing moves. He's looking for that tsunami, that sandstorm, that bolt shot.
And I believe it was the Angel's Embrace that got played, right?
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So
I'm gonna pull that up here. Yeah. So basically, pretty straightforward. Just a heal that heals Nubia for 4 HP, which, given the current state of the board, current situation for GC, 4 HP seems like a million, right? That's double his HP. That's 50%.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Math don't lie.
Yeah, so Bolt Shot going to come out. It's going to be negated a fair amount.
Big stack building here.
Another Bolt Shot. But like, the crazy thing is like that's another Bolt Shot, but GC is emptying his hands with that play.
Yeah.
So he's going to deal damage. That damage is going to come through, but
at what cost?
Not much further potential counterplay.
He really would have to high roll his next card that does get given to him, and hopefully it's something of value that he can play and use immediately.
Something to be noted still, that mind reading still in effect as of right now, seeing as GC is still within
the range. Yeah.
So being able to predict.
And he does see he has a tsunami now.
He does see the tsunami in the hand.
But can he do something about it is the question.
The big question.
It's really hard he's cornered basically, and obviously we do know that if he opts to move 2 spaces,
yes, the Cabus will come out.
Yeah.
Now this is really interesting, right? Because as GC, you're looking at the hand. You're like, okay, he has tsunami. He can do 3 deal. He can deal 3 damage to me this turn. Yeah, and there's the retreat because I think Contactus knew that GC knew he could not finish the game on that round, and so he opts to back off, potentially maybe hide his hand a little bit further.
Yeah, well now mind reading not in effect.
Yeah, because it really does allow you to play the game as optimally as you possibly could, knowing all the possible options that could occur.
That's a great point.
Really interesting. Oh man, this is spicy. 8-11. GC with 20 aura. Contactus 19 aura. I mean, I'm not gonna say they have a lot of health, but they have enough to like sustain 1 or 2 like big hits, like a bolt shot or a tsunami or a sandstorm.
But a combination of maybe 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 of those even, who knows?
Yeah.
And we could be looking at game here. Obviously, aura is getting low as well. Something to consider as well. Not too sure how many cards are in both players' timelines, but that's another thing to consider, that we could get to a point where one of these players will go to draw a card and there won't be a card to draw, and that will be game. So lots of potential outcomes here that we have to keep an eye on.
I think that is going to be shut down, if I'm not mistaken, being used. No. Who's that? Who is that? Is that? Because there's no attack stack. That doesn't make sense.
I can't quite make out the unit there.
Yeah, not too sure myself. We'll just have to wait and see how things transpire here.
I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of, I mean, obviously damage is important, but that turn economy, I think this is where that idea of having a single unit with only techniques and spells doing a lot of your damage is once you run out of aura, like you got no gas left in the tank. At least with the summons, you still got units out on the board that have damage potential, right? So if it reaches a point where Contactus does not have that aura to spend on damage, and Contactus might know it too, I think right now Contactus is
buying time,
praying for the cards he needs to close this game.
That's a great point you make, because if he doesn't draw the cards he's looking for, there's really not much he can do in terms of damage besides obviously the built-in ability of Kun, which is 2 damage.
Both players will draw their cards.